Welcome to Lao Zhang audiobook. Now we are broadcasting a Chinese romance novel for you, First Pregnant Then Love. This article has been finished. Chapter 1. North City, early October. In a coffee shop, the man looked at the woman with a gloomy face. He didn't feel embarrassed at all for being caught cheating. He first took a sip of coffee slowly and then slowly said, "Shen Li, to tell you the truth, I'm just playing with you." You don't really think I like you? How? Don't you look at your family background? Are you worthy of me? Today is October the 4th, the first anniversary of Shen Li and her boyfriend. Half an hour ago, when she was waiting for her boyfriend Liu Shan to pick her up, she suddenly received a call from Liu Shan. He said on the phone that he had to work overtime and couldn't spend the anniversary with her. Shen Li is soft-hearted and not a person who cares about things. When she learned that he was busy with work, she immediately said, "It's okay, you go first." When her best friend learned that Liu Shan had stood her up, she deliberately postponed the dinner and rushed to accompany her. The two went to the largest shopping mall and saw a familiar figure while strolling. It was the boyfriend Liu Shan who said that he was very busy and couldn't even spend the anniversary with her. Ironically, he was not alone and there was a sexy woman beside him. Liu Shan was carrying a few bags in his hand and the woman was holding his arm. The two of them were walking and talking and laughing, ignoring the crowd around them, and they even kissed passionately. Shen Li was delicate, but that didn't mean she was afraid of things. Seeing this scene, she walked over and called out, "Liu Shan." The two people who were kissing each other hearts separated immediately. Things were the same as expected. At the beginning, Liu Shan tried his best to explain that it was none of his business and that it was the woman who seduced him. He only had Shen Li in his heart. After explaining for a long time, seeing that Shen Li had no intention of giving in, his true nature was exposed. He was too lazy to pretend and said whatever he wanted. Shen Li looked at him and said calmly, "You begged me to date you at the beginning." Their relationship was all Liu Shan's request. During that time, he waited downstairs of her house every day, even when it rained. Shen Li softened her heart and agreed. "That's because I was blind." Liu Shan snorted coldly. "I wanted to play with you, but who knew that you wouldn't even let me touch you? Go ask which woman is like you, who hasn't held hands for a few times in a year of dating. 这个 pretending to be a chaste heroine all day long, what, am I poisonous? I cannot be touched." "Yes, you are poisonous." Shen Li looked at the man's hypocritical face and chuckled, "Liu Shan, you are not worthy to be with me, you are only worthy to be with trash." "Shen Li, you stinky bitch, I have tolerated you for a long time," Liu Shan said halfway. Shen Li stood up, picked up the coffee cup in front of her and splashed it on him. The coffee stains spread on his face. Looking at his embarrassed look, she sneered and said, "Keep your mouth clean, otherwise I will let you know how miserable it is to offend a woman." Liu Shan raised his hand to wipe the coffee stains on his face and roared, "Shen Li, I want to break up with you." You are wrong." Shen Li took out 200 yuan bills from her wallet and put them on the table, raised her eyebrows and said, "I want to break up with you." After that, she turned around and left gracefully. Liu Shan behind was so angry that his face turned green, the veins on the back of his hand bulged, and he pounded the table hard. The glass door of the coffee shop opened and Shen Li walked out. The corners of her lips that were slightly raised gradually flattened, her eyebrows twisted together, her almond eyes were dim, and her palm-sized face looked gloomy. Not to mention Shen Li, even other people, seeing their boyfriends cheating with their own eyes, would probably not feel very good. Her best friend Zhou Ai was waiting for Shen Li in the cake shop next door. When she saw her come out, she also hurriedly pushed the door open, strode to Shen Li, and asked her, "What did Liu Shan, the scumbag, say?" The last thing Shen Li wanted to hear now was his name, breaking up. "Did you break up so easily?" Zhou Ai had a general impression of Liu Shan and always felt that he was not worthy of Shan Li, but because Shan Li liked him, she had to accept Liu Shan because of her love for him. But she didn't expect that he was actually a scumbag, hugging and kissing other women in the street. In addition, his vision for picking women was really not very good. He didn't like a beautiful woman like Shan Li, but liked a woman who had plastic surgery. He was really sick in the brain. Zhou Ai had a bad temper. After hearing this, she rolled up her sleeves and said, "No, I have to go and argue with him." Shan Li stopped him and said, "I have already scolded him." 就是 How can scolding be enough? He also threw coffee on him. Zhou Ai's mood was relieved after hearing this. She looked at Shan Li left and right, and asked, "What about you? He didn't do anything to you, did he?" He dare not. Shan Li looked weak, but he was not the kind of person who would be bullied. He would fight back when he should. The scolding was good and the throwing was even better. Zhou Ai saw that Shan Li's eyebrows were always frowning and asked, "Are you in a bad mood?" "Nah. If you saw your boyfriend, who you have been dating for a year, cheating on you on your anniversary, would you feel good?" It's not that Shan Li is so nostalgic for this relationship, but she feels sick as if she had eaten a fly when she thinks of the efforts she has made in this year. Zhou Ai understands this feeling. She was even more angry than Shan Li when she was cheated by her ex-boyfriend and she almost made him childless. "Okay, don't be angry." Zhou Ai comforted her, saying that a scumbag like Liu Shan is not worthy of you at all. You deserve better. Come on, sister will take you to find a good man. As she said that, Zhou Ai took Shan Li's arm and walked towards the parking lot. After getting in the car, Shan Li asked while fastening her seatbelt, "Where are we going?" "Don't worry about it, you will know when we get there." Zhou Ai winked. "It is definitely a good place to relieve stress. There are countless young men in it. Just ask for the contact information of anyone you like." Shan Li has been well behaved for 23 years, and suddenly she felt that it was time to indulge herself. She nodded, "Okay, let's go find a young man." 然后 Zhou Ai, "Yes, let's go find a young man." Not long after the car drove out, Shan Li's phone rang and the caller ID showed Mom. She pursed her lips and answered the phone. A woman's voice came from the other end of the receiver. "Lily, are you with Xiao Liu?" Shan Li didn't want to talk about the breakup for the time being, so she nodded lightly, "Yes." "Wang, that's good." Mom thinks Xiao Liu is a good kid. You have been dating for a year. If possible, settle the marriage first. You don't know that your relatives are very concerned about your lifelong event. Your aunt and second aunt always ask me every time they see me. Mom, I'm only 23 years old. I'm not in a hurry to get married. Shan Li's eyes fell on the car window. The moon shadows in front of her were intertwined. She stared at it for a long time and her thoughts were a little distracted. Lily. Wang called her softly. 23 is not young. Mom was pregnant with you when she was your age. Good men are hard to come by. Now that you meet one, you must seize it. So, you and Xiao Liu have a good discussion. Tell us when you have discussed it. Shan Li knew that nothing she said could dispel their idea of urgent marriage, so she simply said nothing. Mom, I have a phone call. Let's talk later. Okay, you go and get busy. Wang said before hanging up the phone, remember to go home when you have time. After the phone was hung up, Shan Li let out a long sigh. Zhou Ai put her hands on the steering wheel and the corners of her lips raised slightly. Auntie called. Yes. Shan Li shrugged slightly and said, I came to urge you to get married. Then why don't you tell your aunt about your breakup with that scumbag? Zhou Ai asked. If I tell her, she will continue to arrange blind dates for me. Shan Li leaned her elbow against the glass window and said, You know, I hate blind dates the most. The reason I agreed to Liu Shang's confession was to avoid blind dates. Zhou Ai clicked her tongue twice and said, I don't know what's wrong with parents nowadays. They keep nagging about their children not getting married, as if they have done something extremely rebellious. It's just a different concept. Shanli pursed her lips and said, Okay, let's not talk about this. Yes, let's not talk about these unhappy things. Zhou Ai opened the storage box and took out a box from it and handed it to Shanli. Do you like this birthday present? Shanli took it and opened the box. A watch appeared in front of her. She took off the one on her wrist, put on this one, and nodded, I like it. I guess you like it. Zhou Ai blinked. Shanli put her arm around Zhou Ai's shoulders and said coquettishly, Ai, if I don't have you, I really don't know how I would live. How about this, we can live together? I think it's okay. As they talked, they smiled at each other. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of a newly opened private club. They just got out of the car and the parking boy came over and drove the car away. Zhou Ai pursed her lips and said, Let's go. Shanli followed in. Because of work reasons, Shanli rarely comes to such places, and of course because Liu Shan doesn't like it. After looking left and right, they entered the elevator under the guidance of the waiter. After a while, the elevator stopped on the 5th floor. After leaving the elevator, they entered the private room on the east side. Zhou Ai is a VIP here, and the waiter is familiar with her. After ordering drinks, he asked softly, Miss Zhou, do you have any other needs? Call all the most handsome boys here. Zhou Ai put her arm on Shanli's shoulder and winked at the waiter so that my friend can see it. The waiter nodded, okay. Shanli hadn't finished her glass of wine yet when the door of the private room opened and several people walked in one after another. They were all over 1.8 meters tall and wore tight white shirts with wide-open collars, revealing strong and powerful chest muscles. He looked like a very attractive man. Shanli paused holding the glass of wine and slowly raised her eyes to look over with admiration in her eyes. Zhou Ai leaned closer and said, How is it? Is he handsome? Shanli nodded, yes, he is quite handsome. Zhou Ai hooked her finger and several people came over and sat on both sides of them. Zhou Ai asked, Can you sing? Several people answered together, yes. Zhou Ai gave the microphone to the man next to her. Come on, sing a song with your sister. Then she pushed Shanli, winked, and said with a smile, Go sing. Shanli has a good voice. When she was in school, she was called Lark. She has participated in many singing competitions and won awards, but the pressure after work was too great, and gradually she didn't sing much. Not only is she a good singer, she is also very beautiful, with a small face, delicate features, watery almond eyes, smooth and delicate skin, and a faint mole at the corner of her lips, like a delicate tulip, so beautiful that it makes people intoxicated. Zhou Ai especially found a love song, and when Shanli sang with the man, she kept clapping and cheering. Good, it's really beautiful. Shanli didn't remember how many songs she sang, and she stopped only when her throat was burning. She handed the microphone to Zhou Ai and sat back on the sofa to drink. The little brother not only sang well, but also had a good alcohol tolerance. He accompanied Shanli to drink 5 glasses without blushing. Shanli's alcohol tolerance was average. After 5 glasses of wine, she felt dizzy and stood up and walked out tremblingly. Zhou Ai asked her, What are you going to do? Shanli said, The bathroom. 就是. Isn't there one here? I don't like it. I want to go outside. As she spoke, Shanli pushed open the door of the private room and walked towards the bathroom by holding onto the wall. She didn't see the bathroom until she reached the end of the corridor. She pushed the door open and went in. After a while, she pushed the door open and went back the same way. The doors of the private rooms were all the same. She was a little unsure which one was which. She stood in front of a closed door based on her memory. She burped and muttered to herself, "This should be it." After she finished speaking, she reached out to push the door. The door seemed to be blocked by something. She didn't push it open the first time. The second time, she used some strength and pushed it hard. The door opened and someone stood in front of her. He was wearing a black shirt and black suit pants. His cold white face was flushed. Shanley threw herself into the man's arms without any struggle. His touch was really good. His waist and abdomen curves were clearly defined, his abdominal muscles were strong, and the muscles extending to below his belt were also very textured. Shanley's fingertips were faintly burned. She struggled to withdraw from his arms, wanting to see his appearance clearly. As soon as she moved away a little, her head buzzed and she fell into his arms again. Shanley was awakened by the ringing of her cell phone. She slowly opened her eyes and felt a sharp pain in her temple. She knocked her head hard, but the pain didn't subside at all. It still hurts. And it's not just her head that hurts, other parts of her body also hurt, as if she was run over by a car. She frowned, raised her hand, and touched her cell phone randomly. As she touched, she vaguely touched something hard and warm. Shanley slowly raised her head to see a man in her sight. What's even more frightening is that this man is none other than her boss, Fu Zhuang. Shanley woke up instantly, jumped up suddenly, and the quilt on her body slipped off. She suddenly felt a slight chill, looked down, and wanted to die. There was no time to think about it. The most urgent thing was to leave quickly. Shanley lifted the quilt and got out of bed, picked up the clothes on the ground randomly, and quietly went into the bathroom. After a while, she came out of the bathroom and inadvertently saw the mess on the ground. There were used waste everywhere, 1, 2, 3. Like at least 5. How crazy were they last night? Shanley's legs went weak and she almost fell. She held the wall to steady herself, gasped a few times, turned and walked towards the door. As soon as her fingertips touched the door handle, a man's clear voice came from behind. "Secretary Shen, are you planning to sleep and run away?" Chapter 2. The clear voice came leisurely from behind. Shanley's fingers holding the shoes suddenly shrank, and she subconsciously made a swallowing motion. Her heart beat uncontrollably. Every cell in her body was clamoring, and it seemed that even her hair was trembling. She stiffened her neck and kept her shoulders slightly drooped, not daring to move, and the fingers holding the door handle had red marks. A voice came from her mind. "Shanley, you are really crazy. You can sleep with anyone else but the big devil. You have enough lives to waste." The big devil is the respectful title given to Fu Zhuang by those outsiders, mainly because Fu Zhuang is too ruthless, especially when dealing with business competitors. He does not show any mercy. Whoever dares to go against him will definitely end up miserable. Those people in the business world are afraid and hate him, but they can't afford to offend him, so they only dare to talk about him behind his back. Of course, Fu Zhuang is not completely useless to them. When there is cooperation, they are still very willing to cooperate with him because the projects handled by him have always been profitable. In short, Fu Zhuang is a mythical figure in the eyes of everyone. When he is bad, he is completely bad, and when he is good, he is so good that people are grateful. The above are the evaluations of him by people in the business world. As for the noble ladies in the Beijing circle, they have another evaluation of him. He is noble, polite, and knowledgeable, and he is the one that the daughters of wealthy families want to marry. Shanley doesn't care how good Fu Zhuang is. What she cares about is how to live here smoothly and whether she will be silenced. Wu is too miserable. "Secretary Shen." Fu Zhuang called again. Shanley stood up, her back straight, with a look of heroic sacrifice, her eyebrows knitted, her lips bitten, and she slowly turned around. Facing such an embarrassing situation for the first time, she really didn't know how to deal with it. She was afraid and nervous, and her heart seemed to burst out of the cavity. She was looking forward to a miracle, such as Fu Zhuang suddenly showing mercy and letting her leave. But the miracle did not happen. Fu Zhuang stared straight at her, waiting for them to look into each other's eyes. Shanli didn't dare at all. After turning round, she lowered her head and whispered, "Fu, Mr. Fu, is there anything wrong with you? I don't know what other men and women who have slept together for a night will say when they meet the next day." Shanli has no experience at all, so she can only act on instinct. It's like a mouse seeing a cat, and her whole body is shaking. Her lips trembled, and her teeth trembled. She couldn't help but think of what Joey said in the car last night, saying that the young men in the private club charge very high fees, at least 5 figures. After hearing this, she sighed, "Forget it, it's so expensive, I can't afford it, I better let them accompany me for drinks and singing." Now, she didn't get to sleep with the 5-digit one, but she slept with a priceless one, which was really killing her. "Let's talk." After waking up, Fu Zhuang's voice was not as hoarse as before. He lifted the quilt and got off the bed, bending over to put on the shirt hanging on the chair. The man's thin figure was in full view. Talk about what?" In a panic, Shanli saw the scratches on his back, and her eyes went dark and she almost had a heart attack. She really didn't want to admit that it was her masterpiece, but they spent last night together and she didn't believe it if it wasn't her. Shanli knocked her forehead hard and bowed her head to repent. How could she sleep with the billionaire president? Who gave her the courage? She thought with a sad face. Obviously her courage was as small as a pinhole. Wait, he said he wanted to talk to her. What exactly did he want to talk to her about? Could it be about the cost? Shanli subconsciously felt through her pocket and actually found some cash. She took it out and looked at it. It was 100 yuan. She didn't have her cell phone or wallet with her, so she only had this 100 yuan. Why not give it to him first? After thinking for a moment, she quietly walked to the cabinet and put 100 yuan on it. Just as she was about to step back, she saw the man standing in front of her. Fu Zhuang's face was really hard to describe. His eyes were as dark as ink. He must be angry, and that's right, she only gave him 100 yuan. He should be angry. "Mr. Fu, this is all I have." Shanli smiled uncomfortably, and if you look closely, you will find that her fingers hanging at her side are trembling. Fu Zhuang's eyes moved from her face to the 100 yuan bill and then from the 100 yuan bill to her face again. "Secretary Shen, do you mean that I was only worth 100 yuan last night?" Shanli. She wasn't. Shanli has seen Fu Zhuang ruthlessly fire employees and has also seen other company bosses come to him and beg him to let them go, and he ruthlessly asked the security guards to kick them out. She knows his ruthless way of doing things very well. It was not easy for her to find a job, and she could not be unemployed, so she hurriedly explained, No, you misunderstood, I only need this much. If you think it is not enough, I will give it to you when I go back." Give. Probably only Shanli dared to say this. Fu Zhuang looked at her with disdain. His eyes gradually darkened. While buttoning his clothes, he asked, "How much does Secretary Shen plan to give me?" Shanli was confused by Fu Zhuang's question. Her eyelashes trembled again and again. She really didn't know how to answer. After all, if she said too little, he would be unhappy. If she said too much, she didn't have any. She likes to bite her lips when she is nervous, and this time too, she bit her lips with her teeth, and she didn't even know that there was a mark. She looked scared and aggrieved. She sighed again. Why did she have to sleep with Fu Zhuang when she could sleep with anyone else? Now it's good, she really can't leave. "Ha, why don't you talk?" Fu Zhuang raised his foot and approached. Shanli retreated unconsciously. Fu Zhuang approached again, and she retreated again. As she retreated, her back hit the door. She swallowed her saliva and tentatively said, "Fu, Why don't you name a price? If other people heard her words, they would probably give her a thumbs up and say that she was brave. In fact, Shanli regretted it after she finished speaking because she found that Fu Zhuang's face became uglier as if there were dark clouds. She tried to save the situation. Just as she was about to speak, Fu Zhuang spoke first. Tell me, who asked you to come last night? Fu Zhuang was discussing business with someone last night, and someone put something in his wine. He didn't feel anything at first, but his mind became more and more confused as time went by. Later, everyone in the private room left, and he tried to leave, but he was too dizzy to stand up. He only remembered that the man said that he would find someone to serve him. Later, he became more conscious and stood up to leave. As soon as he opened the door, someone threw himself into his arms. Later, they got into the elevator, which went up instead of down, and they came to the penthouse suite. Fu Zhuang grabbed Shan Li's arm and asked, Tell me, who asked you to come last night? Shan Li didn't know why the situation suddenly changed. She endured the pain and said, Mr. Fu, what are you talking about? Who asked me to come? I came with my friend. I don't remember how I ended up sleeping with. You and your friend. Yes, his hand was too strong. Shanli felt pain on her wrist. She twisted her body and it hurt. Fu Zhuang looked down at her and slowly loosened his hand when he saw that she didn't seem to be lying. Didn't someone ask you to come? Yes, no one. Shanli shook her arm and frowned at Fu Zhuang. Did you grow up eating iron? You have so much strength. Fu Zhuang's expression returned to normal and he continued another topic. 那个, what price did you ask me to quote? Shanli, here I come again. Shanli had been sitting at her workstation in the same posture for 2 hours. During these 2 hours, she ignored anyone who spoke to her. She just stared at the front, and she didn't know what she was looking at. Occasionally, you can hear her sighing with a look of despair on her face, which makes people wonder what happened to her. Shanli once again stole a glance at the door of the president's office, and her heartbeat became disordered again. Thinking of the last words Fu Zhuang said when they separated in the morning, she just sat there and her legs were shaking. He said, Shanli, I didn't sleep in vain. With a click, the pen in Shanli's hand fell to the ground. She came to her senses and bent down to pick it up. After picking it up, she stood up and raised her eyes to meet a cold look. I don't know when Fu Zhuang came out of the office. Seeing this, others stood up and bowed their heads to greet him. Hello, President Fu. Usually Shanli would bow her head and greet with everyone, but today was a little different. It seemed that she was glued to the chair and forgot to get up. If the colleague next to her hadn't pulled her arm, she would still be in a daze. She pursed her lips and lowered her voice. Hello, President Fu. Fu Zhuang withdrew his gaze without any expression, raised his foot and walked forward. After walking a few steps, he stopped, turned around slowly, and said in a calm voice in front of everyone, Secretary Shen, the coffee you made last time was good. Go make another cup. I want to drink it. The pen that Shanli had just picked up fell to the ground again with a click. After Fu Zhuang left, everyone else ran over, each of them very excited. Well, Shanli, Fu Zhuang praised you. You have only been on the 60th floor for 3 months and President Fu praised you. I have been here for 2 years and President Fu has never praised me. Okay, I have been here for 5 years and President Fu has never praised me. Is our President Fu the kind of person who can praise others? It's good enough that President Fu doesn't scold people. Everyone was talking at once, and Shanli didn't even have the strength to respond. She just felt that there was a sword hanging over her head, which could fall at any time. Too miserable. 那个 today's work was harder than ever. After finally getting through to the end of the day, Shan Li did not take the initiative to stay for overtime but hurriedly slipped away when Fu Zhuang was not around. Zhou Ai waited patiently for Shan Li to get off work. When she saw her, the first thing she asked was, "How did you get together with your boss last night?" Zhou Ai had been curious all day, so she grabbed Shan Li's arm and said, "Tell me the truth, what happened? If I say I don't know, will you believe me?" Shan Li held her forehead with her hand and said, "I don't remember what happened last night." "Do you remember calling me?" Zhou Ai asked. "I don't remember." Shan Li drank too much last night and had a serious blackout, so she couldn't remember anything. Zhou Ai reminded, "You have no recollection of calling me with your boss phone?" No. Shan Li shook her head. "Do you remember what you did last night?" "I don't remember." Zhou Ai saw a red mark on the side of Shan Li's neck from the corner of her eye. 就是 They are all adults, so she doesn't need to guess how that mark was made. She covered her lips and gasped. "Did you sleep together last night?" Shan Li swallowed her saliva and said with a helpless hum, "I slept." The next second, Zhou Ai's mood suddenly changed. She put down her hand and screamed out. Shan Li frowned. "What?" 然后 You actually slept with Fu Zhuang. Don't blame Zhou Ai for being surprised. After all, people like Fu Zhuang are not easy to sleep with. He has a serious misophobia. Strictly speaking, it is sexual and misophobia, which means he doesn't do that to women. 然后 There were competitors who wanted to force Fu Zhuang to submit by taking advantage of the women around him. After searching around, they found that he actually had no women. Which man is not romantic? Fu Zhuang is not one of them. He is simply a model among men and the first person to observe male virtues. However, this first person to observe male virtues broke the precepts for the first time with Shan Li. No wonder Zhou Ai was amazed. "Lily, you are so awesome." Zhou Ai exclaimed, saying that people on the internet said that Fu Zhuang's figure is comparable to that of male stars in the entertainment industry. How is it, isn't it? Shan Li tapped his temple and he was blackout, he couldn't remember. How is his skill in that aspect? I don't know. Were you guys very intense last night? No impression. The meal was almost over and Zhou Ai was still asking one last question. How many times did you do it last night? Shan Li's mind flashed back to the mess he saw in the morning and he coughed lightly. 55 times. 5 times. Zhou Ai was about to scream again, but Shan Li covered her mouth in advance. Zhou Ai blinked and said in a muffled voice, "By the way, have you taken any measures?" Don't get rid of any little life." Shan Li moved his hand away, picked up the water cup and took a big sip, and said uncertainly, "Should." "Should? What do you mean by should?" Zhou Ai didn't understand. There were used ones on the ground, and there were unused ones by the bed, so they should have done it. After Shan Li finished speaking, she drank the remaining half cup of water. "That should be." Zhou Ai didn't know what she remembered, and she held her chin and said, "In fact, with genes like Fu Zhuang, his children must be excellent. And it would be nice to have one." Shan Li put down her water cup and casually agreed, "It's also good to let the father go and keep the son." Just as she finished speaking, Shan Li's phone rang and someone sent her a WeChat message. 然后 First a photo. Then a sentence. "President Fu, did you put this money in the office?" Chapter 3. At that time, Shan Li hesitated for a long time but still walked into the president's office before leaving get off work, put the money on Fu Zhuang's desk, and pressed it with a folder to reveal a corner. As for the amount of money, after thinking about it, she finally decided to pay 10,000. 10,000 for a night's sleep, this cost is not cheap. Seeing that she didn't reply, Fu Zhuang sent a second message. is this all my value in your eyes? Fu Zhuang's personality is sometimes hard to figure out. It stands to reason that a man of his wealth should not care so much about money, but he really cares about it. Shanli's fingers trembled, swallowed her saliva, and replied flatteringly, "Of course you are priceless in my heart." Fu Zhuang, since Secretary Shan thinks I am priceless, he must know how much difference should be made up. Shanli. Is she digging a hole to bury herself? God knows, in Shanli's eyes, Fu Zhuang has never been the kind of person who can joke and is humorous, but his words about making up the difference still give her a certain illusion. 这个 Fu Zhuang might be joking with her. Shanli, Mr. Fu, what do you mean? Fu Zhuang, Secretary Shan is very smart, how come he doesn't even understand what I said? Fu Zhuang, it means literally, you see when the difference will be made up. Make up. Shanli's eyes widened, her hands trembled more violently, and she sobbed in her heart. If she had known earlier, she would not have said he was priceless in order to make him happy. She should have just said he was worth 10,000. Besides, she was not the only one who benefited last night. She was tossed to pieces by him and was about to fall apart. Now she still hurts everywhere. Shanli swallowed her saliva again. That Mr. Fu, 然后 how do I complete it? Fu Zhuang might have something to do, so he replied a few minutes later. He first sent a string of numbers and then said, just pay the rest. Shanli looked at the rich list and silently counted Fu Zhuang's net worth, 12 digits. To complete it, just take her life. She looked like she had no desire to live, and she became bolder and typed a line of words. I don't have money, but I do have a life. 就是 Normally, she would not dare to say such a rebellious thing, even if she was beaten to death. That was Fu Zhuang, the big devil in everyone's mouth. She didn't want to live anymore and dared to provoke him. Tonight, she just drank a little wine and she was drunk, so she didn't care. After sending it, Zhou Ai saw that she looked like she was going to die and asked, what's wrong? Why is your face so ugly? You are going to die. Shanli said with a sad face that Fu Zhuang wanted me to pay for sleeping with him last night. Ahem. Zhou Ai coughed and blinked. What? What happened to Fu Zhuang? Shanli felt dizzy and couldn't explain it at all. She handed the phone to Zhou Ai. The more Zhou Ai looked at it, the wider her eyes opened. My goodness, is Fu Zhuang like this in private? It was a bit too unexpected. After all, the rumors about him were that he was decisive and merciless. How come his chat with Shanli was completely different? Is this really Fu Zhuang? Is the truth? Has he always been like this? Shanli shook her head. He was not like this before. I have been transferred to the 60th floor for 3 months. I have only spoken to him a few times. He never looked at me straight before. Fu Zhuang has not only Shanli but also 5 secretaries around him. They have a very detailed division of labor. Shanli is only responsible for daily affairs, serving tea, pouring water, and delivering documents. The work she handles is now the most core. Of course, this is also related to the fact that she has been transferred to the 60th floor for too short a time. You mean, he suddenly became like this after you slept last night? Yes. Shanli pouted her lips and nodded agreeably. Suddenly she remembered something and sat up straight. Do you think he has any conspiracy? What conspiracy could there be? Zhou Ai looked at Shanli. He is after sex, right? Fu Zhuang must have seen women who are prettier than you. Is he after money? Your savings can't even buy a bathroom for others. Although Zhou Ai's words hurt her heart, it is true. Shanli pursed her lips. Why is he like this suddenly? He is your boss, how would I know? Zhou Ai winked. Do you think it is possible that he likes you? Shanley reached out and touched Joey's forehead. It was quite normal and there was no fever. Joey slapped her hand away. I am not talking nonsense. Otherwise, tell me yourself, why is he like this suddenly? If Shanley knew the reason, would she need to ask Joey? She lowered her eyes and pondered for a while. Does he have a first night complex? How do you know that he is a first night? Joey's focus is a little unusual. Maybe he has slept with other people. Impossible. Shanley remembers something in her memory. She didn't find the right position at first, and she rushed round afterwards. If she had experience, she wouldn't be so awkward. She coughed lightly. He has a sexual or cleansing obsession. Joey clapped her hands. What you mean is that he is immune to you. Shanley. On the other side, Fu Zhuang was having a small gathering with friends. Seeing that he was in a good mood, Liang Chen shook his wine glass and joked, I saw you so depressed last time, why do you look so much better tonight? No headache. Fu Zhuang has severe insomnia. I don't remember when it started. When I realized it, the condition was already very serious. He had difficulty falling asleep every night and often couldn't fall asleep. For this reason, the elders of the Fu family were worried about it and found many doctors for him, but the treatment effect was not good. He still couldn't sleep when he shouldn't. Recently, Fu's company negotiated a project worth nearly 10 billion yuan, which he was fully responsible for. This caused him to be highly nervous and insomnia again. This time the insomnia lasted longer. He didn't sleep for 3 hours in 3 days. When he had a headache, he could only take painkillers. But the medicine didn't relieve the pain much, the pain was still there. The last time Liang Chen saw him, he was the most tired, pale and listless, which was nothing like tonight. What did you say? Fu Zhuang's fingers holding the wine glass paused, his eyelids slowly lifted, and there was something strange in his eyes. I asked you how your head was. Is it better? Liang Chen said in a calm voice, is it still not working? Liang Chen didn't mention Fu Zhuang and he actually forgot about his insomnia and headache. The disease that had accompanied him for a long time was miraculously much better today, so much so that he forgot about it. With a snap, he put down the cup and thought about why it was possible. He thought about everything carefully but still got nothing. Why didn't it hurt so much suddenly? When Fu Zhuang was thinking hard, Liang Chen said again, how was your sleep these days? Can you sleep? Fu Zhuang seemed to have a flash of light in front of his eyes. No wonder his head didn't hurt so much, because he fell asleep last night and slept well. This cognition made Fu Zhuang a little uncertain. Ao Shuang, what happened to you? Liang Chen stretched out his hand and waved it in front of his eyes. 这个, is he possessed? Fu Zhuang slapped his hand away, his Adam's apple rose slightly and said in a calm voice, do you think insomnia is really incurable? I have to ask you this. If Liang Chen remembered correctly, Fu Zhuang had been to many doctors at home and abroad for this disease, and all doctors could not find a cure, saying that it was difficult to explain with common sense. As for the Fu family, because they did not want to miss any opportunity, they even went to the temple to make a wish. After all, for things that science cannot solve, everyone will put their hopes on myths. In order to comfort his family, Fu Zhuang did not raise any objections but just said that you are happy. Not only Liang Chen found that Fu Zhuang was not right, Song Kai and Zhou Zhan also found it. Song Kai asked, Ao Zhuang, what happened to you? Fu Zhuang did not know how to explain this matter. He picked up the wine glass and took a sip of wine and said in a calm voice, I just remembered some other things. Speaking of other things, Zhou Zhan also remembered something and raised his eyebrows. Where did you sleep last night? Zhou Zhan called Fu Zhuang early this morning, but Fu Zhuang didn't answer. Later, he called Fu Zhuang's assistant, who mumbled, Mister. Joe, I can't contact Mr. Fu either. Fu Zhuang's whereabouts had never been hidden from his assistant, and it had been like this for so many years. Zhou Zhan casually asked, "Didn't he go home last night?" The assistant said, "No." 这个 It's no secret that Fu Zhuang has misophonia. He can't get used to sleeping in a hotel. First, he thinks it's too dirty, and second, it's because of insomnia and headaches. Come on, where did you go last night when you didn't go back to Linhai Mansion? Zhou Zhan was very interested in where Fu Zhuang went last night. Could it be that he went to fool around with some woman? Before Fu Zhuang could say anything, Liang Chen hissed softly, "Zhou Zhan, you have a hole in your head. Is a Zhuang that kind of person?" In his life dictionary, there is no woman except work. Song Kai agreed, "We know what a Zhuang is like best." He hasn't even been in a relationship. How could he fool around with women? What nonsense are you talking about? Zhou Zhan pouted, "Don't interrupt, let a Zhuang speak for himself." After the words fell, the three of them looked at Fu Zhuang in unison, staring at him without blinking. Fu Zhuang put down the empty wine glass and said calmly, "Well, I didn't go home, I lived in Siting. Siting is a private club, with places for fun and places for guests to rest. Before, they would leave directly after having enough fun." Ahem. Liang Chen said in shock, "Siting? You actually slept in Siting last night?" Zhou Zhan pushed Liang Chen. "Who were you with?" "Fu Zhuang, my secretary, Shan Li." Shan Li had just come out of the hotel and suddenly felt a chill on her back. She couldn't help but shrank her neck. Zhou Ai was still teasing her, "Hey, since you and Fu Zhuang have slept together, why don't you two just be together?" "Fu Zhuang. Be with him. Let's not talk about whether their identities are suitable, let's talk about other things." Shan Li frowned. "Do I think I'm not dying fast enough?" "Are you so afraid of him?" Zhou Ai said, "He doesn't look like such a scary person. You don't know how terrifying he is." In order to verify her statement, Shan Li rolled up her sleeves and showed Zhou Ai a look. "Did you see it?" Her arms were densely covered with kiss marks. Zhou Ai nodded. "He hit you pretty hard." Shan Li was about to nod, but then she heard Zhou Ai say, "But haven't you heard the saying, beating is love and scolding is affection? I think he really loves you." "Shan Li, there's nothing to talk about." Shan Li didn't take Fu Zhuang's words about making up the price difference to heart, and just thought that what happened that night was a dream. When she woke up, everything was gone. 然后 she still went to work as usual. The only difference was that she never dared to go to Fu Zhuang's office again. In the past, when she heard her colleagues talking about Fu Zhuang, she would also interject a word or two, but recently she didn't do that, for fear of burying herself accidentally. And Fu Zhuang didn't look for her again because of the project. It was said that the project had a very difficult problem, and he spent all his time solving the problem. His schedule was the same as before: North City, abroad, and home. He became a frequent flyer again, spending more than half of his time abroad and a small part of his time in North City. As for Shan Li, the most common thing she does after work every day is to water the flowers. The pot of daffodils in the president's office is about to die. Some time ago, she didn't dare to come in because she was afraid of running into Fu Zhuang. Now that he is not in the company, she has the courage to step in again. Watering once a day, 2 months passed quickly. In early December, the first snow fell in North City. Shan Li sat in a taxi, listening to the radio and replying to Zhou Ai's message. "AI Beauty, what happened between you and Fu Zhuang later?" "Xiao Li, nothing happened. He is the boss and I am the employee." "AI Beauty, that's it. That's it. 肖丽丽，那个 otherwise, what else do you think there is?" "AI Beauty, it is said that people who have tasted meat can no longer eat vegetarian food." 那个 How did Fu Zhuang bear it after sleeping with you?" "肖丽丽, stop, it was a long time ago." Besides, we are all adults and one-night stands are nothing. Beauty, you are quite open-minded, but I warn you, be careful not to say anything too much, or something unexpected will happen to you. 肖丽丽, what unexpected thing could happen? I can't be pregnant, can I? After the message was sent, Shanli paused on the spot. Wait, how long has it been since her period? Chapter 4. The radio was playing a program about emotional topics. A man married a woman he had loved for many years. 然后, however, after several years of marriage, his wife had not gotten pregnant. The elders in the family could not stand it and asked the man to divorce his wife. The man came to the program for help. What should he do to satisfy the elders in the family and avoid divorce? The audience expressed their opinions. Shanli was not in the mood to listen. She counted on her fingers how long it had been since she had her period. 1 month. That's not right. 1.5 months. That doesn't seem right either. 2 months. Her period was always irregular. Sometimes it came once a month, sometimes once every 2 months, and the longest time was once every 3 months. Because this happened many times, she didn't take her period that seriously anymore because it would come sooner or later anyway. She took out her phone and checked the calendar and finally concluded that it should be 2 months. She raised her hand and patted her chest. Fortunately, it's only 2 months, it shouldn't be a big deal. Just as she let go of her worries, Joey's WeChat came in again. Lily, let me remind you that women who have sex should be more careful. I suggest you buy a pregnancy test stick to try, just in case you are pregnant. Shanli remembered that she would occasionally write something in the memo. After exiting WeChat, she clicked on the memo and found the record about her period. It was the same as she remembered. The longest record was once every 3 months, and it lasted for nearly a year. She curled her lips slightly and replied, You know that I don't allow my period, it won't be such a coincidence. Joey, what if I am pregnant? Shanli, don't worry, there is no such a possibility. Besides, we used condoms, how could it be possible? Joey, condoms are not 100% effective in preventing pregnancy. I always have a feeling that you will have something. Shanli, PFFT, I won't have anything, let alone get pregnant. Joey, what if I really get pregnant? Baby, what are you going to do? Shanli replied casually, Didn't I tell you last time? Get rid of the father and keep the son. Joey, you are awesome. The reason why Shanli answered so casually was because she was sure that she would not get pregnant easily. The doctor said that she was not easy to get pregnant and her chance of getting pregnant was lower than other women. Even if she gets married in the future and wants a baby, she has to take good care of herself, otherwise it will be really difficult to get pregnant. Thinking of this, she felt more at ease, took out a lollipop from her bag, tore off the packaging, put it in her mouth and ate it slowly. Listeners on the radio were still calling the hotline. Shanli accidentally heard someone say, marriage is for the purpose of procreation. What kind of woman is a woman if she can't give birth to a child? If it were me, I would have divorced her long ago. Shanli sneered and thought, who stipulated that women must give birth to children after marriage? This is really a serious illness. I don't know if it was because he was too disgusting to hear him or something else, but inexplicably she felt a little nauseous. She lowered the car window and blew the cold wind to feel better. Sure enough, scumbags are uncomfortable. 这个 They are so disgusting even across the radio waves. When she was about to get off the car, Shanli's cell phone rang. It was a call from Wen Wang. She first reminded her that the weather was cold and she should remember to wear more clothes. Then the topic naturally shifted to urgent marriage. Since Wen Wang knew that Shanli and Liu Sheng had broken up, she became more and more neurotic. She was afraid that Shanli would not be able to get married, so she kept arranging blind dates for her. Mom, I'm very busy recently and don't have time for blind dates. Shanli interrupted when Wang saw and said, I won't be free until the new year. Are you so busy just as a secretary? When Wang doesn't know much about the workplace. She has been a housewife since she got married. She has never worked and doesn't know what to do at work. Well, very busy. 然后 Shanli said, it's the end of the year and there are more things to do. I don't even have time to eat lunch. 那个 Do you think I'm busy? So, let's wait until you take your annual leave. When Wang said, let's focus on a few days and meet more people. Mom, I finally have an annual leave, can't you let me take a break? How can blind dates not be considered a break? What if you like someone, isn't it also a break to go on a date together? Shanli really couldn't communicate with her. The car stopped steadily. After she paid, she pushed the door down and said as she walked, do you have anything else? No, I'm hanging up. Nothing else. 那个 When Wang reminded, remember to come back early when you take your annual leave. Let's talk about it then. Shanli said in a light voice, I have a call coming in, I'll hang up first. Before Wang finished speaking, she hung up the phone directly. In a trance, the discomfort in her stomach became more severe. She frowned and walked to the trash can and threw the lollipop in her hand into it. It seems someone has said that you can't eat too much sweets or you'll feel uncomfortable in your stomach. Patting her chest a few times, she entered the community. Seeing that she didn't reply to WeChat, Joey called her, Hey, Lily, is your company going to cooperate with Lian Group? Shanli kicked off her high heels, not even wearing slippers, and walked to the sofa on the carpet, taking off her coat while replying, Yes, what's wrong? Are you familiar with that Lian Chen? Joey asked. I've seen him a few times. Shanli hung her coat on the hanger and started to take off her skirt. What's wrong? Do you have an interview assignment? Joey is a reporter for a magazine and has interview assignments from time to time. Well, the editor-in-chief wants me to interview him. Joey sighed softly, but he's hard to make an appointment with. I've been to Lian Group many times, but I only saw his assistant, who said his schedule was full and it would be after the new year. Baby, I really can't help you with this. Shanli apologized and said, You know, I'm just a small secretary. I can't even get in touch with ordinary projects, let alone other things. How can you be considered a small secretary? Joey changed her previous decadence and said, Don't forget, you are a woman who has slept with a billionaire president. Even TV dramas don't dare to play your experience like this. Don't laugh at me. Shanli went to the kitchen to make herself a cup of coffee. That night, the big devil was drunk and didn't know what he was doing. If it were normal times, I wouldn't even be able to get 1 meter close to him. You are his secretary and you can't do that, let alone other women. Joey sighed and said, So he is really very self-disciplined. Shanli blinked. Are they talking about Fu Zhuang's self-discipline? Are they talking about his cold-bloodedness? Anyway, I really can't help you. It's okay, I'll think of a way myself. Joey looked at the time and said, I still have manuscripts to organize, so I'll go and get busy first. Okay, you go and get busy. After the call ended, Shanli sat on the sofa with a cup of coffee. Just as she was about to drink, she felt nauseous again. Shanli. The effect of a scumbag is really strong. It's been so long, why is she still disgusted? The coffee was unpalatable, so she put down the cup and went to the kitchen to make herself a cup of honey water. After drinking the water, her stomach felt warm. Just as she was enjoying herself, her cell phone rang. Shanli walked out of the living room, picked up the phone from the coffee table and saw that it was a work call, so she quickly answered it. Assistant Wen, is there anything? Wen Xiang is Fu Zhuang's accompanying assistant and also the general assistant. He is fully responsible for both official and private matters and is equivalent to a department manager in the company. Senior staff respect him very much. After all, seeing him is like seeing Fu Zhuang. Secretary Shen, are you busy now? Wen Xiang said. Now? Not busy. Shen Li blinked. Is there anything? General Manager Fu has a cold, please buy some medicine and send it over. I don't know if it's because Wen Xiang has been with Fu Zhuang for too long, but his tone and speed of speech are very similar. Shen Li swallowed her saliva. Me. Do I send it? Yes. Wen Xiang said, can you come over? In principle, it's not possible. Shen Li doesn't want to go, but what about the others? Shen Li asked tentatively, why do you want me to send it? Aren't you Mr. Food Secretary? Seeing her hesitation, Wen Xiang said firmly, Secretary Shen, I hope you understand that no matter whether it is you or me, we should go to do it as soon as Mr. Fu needs it. Or do you have other ideas? Shen Li didn't dare to say it even if she had an idea. She denied it and said, no, I will send it over right away. Okay, I'll send you the address. Wen Xiang urged, hurry up. Shen Li was very dissatisfied, but she had to put on her clothes again and go out. As she walked, she thought, what exactly is Fu Zhuang going to do? Lin Hai mentioned after Wen Xiang hung up the phone. He said, Mr. Fu, Secretary Shen has arrived. Fu Zhuang pinched his eyebrows and nodded, okay, you can go. Wen Xiang hesitated, are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital? 这个 No. Fu Zhuang put down his hand and leaned back on the sofa, his eyelids half drooping. He had already taken the medicine and didn't need to go to the hospital. Secretary Shen. Wen Xiang hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly met Fu Zhuang's eyes. At that moment, he was frightened and trembled. Fu Zhuang asked him, I see that you care about Secretary Shen a lot. Do you have a good relationship? Wen Xiang has been with Fu Zhuang for many years. He knows what he wants to do with his eyes. He immediately shook his head and denied it. No, we are just ordinary colleagues. Very good, let's continue to maintain this relationship in the future. Fu Zhuang said in a calm voice, let's go. Yes. Wen Xiang walked to the door and looked back. Questions flashed in his eyes. When did President Fu meet Secretary Shen? Suddenly, something seemed to emerge in his mind. Could it be that night? Wen Xiang immediately understood something and nodded slightly. No wonder President Fu asked not to give Secretary Shen too much work. It turned out to be this reason. An hour later, Shen Li arrived at Linhai Mansion. She was not in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery here. She raised her hand and rang the doorbell. The servant opened the door to pick her up and said with a smile, Miss Shen. Shen Li paused, then raised her lips and said, Hello, is President Fu here? The master is here. 然后 the servant said, please follow me. Shen Li didn't know how Fu Zhuang introduced herself to the servant, but she was not used to hearing the servant call her Miss Shen all the time. She interrupted with a smile and said, just call me Shen Li. The servant smiled and still didn't change the name. She pointed upstairs. Miss Shen, the master is upstairs. Shen Li nodded slightly and went upstairs slowly. She walked very slowly and kept imagining in her mind, what exactly did Fu Zhuang want to do? Did he really just want her to deliver cold medicine? Then she gave the answer herself. It should be, a man like him couldn't have any intentions towards her. According to what the servant said, she went upstairs and turned left, walked to the innermost part, stood at the door, raised her hand and knocked on the door. Mr. Fu, no one answered from inside. Shanli tried to push the door. The door slowly opened. She walked in suspiciously, and just after a few steps, she saw a man leaning against the sofa with his eyes closed to rest. The light reflected on his face. There was a faint black and blue under his eyelids, and he looked very tired. Shanli was not sure whether to go over and wake him up. She stood there for about 2 minutes, and Fu Zhuang spoke. "Come here." Shanli looked round to make sure he was talking to her. She walked over and stood 2 steps away from him. "Mr. Fu, I'll buy the medicine." Before she could finish her words, Fu Zhuang pulled her to sit on the sofa. Shanli froze instantly, not daring to move. The medicine in her hand fell to the ground. She said with trembling teeth, "Mr. Fu, please. Don't talk, stay with me to sleep for a while." Fu Zhuang interrupted. Stay. Stay with me to sleep." Shanli instantly remembered that night. Although she didn't have much memory, she still felt the sensation in her body. She jumped and wanted to stand up, but was pulled back by Fu Zhuang again. She spoke first, her voice trembling. "That fool. I won't sleep with you." The man next to her moved closer to her, his eyes still closed. After a long time, he said, "It's not like we haven't slept together before." "Shanli. Can you stop talking so much?" Shanli had pharyngitis and saliva. It was a mistake last time." Mistake?" The man who had his eyes closed suddenly opened them, and the tiredness on his face disappeared instantly. Fortunately, there were still red bloodshot eyes, which made him look a little weaker. He glanced at Shanli and said, "Sleeping with me is a mistake." Shanli didn't remember how she walked out of Linhai Mansion. After getting in the car, she was still uneasy. Was Fu Zhuang going to eat people just now? His eyes were too scary. Later, she thought about it again. That's right, no man would be willing to hear a woman say that. Shanli hit her forehead. She was really a pig brain. How could she say the truth? I don't know if it was because she ran for too long or was scared just now. 然后 Shanli's discomfort came again, more serious than any previous time. She took out her mobile phone and searched according to the symptoms. If she didn't search, she wouldn't know. Once she searched, she was shocked. Everyone said that her symptoms meant she was pregnant. Shanli, impossible, she wouldn't be pregnant. But before entering the gate of the community, she saw the pharmacy next to it. She hesitated for a moment and walked in. When she came out, she was holding a pregnancy test stick in her hand. She bought 5 at once. Shanli used it for the first time, and it was now smooth. She tried 3 times before she succeeded, and then she just waited for the result. She kept building up her mind. Definitely not pregnant, definitely not pregnant, definitely not. When she picked up the pregnancy test stick and looked at the 2 bars on it, Shanli seemed to be frozen. She is pregnant. Chapter 5. Shanli's hand trembled, and the pregnancy test stick fell to the ground and rolled under the cabinet. Her long, curly and fine eyelashes trembled again and again. Her face was reflected in the glass mirror, her eyebrows were wrinkled, and she looked like she had seen a ghost. Then the corners of her lips rose. She chuckled and muttered to herself, how is it possible呢? There must be something wrong with the pregnancy test stick. Yes, there is something wrong with the pregnancy test stick. She opened the door and walked out, but after taking a few steps, she turned back and took out the remaining 2 pregnancy test sticks from the drawer. She made a swallowing motion, continued to talk to herself, and tried again. Putting down the pregnancy test stick, she went to the kitchen, poured herself a full glass of water, drank it, and began to walk around the room. 10 minutes later, she went to the bathroom again. Unlike before, her hands were shaking this time. She calmed her mind and told herself not to panic. The next second, she was scared again and didn't dare to try. 那个, what if it was true? Suddenly, a voice popped up in her mind. The doctor said that you have a difficult physique to get pregnant, the kind that is very difficult to get pregnant. How could it be so coincidental that you got pregnant overnight? Maybe there was something wrong with the pregnancy test stick just now. Shanley subconsciously thought that this was the reason, pursed her lips and nodded, thinking, yes, there was something wrong with the pregnancy test stick. With a determined heart, she opened the package of the pregnancy test stick, and soon a scream came from the bathroom. Oh, Shanley stared at it with wide eyes, and there were 2 bright red bars again. She looked carefully at the instructions and concluded that she was really pregnant. Shanley experienced what it meant to be a bolt from the blue. She sat on the sofa with her knees hugged, staring at the pregnancy test stick for a long time and really didn't understand what went wrong. They clearly wore a condom. Later, I remembered what Joey said, that wearing a condom is not necessarily safe, and I suddenly wanted to hit the wall. If she had known earlier, she would have taken contraceptives in advance. Now, it's good, it's really a big deal. Shanley had no experience in such a thing for the first time, and she was very nervous. After hesitating for a long time, she called Joey. At that time, Joey was revising the manuscript. After answering the phone, she said, "What's wrong with the baby?" Shanley pursed her lips and swallowed her saliva. Then, my friend she has a question that she can't figure out, so she asked me to help ask. Your friend? Which friend of yours? Joey said, do you have any friends besides me? It's my colleague in the company. Shanley mentioned someone randomly and blinked. That colleague of mine found out that she was pregnant, and she didn't know what to do. 然后 Joey put down the pen and asked, is your colleague married? Shanley, no. Have you reached the stage of talking about marriage? No. How long has she been dating her boyfriend? Not a boyfriend, yes. What? It's a one-night stand. After Shanley finished speaking, there was no sound from Joey. Shanley tentatively called, AI. Joey said, tell me the truth, is this colleague you are talking about yourself? Unexpectedly, it was so easy for Joey to guess it. Shanley did not hide it and said softly, yes, it's me. AI, I'm pregnant. Are you really pregnant? Joey asked, how do you know you are pregnant? I bought a pregnancy test stick to try. Shanley said honestly, and these few days my stomach has always been a little uncomfortable and I have been nauseous. Why didn't you tell me? I thought I ate something bad, who knows? Shanley was very panicked. AI, what do you think I should do? In this way, you just use the pregnancy test stick to test, which may not be accurate. I will accompany you to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. Joey comforted Shanley, what if it is not? Shanley also hoped that this would be the result and agreed, okay, let's go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow, maybe it is not. As soon as she finished speaking, she said with tears in her voice, but the internet said that the pregnancy test stick is very accurate as long as there are 2 bars. You are pregnant. I just saw it, and the 2 bars are very eye-catching. AI, I may really be pregnant. What do you plan to do if you are really pregnant? Joey asked tentatively, should I tell Fu Zhuang? Tell Fu Zhuang? The man's cannibalistic eyes just now appeared in front of Shanley's eyes, and she shook her head, no. He has the right to know about this. Joey said softly, you should tell him. Let's wait until tomorrow's checkup. Shanley was a little evasive. She subconsciously hoped that the pregnancy was fake, and you should accompany me to the hospital tomorrow. Okay, I'll accompany you. Joey was afraid that she couldn't sleep well, so she comforted her and said, don't think too much, maybe the test was wrong. Well, I won't think too much. She said so, but she couldn't help thinking about it in her heart. From time to time, two voices sounded in Shanli's heart. One said, we wore a condom, it can't be such a coincidence ba, it must be a mistake. The other said, wearing a condom can't be 100% safe, judging from the symptoms, is pregnant. One, it doesn't matter if you are pregnant, just get rid of it. The other, abortion. Don't do that. The doctor has said that it is difficult for you to get pregnant. If you do get the abortion, what if you can't get pregnant in the future? One person said, if you can't get pregnant, then you can't get pregnant. What's there to be afraid of? Another person said, that won't work. 那个, a woman still needs to have a child for her life to be perfect. The two voices ran alternately, making Shanli unable to fall asleep. She pulled the quilt over her head, but the voice was still there. She covered her ears with her hands, but the voice was still there. Shanli crawled out of the quilt, stared at the chandelier above her head, and fell asleep when it was almost dawn. After falling asleep, she had a nightmare. She dreamed that the doctor said she was pregnant. 那个 later, Fu Zhuang knew about her pregnancy and locked her up. He sneered and said, you are not allowed to go anywhere until the child is born. Shanli woke up from her dream suddenly. Her whole body was covered with cold sweat. Fu Zhuang's eyes were so scary. She shook her shoulders. No, Fu Zhuang must not know about this. 然后, at 8 o'clock, Zhou Ai drove to pick up Shanli. Seeing that she looked depressed, she comforted her and said, it's okay, maybe it's just a mistake. Shanli said in a low spirit, I hope so. Zhou Ai coughed lightly. What if? I said what if it's true? What are you going to do? Shanli thought of last night's dream again and couldn't help trembling again. She lowered her head and whispered, I haven't thought about it. Forget it, don't think about it for now, Zhou Ai said, wait until you see the doctor. Shanli swore that she had never hated the hospital so much, hated talking to the doctor, and today she really hated it. Doctor, what did you say just now? Shanli asked again. I said you are pregnant. The doctor smiled at the corner of his lips. Congratulations. Shanli's face was pale and her smile was uglier than crying. Are you sure? Could it be wrong? Blood test is the most accurate. The doctor said, yes, you are pregnant. Later, the doctor also said a lot of precautions, such as couples should try not to have sex in the early stages of pregnancy, such as what to pay attention to in diet. And when the due date is. But Shanli didn't want to listen at all. After the doctor finished speaking, she asked, Doctor, can this child be aborted? The doctor paused. You don't want it? Shanli pursed her lips. She was too busy with work, so. It's better now too. The doctor looked at Shanli's test results. Your uterine wall is too thin. It's not easy to get pregnant. If you have a miscarriage, you will have to have a curettage. The uterine wall will be thinner and it will be more difficult to get pregnant in the future. If you don't handle it well, you will be infertile for life. I advise you to think it over carefully. Shanli asked, is it that serious? Doctor, yes. Shanli came out of the clinic as if she had lost her soul. Zhou Ai went to meet her. What did the doctor say? Shanli showed Zhou Ai the test results and sighed, AI, I'm really pregnant. How just? What a coincidence. She is pregnant. If her mother knew about this, she would scold her. Crazy, really crazy. Zhou Ai read the report of the examination result carefully and then asked, what are you going to do? Shanli was confused. How could she know what to do? The doctor did not recommend that I have an abortion, saying that the risk was too great. So do you plan to give birth to the baby? Zhou Ai sat next to Shanli and asked sideways, will you raise the baby by yourself? Shanli leaned back in her chair, frowned and said, I really don't know. Zhou Ai saw that she was at a loss, patted her shoulder, and said, well, don't go to work today. I'll take you home and then have a good sleep. Shanli shook her head and said, I only asked for half a day off. Zhou Ai suggested, you can ask for another half a day off. I can't ask for it. Assistant Wen said that he would only give me half a day off. Shanli stood up and took me to the company. In the car, Zhou Ai was still very worried. Are you sure you can go to work like this? You have to go even if you can't. Shanli leaned her head against the car window, looking very depressed. There was a meeting in the afternoon, and I needed to take minutes of the meeting. There were also some other things that I had to do. Aren't you afraid that Fu Zhuang will find out something? Zhou Ai asked. Shanli sat up straight and touched her face. Can you tell? Anyway, your face looks very bad, Zhou Ai said while turning the steering wheel. Fu Zhuang is quite smart. You should be careful. After that, she said, but I think that your pregnancy is also related to him. Otherwise, you can tell him and listen to what he says. What if he wants to take responsibility? Shanli's head became a rattle. I don't want him to take responsibility. Why is he so scary? It's not scary, it's mainly because we are not compatible at all. Besides, getting married for the sake of a child is so incredible. Maybe Fu Zhuang just wants to marry you. But I don't want to marry him. No matter how Zhou Ai persuaded her, Shanli insisted on not telling Fu Zhuang. She wanted to solve this problem herself. Zhou Ai asked her, how do you solve it? Didn't the doctor say that abortion is not recommended? Then I will raise it myself. Shanli argued that I would give birth to the child secretly and raise it myself. Do you know how hard it is to raise a child? Zhou Ai analyzed to Shanli while waiting for the red light. Do you know how much money and effort you have to spend from the moment a child is born to adulthood? Shanli had never thought about this question, but she couldn't tell Fu Zhuang about this. When getting off the car, Zhou Ai still couldn't persuade her. Okay, think about it yourself. Shanli nodded and said, drive slowly on the road. After watching the car go away, she entered the company. People, the more they fear something, the more they will encounter it. She just sat down, and a colleague came over, looked at her and said, Secretary Shen, you look very bad, are you sick? Shanli lowered her head and said casually, well, I have a little cold. Secretary Shen has a cold too. Song Lei said, then you and President Fu are quite similar, President Fu also has a cold. Speaking of Fu Zhuang, Shanli's hand holding the pen trembled, and her eyelashes trembled again and again. Has President Fu also caught a cold? Yes, it looks quite serious. Song Lei whispered, by the way, mister. Fu is in a bad mood today. Remember to be careful when you meet him later. Shanli nodded, okay, thank you, Song Lei. Song Lei gave her a bright smile and turned to leave. Shanli suddenly remembered something, reached into her bag, and stuffed the medical report with force. She kept reminding herself that she must not be seen by colleagues in the company, let alone Fu Zhuang, otherwise she would be finished. Praying is always the opposite. 然后 For example, Shanli was afraid of being seen, but someone saw it. When Song Lei turned back, he saw her busy stuffing things and asked casually, Secretary Shen, what are you hiding? Shanli stopped, her eyes flickered and said, no, I'm not hiding anything. She hurriedly pulled her hand out, but she was too anxious and inadvertently took out the things inside. When she realized it, there was a sound of strong footsteps. Shanli was very familiar with the footsteps. In the company, except Fu Zhuang, no one dared to walk like this. Shanli raised her head suddenly and saw Fu Zhuang wearing a silver suit, striding over with one hand in his pocket, and the things that fell out of her bag fell to the ground first, and then rolled towards Fu Zhuang. Shanli Zheng stared at it in a daze, her face instantly paler than paper. Pregnancy test stick. No, no, no. Chapter 6. The scene in front of her was simply thrilling for Shanli. She could never have imagined that Fu Zhuang would come over at this time, and the pregnancy test stick fell out so unfortunate. Shanli's heart was pounding, and her heart almost burst out of her cavity. The fingers hanging by her side trembled unconsciously, and the dream she had that night flashed in her mind again. 然后 Fu Zhuang in front of her and the man in the dream overlapped together. Shanli stiffened her neck and couldn't even breathe. No, he couldn't see it. Shanli stood up quickly and walked forward. She kept her eyes on the ground, hoping that Fu Zhuang didn't see it. Bang, bang, bang. Her heart beat faster. Fu Zhuang walked slowly, and the sound of footsteps came leisurely. Everything around seemed to disappear for Shanli. The only thing she could see was Fu Zhuang, who was constantly approaching, and the pregnancy test stick that was rolling. The senior staff next to Fu Zhuang was reporting something to him. He responded in a low voice, with no emotion in his eyes. But at this time, Shanli was too flustered and her steps were unstable. She first bumped into the chair next to her and then hit the corner of the desk. She didn't care about the pain and continued to move forward. In a moment, the man's foot was still one step away from the pregnancy test stick. Shanli held her breath and opened her lips to shout something, but a voice came from behind. Mr. Fu, the phone call. Wan Xiang came over with a mobile phone and said in a low voice, "It's from the old house." Fu Zhuang's face sank slightly and he said to the people next to him, "You go to the meeting room first." After speaking, he took the phone and turned back. Faintly, his toes seemed to kick something, but he didn't pay much attention. After a while, the door of the president's office closed again and Fu Zhuang went to the office to answer the phone. Shanli looked at the closed door and her body strength seemed to be drained away. Her legs softened and she collapsed to the ground. The next second, she remembered something and hurriedly picked up the pregnancy test stick that had not been discovered. Boom, boom, boom. Her heartbeat was unprecedentedly fast and her palms were sweaty. Wan Xiang saw that she had been slumped on the ground and asked, "Secretary Shen, are you okay?" Shanli shook her head and said, "No, I'm fine." She slowly stood up with the help of the desk beside her. When she turned around and walked back, her legs were weak. She had to stop for 2 steps after taking 1 step. For a few steps away, she walked out like she was climbing the Great Wall. It was really scary. What else? That's all. Fu Zhuang didn't see anything. When she got home from get off work in the evening, Zhou Ai called Shanli and asked her how she felt today. Shanli told Zhou Ai what happened today in a daze. Zhou Ai asked, "So you really don't plan to tell him?" "Well, I don't plan to." Shanli herself couldn't make up her mind about what to do about the pregnancy. Before she figured it out, she didn't plan to tell anyone. She would talk about it later. "What about your family? Do you want to tell?" Zhou Ai asked. No, her family must not know. If her mother really knew, she would make a scene. It was scary to think about it. Shanli urged, "Don't tell my mother either." "Okay, I won't tell my aunt." Zhou Ai asked worriedly, "I heard that pregnancy will cause morning sickness. What about you? How do you feel?" "This baby may be an angel baby. I don't feel anything special for the time being." Shanli subconsciously lowered her head to look at her belly. She felt a strange feeling inexplicably. She couldn't tell what it was, but she felt that something was different. This matter can't be delayed for too long. Zhou Ai advised her, you still have to make plans early should you abort it or. I'll ask other doctors. Shanli pursed her lips to see what other doctors say. That's fine. Joy urged, tell me the next time you go to the hospital, I'll accompany you. Lily, I support you no matter what decision you make. At worst, I can raise the child with you. Thank you. Nah. Why should I thank you for being my own sister? While drinking coffee, Joy said, your body must be different when you are pregnant. Don't drink coffee or anything else. Also, be careful about your diet. Okay, I got it. Shanli said softly. Fortunately, you are with me, otherwise I will be even more panicked. Don't worry, I will always be with you. Joy was worried that Shanli was in a bad mood, so she told Shanli some funny jokes she saw on the internet. She didn't hang up the phone until Shanli was in a better mood. That night, Shanli dreamed again. This time, she didn't dream about Fu Zhuang but Wen Wang. The dream was probably about Wen Wang accidentally finding out about her pregnancy. Wen Wang angrily found Fu Zhuang and asked him to be responsible for her. The man said with a cold face, that night was just an accident. Why should I be responsible? Wen Wang heard Fu Zhuang's words and took Shanli to the hospital in a rage, asking her to abort the baby. Shanli disagreed and she rolled down the stairs during the struggle. Shanli woke up from her dream and sat up, with beads of sweat on her forehead. She looked at the familiar surroundings and realized that she was dreaming. She subconsciously covered her lower abdomen with her hands and faintly felt something moving. The amplitude was small and the feeling was not obvious. Maybe it was just her illusion. But at this moment, she actually had the idea of keeping the child. 就是 maybe she could raise the baby well by herself. Other women's bodies would react to some extent when they were pregnant, but Shanli was not like that. 然后 She focused on stability. Whether it was diet or other things, there was almost no change. Her body was also very stable in the following days except for the discomfort that day. If it weren't for the pregnancy test stick in the drawer reminding her of her pregnancy, she would have forgotten that she was a pregnant woman. Every day, she still worked as she should and worked overtime as she should. Joy said that she was a Superman. Shanli chuckled and said, not really, my mood would still change a little occasionally. When? Who made your mood change? Joy was the best at listening to the key points, and she asked the core questions. It couldn't be Fu Zhuang. After speaking, Shanli was silent and said after a long time, it was him. 然后 What did he do to you? Joy asked. Shanli said, he has been very strange recently. For example, when he has nothing to do, he always asks me to go to the office. When I get there, he doesn't talk and just lets me sit on the sofa. He will let me out after sitting for about 10 minutes. Doesn't he say anything to you? Joy asked. No, Shanli said while eating an apple. The strange thing is that he doesn't say a word. Is he sick? Joy said in surprise. I don't know. Shanli curled up on the sofa, hugged the pillow, took a bite of the apple, and said vaguely, I haven't heard that he has any disease. Is it possible that he just wants to see you? Joy tentatively said it may also be that he realized that he likes you. Cough, 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 cough. Shanli coughed, drank a big sip of water, and said after swallowing it, it's impossible. How can he like me when he doesn't even look at me? Besides, a workaholic like him who likes work can't like women. In this case, you'd better be careful and don't reveal the truth. Joy reminded that he doesn't look easy to mess with. I know. Shanli threw the pillow aside and sat up straight. I have decided. When he asks me to go to the office tomorrow, I will pretend to go to the bathroom. Once or twice is fine, but you can't go to the bathroom every time, right? 这个 Just avoid it once. Don't be too pessimistic. Maybe Fu Zhuang won't ask you to go to the office tomorrow. I hope so. The next day, another day when the wish didn't come true. Shanli had just finished the work at hand and was rubbing her neck when she saw Wen Jiang coming over. His pace was the same as the previous 2 days. She immediately felt bad. Before he came, she poked her colleague Aike's arm and said, "I'm going to the bathroom. If anyone wants to see me, remember to tell them." Aike nodded, "Okay, go ahead." Shanli took her mobile phone and went to the bathroom. She stayed in the bathroom for nearly 10 minutes before coming out and then went to the tea room. She originally planned to have a cup of coffee, but she remembered that she couldn't drink coffee because she was pregnant, so she changed to drinking water. Maybe it was because of the pregnancy, but her appetite had become bigger these days. After eating 2 steamed buns for breakfast, she felt hungry again. There were desserts prepared by the company for employees in the tea room. She picked out a few of her favorites and ate slowly with the plate. She ate too quickly and choked. She covered her lips and coughed lightly. She searched her pockets for a long time but couldn't find a tissue. When she was about to look down to find it, someone reached out from behind with a tissue in his hand. 然后, Shanli didn't even look at it. She took the tissue first, wiped her lips clean, and turned around to thank the person who gave her the tissue. She smiled and said, "Thank you." She was petrified before she could spit out the other word, "Thank you." Mr. Fu. Why is he here? She didn't seem to believe what she saw. She raised her hand and rubbed her eyes. It was really Fu Zhuang. Her heart skipped a beat. Shanli hurriedly threw the packaging bag on the table into the trash can, then raised her lips and smiled and said, "Mr. Fu, what a coincidence. Are you here for dessert too?" Fu Zhuang crossed his arms and glared at her, his eyes fixed on her face for a long time, as if he was looking at something. Shanli subconsciously raised her hand to wipe her lower lip. Seeing that he was still staring at her, she saw that he knew about her pregnancy and said nervously, "Mr. Fu, is there any problem?" Secretary Shen, I asked Wen Xiang to find you 3 times. 那个, Fu Zhuang said in a calm voice. Really? I'm sorry, Mr. Fu, my stomach is not feeling well and I just went to the bathroom. Shanli blinked. Is there anything you want to talk to me about? What? Can't I talk to you if there's nothing wrong? I don't know what Shanli said that made Fu Zhuang dislike it. His eyes darkened a little and he walked closer. Or did you do it on purpose? What do you mean on purpose? Shanli's eyes flickered. I didn't do it on purpose. I was really uncomfortable. After she finished speaking, she bit her upper and lower lips tightly with her pearly teeth. In a trance, she actually felt a sense of grievance in her heart. If she wasn't afraid that he would find out something, would she have to hide in the bathroom? In the end, it was all because of him. But Shanli knew what her status was. She was just a small secretary. How could she have the qualifications to complain to the big boss? Forget it, it's better to leave quickly. She smiled faintly and said, I remember that I still have things to do. Mr. Fu, you are busy. As she said that, she raised her foot and walked towards the door. When she was about to pass Fu Zhuang, she was stopped by his outstretched hand. Shanli stopped abruptly and then stepped back. That natural movement was as if Fu Zhuang was a beast. 然后 seeing this, Fu Zhuang's eyebrows gradually gathered together and he said in a cold voice, Are you so afraid of me? Afraid? She is simply afraid to death. Shanli swallowed her saliva and smiled far-fetchedly. How could it be? If you are not afraid, why are you hiding? Fu Zhuang approached again and the distance between them was only half an arm. The next second, Shanli raised her hand to cover her lips and pretended to retch. Don't come over. Chapter 7. Fu Zhuang frowned and took another step forward. Shanli hurriedly stepped back and made a retching motion again. She didn't care about her identity and said aggressively, I told you not to come over. Shanli, what do you mean? Fu Zhuang's face sank slightly. This was the first time someone rejected him with such straightforward words. Ugh. Shanli had tears in her eyes and her voice was a little weak. I want to vomit. Seeing him, she wanted to vomit. Fu Zhuang narrowed his eyes as if he didn't quite believe Shanli's words. He took her hand and said, Don't think that I will. Shanli didn't wait for him to say anything. She pushed him away, ran out of the tea room and rushed into the bathroom. Fu Zhuang frowned and looked at her. His eyes gradually darkened and a cold breath emanated from his body. He was very unhappy that Shanli wanted to vomit when she saw him. Wan Xiang came to find him and said that Mr. Man from Senhai Group was here. Fu Zhuang adjusted his sleeves and paused when he passed Wan Xiang. He lowered his voice and asked, Is there any strange smell on me? Wan Xiang paused. Fu Zhuang, is there any strange smell on me? Wan Xiang got close to smell it, shook his head and said, No, you are still using the same sea blue perfume as before. The smell is light and refreshing, without any other unpleasant smell. Are you sure? Fu Zhuang said in a calm voice. Yes. Wan Xiang asked, What happened? Fu Zhuang couldn't say that Shanli wanted to vomit when she saw him, so he said in a calm voice, It's okay. After walking 2 steps, he remembered something and asked, Have the desserts in the tea room always been the same? Wan Xiang was even more confused, and after 2 seconds, he said, Yes, it has always been the same. Fu Zhuang glanced at him lightly from the corner of his eye and said without any expression, There are too few varieties of desserts in the tea room. Starting today, the variety and quantity will be doubled. Wan Xiang was walking and suddenly stopped moving. He stared at Fu Zhuang's back in a daze. He really didn't understand why the boss, who never paid attention to these trivial matters, suddenly cared about the desserts in the tea room. A minute later, he hurried to catch up. What about the drinks? Fu Zhuang, they have all been replaced with imported ones. Is it just like this on the 60th floor, or is it the same on other floors? Wan Xiang is usually quite smart, but today he was a little crazy and asked such an idiotic question. After asking, he felt a chill on the back of his neck and quickly changed his words. I know, Mr. Fu, I will arrange it now and change the other floors together. Fu Zhuang's Adam's apple moved, but he didn't say anything in the end. Good news always spreads faster. As soon as Shanli returned to her workstation, Aiko grabbed her arm and said mysteriously, I have big news to tell you. What big news? Shanli asked. Mr. Fu just asked Special Assistant Wang to change the drinks and desserts in the entire building. Aiko smiled and said, I didn't expect that Mr. Fu has such a considerate side and even cared about the employees of Tunong Tea. Are you sure it was Mr. Fu who asked Special Assistant Wang to change it? Shanli felt like it was fake. How could Fu Zhuang, a workaholic, notice these details? It must be fake. 然后? Of course it's true. Aiko whispered, what I just confirmed with Special Assistant Wang in person is what Mr. Fu told me to do. Did Fu Zhuang's brain get caught in the door? Of course, Shanli only dared to think about this in her heart, and she dared not say it out loud. She smiled stiffly. Haha, President Fu is quite caring for employees. To be honest, I didn't expect it. Aiko looked around, and when he saw that no one was paying attention to this, he continued to gossip. This was the first time that President Fu was so caring. He didn't pay attention to these things before. Shanli said in a voice that only she could hear, maybe President Fu did something wrong. What? What did you say? As soon as Ai Ke finished speaking, she saw a tall figure from the corner of her eye, just 2 steps away. She suddenly closed her mouth and gave Shan Li a look, indicating that she shouldn't say anything. Unfortunately, Shan Li was looking down and didn't see it at all. She continued with the topic just now. What I mean is that President Fu has a conscience and knows that he can't always squeeze us. He wants to be better to us. Nah. This is really a very happy scene. But why do I hear that you are not happy? Suddenly, a low and cold voice came from behind, like a dose of cold wind, hitting Shan Li trembling all over. With a click, the folder in Shan Li's hand fell to the ground. She turned around slowly, looked up to meet Fu Zhuang's gaze, and called out, "Mister." Fu Zhuang glanced at her with half his eyelids drooping, his eyes calm. "Secretary Shen, you seem to have a lot of opinions about me." No, Shan Li didn't bother to pick up the documents and stood up. How could that be? No, I think there are a lot. Fu Zhuang raised his foot and walked closer, and the distance between the two suddenly narrowed a lot. Just when he was about to say something, Shan Li suddenly raised her hand and covered her lips. Fu Zhuang paused, frowning as if to say, "Are you going to vomit again?" Shan Li covered her lips and said, "Sorry, I'm going to the bathroom." This happened twice in the morning, and Fu Zhuang's face became extremely ugly. Moreover, from what he observed, Shan Li talked and laughed with everyone, and there was no problem with anyone getting close to her except him. Fu Zhuang. In the evening, a few people had a small gathering. Liang Chen saw Fu Zhuang drinking all the time and asked him, "Who made you unhappy?" Song Kai interrupted and said, "Who else could it be? It must be his secretary. Zhou Zhang, I heard that you have been picking on the secretary recently and calling her to the office to hang out. Hey, when did you become so stingy? How did you know?" Fu Zhuang finally raised his head and stared at Zhou Zhang and asked, "Is there someone like you in my company?" "Bullshit." Zhou Zhang said, "I went to your company to find you that day and heard others say that. What's wrong with you?" "I know." Song Kai raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "You must have fallen in love with the secretary." Get out." Fu Zhuang supported his head with his hands and said in a calm voice, "I don't know why. She can relieve my headache." What? So magical." Zhou Zhang was surprised and said, "If that's the case, you have to catch up with her. Maybe your insomnia symptoms will also be cured." Fu Zhuang suddenly remembered that night. He had had hangovers before, but he usually woke up in the early morning. That night, he slept until dawn and didn't wake up once. Maybe she could really relieve it. Thinking of Shan Li, he remembered again that she saw him vomiting. He took a gulp of wine and asked, "Under what circumstances, when a woman sees a man approaching?" "Liang Chen, what will happen?" "Fu Zhuang, I will vomit." Cough, 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 cough. Cough, 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 cough. Song Kai and Zhou Zhang started coughing together. Song Kai said, "Wait, who saw you vomit? What's the name of your secretary?" "Shan Li." Zhou Zhang said, "The secretary is Shan Li. Shan Li wants to vomit when she sees you." Song Kai said, "What kind of unforgivable evil have you done?" Fu Zhuang glared at them and said in a deep voice, "Shut up. Okay, we won't laugh at you anymore." Zhou Zhang analyzed that it might be because you don't look good enough for the secretary. Or maybe you didn't have a good sleep experience that night and the secretary felt unhappy. Song Kai slammed the table. "You must have heard her. She has a conditioned reflex towards you." "Yes, that's it." Zhou Zhang also slammed the table. "Isn't there something called stress response? Maybe your skills are too poor. The secretary is scared." It would be fine if they didn't say anything. After saying that, Fu Zhuang's face became worse. "Go away." "那个 Liang Chen kicked Zhou Zhang. I guess, is she uncomfortable somewhere? Is she like that to you, or to others as well?" This question gave Fu Zhuang the most headache. He pinched his brows with his fingers to me. Is she fine with others? 然后 Liang Chen asked. Others are fine. Fu Zhuang said indifferently. Okay, I'm not sick. Song Kai said, it's just that you left a bad impression on others that night. They are afraid of you. He leaned closer with a gossipy look on his face. Hey, how did you torture the girl that night? How did you torture her? Just torture her as much as you can. After Zhou Zhang finished speaking, he was kicked by Fu Zhuang. Fu Zhuang's fingers tightened around the cup, and the image of her begging for mercy with red eyes that night emerged in his mind. Ao Zhuang, I have something to ask you. Song Kai raised his eyebrows. Until a germaphobe. No woman can get close to you. Did you know that the person you slept with, that little secretary, was yours that night? Fu Zhuang slowly raised his eyelids, glared at him, and said, What do you think? Did you really vomit in front of Fu Zhuang? 那个 Zhou I couldn't wait to ask, did he find anything? Should I think? Shanli thought about it, except that Fu Zhuang looked bad. Everything else was quite normal, and she didn't think about her pregnancy. Should? What do you mean should? Zhou I asked, why do you vomit when you see Fu Zhuang? Haven't you been unresponsive? I didn't react. Shanli was also puzzled. She was fine with anyone she saw, and nothing she ate, but she couldn't do it when she saw Fu Zhuang. She couldn't help but sigh softly. I don't know what's going on. As long as he gets close, I want to vomit. Did he induce vomiting? Zhou I also thought it was amazing. By the way, are you going to the hospital for another checkup? Yes. Shanli pursed her lips and said, let's check it out one last time and see what the doctor says. It's better to go tomorrow. Zhou I said, it's no good to keep putting it off. We have to make a decision quickly. Okay, let's go tomorrow. Shanli took a sip of water, swallowed it, and said, whether to keep the baby or abort it, it depends on what the doctor says. Zhou I, okay, I'll pick you up. Shanli likes to dream when she has something on her mind. This night was no exception. The dream was very messy. After waking up, she didn't remember anything but just felt very tired. She didn't eat breakfast and took Zhou A's car to the hospital. After many tests, the doctor said this child cannot be aborted and must be kept. Shanli, why? Doctor, your physique is different from others. It is not easy for you to conceive. If you abort it, I'm not sure if you can still get pregnant. My suggestion is to keep the baby. Holding the same medical report, Shanli walked out of the clinic. Zhou I knew what she meant by looking at her expression and comforted her by saying, since the doctor does not recommend you to have an abortion, why not keep the baby? Shanli was panicked. Do you think I can be a good mother? Of course I can. Zhou I said, I am still here. I will raise the baby with you. We will definitely raise him well. Shanli still couldn't make up her mind. As she walked, she suddenly saw a little baby in front of her wiping her mother's tears with her fair little hands and said in a babyish voice, Don't cry. Mom, Dad is not with you, the baby is with you. The woman hugged the child tightly in her arms. Baby, thank you. At that moment, Shanli felt empathy. She turned to Zhou Ai and said, I have decided. I want to give birth to the child. Zhou Ai nodded and said, okay, give birth to it. I will be the mother and the father of the child, and I will raise him myself. Shanli said with red eyes. You are not yourself, you still have me. Zhou Ai said, anyway, I don't plan to get married, let alone have children, let's raise them together. With the decision, the stone in my heart fell to the ground. On the way back, Zhou Ai said, your belly will get bigger sooner or later, what if Fu Zhuang sees it? I have thought about it, I will transfer. Shanli said, as long as you don't work on the 60th floor, Fu Zhuang and I will never see each other again. Are you sure he will let you go? I think so. After all, I am not that important as a secretary who serves tea and water, and other people can do it. That afternoon, Shanli found Wen Jiang and mentioned the transfer. Assistant Wen, can you help me show this transfer letter to President Fu? Wen Jiang, why don't you give it to President Fu yourself? Shanli wanted to say, I saw that he wanted to vomit, but she swallowed the words back. Actually, as a special assistant, you can also handle this kind of thing. After all, we are in charge. So, can you help with it? Wen Jiang can still make the decision for others, but not Shanli. He said, you should talk to President Fu in person. Shanli pursed her lips and said, okay. Before leaving get off work in the evening, she knocked on the door of the president's office, and Fu Zhuang's voice sounded, come in. Shanli pushed the door and walked in. Since she saw that he would vomit, she deliberately stayed away from him. President Fu, I have something to tell you. Fu Zhuang raised his head. What is it? Shanli raised her arms. This is my transfer letter. Please approve it. Fu Zhuang frowned. What letter? Transfer letter. Shanli pursed her lips and ignored the sweat in her palms. The 60th floor is full of elites. I know that I am not capable enough, so I want to transfer back to my original position. I hope you can approve it. What if I don't approve it? Why? Because Fu Zhuang stood up slowly with his hands on the desk, his upper body leaning forward. I need you. Shanli subconsciously got nervous when she saw Fu Zhuang. Her mind went blank, her ears buzzed, so she didn't hear the word he said, I need you. She only heard him say, I want you. 那个 because I want you. Chapter 8. Dawn. When Shanli stepped back, she bumped into the coffee table behind her. She steadied herself and said in a trembling voice, Wait, what did you say? You want me? This joke was really not funny at all. Shanli was so scared that her tongue was tied. Mr. Fu couldn't make such a joke casually. Shanli was afraid that Fu Zhuang would say something scary again, so she took a few quick steps, put the transfer letter on his desk, and turned around and left as if her butt was on fire. When she walked out of the office, she closed the door for him by the way, and for fear that it was not closed tightly, she pulled it hard. Sun Lei came over with a document and asked, Is Mr. Fu in the office? Shanli swallowed her saliva and stopped Sun Lei. I advise you to go in later. What's wrong? Sun Lei asked. Mr. Fu was in a bad mood. He said he wanted her, but his mood was not just a little bad, it was scary. Shanli pursed her lips while speaking, looking like she didn't know how to talk. Seeing Shanli's indescribable look, Sun Lei immediately imagined a big drama in his mind and seemed to understand, and nodded. Shanli, thanks for reminding me, otherwise I wouldn't know how I died. We are all colleagues, it's as it should be. Shanli walked forward while speaking, and stopped after 2 steps, and whispered to Sun Lei not to go in now. Sun Lei agreed. Okay, I won't go in. Shanli's hands were still shaking until she returned to her seat. Seeing this, AI asked, Shanli, what's wrong with you? Shanli took the cup and held it in her hand, her eyelashes trembling, and her voice was a little vague. Without thinking, Mr. Fu said he wanted me. What? AI bent over and moved closer. What's wrong with Mr. Fu, Mr. Fu was angry. Shanli sipped her water, raised her eyes, and said, very angry. AI glanced in the direction of the president's office. 那个, there might be a problem with a certain project. We must be careful today not to let the fire spread to ourselves. Shanli wanted to say, it's too late la, it has spread. She made a swallowing motion. Yes, it's better to stay away if you can. Aiko bent down and sat back in the chair. She picked up the pen and was about to write something. Suddenly, she remembered something. With a bang, the chair slid to the side of Shanli and bumped her with her elbow. What did you just do to Mr. Fu? Shanli remembered what Fu Zhuang said, I want you. Her hands trembled and the water in the cup almost flowed out. She pursed her lips and smiled forcibly. It's official business. 那个 of course you are looking for Mr. Fu for official business. Aiko said with a smile, is there any private matter between you and Mr. Fu that you can talk about? After all, you don't look that familiar. Shanli thought to herself, the father of the child, do you say we are familiar with each other? Shanli nodded, yes, not familiar, not at all. Aiko is the know-it-all on the 60th floor. She knows everything. Seeing that no one came over, she lowered her voice and said, by the way, I recently learned something about President Fu. Shanli is not a person who likes to ask gossips, so she said casually, oh, really? Why don't you ask what it is? Aiko looked like you should ask me something quickly. Shanli lowered her head and drank a sip of water. After swallowing it, she said, what's the matter? 2 months ago, President Fu came to work without changing clothes. Do you still remember this? Aiko winked and helped Shanli recall that it was Friday. 那个 President Fu, who was never late, was late. By the way, you were also late that day and were discovered by Special Assistant Wang. Remember? Shanli had forgotten it at first, but after Aiko reminded her, she remembered it again. The day Aiko mentioned was the day after she and Fu Zhuang slept together. Shanli swallowed her saliva. Remember what happened that day? A friend of mine said that President Fu came out of a private club that day and he did not go home the night before. There was light in Aiko's eyes and the word gossip was flashing in her eyes. Your friend. What a coincidence. Shanli's heart skipped a beat. She was afraid that Aiko's friends had also seen her. Then she saw that Aiko's friends didn't know her at all and she slowly let go of her worries. It's not a coincidence. Aiko pulled Shanli's sleeve and whispered, I will only tell you about this, don't tell anyone else. Shanli pursed her lips and said, since it's so serious, I think you better not tell me. She really didn't want to hear gossip about herself. But Aiko was in a state of excitement and couldn't help but speak out. She hooked her arms around Shanli's neck and said, I have been holding this back for a long time. I can't hold it back any longer. I need to share it urgently. Or you should hold it back for a while. Shanli resisted and didn't want to listen. No, I have to tell you. Aiko curled his lips and said the reason why Mr. Fu didn't go home that day was that he went to check in with a woman. My friend also saw that woman and said that she was fair and clean, with a super good figure. Her hair was as long as yours. Her face shape was similar to yours. And her height seemed to be the same as yours. Aiko compared Shanli while speaking and Shanli's heart was beating and almost jumped out. Aiko noticed that Shanli's face was getting uglier and chuckled and said, I was just making an analogy just now, the woman who checked in with Mr. Fu must not be you. Shanli. Shanli smiled, of course, how could it be me, Mr. Fu would not look down on people like me. Aiko nodded in agreement. You are so obedient. You are not the kind of person who gets drunk and checks in with men casually, I can tell from your face. Shanli. When the two were whispering, the door of the president's office opened and Fu Zhuang walked out slowly. Shanli caught a glimpse of him from the corner of her eye and sat up suddenly as if she sensed it. Aiko was startled. What happened? Shanli's eyes flickered as she said, I just drank too much water. I need to go to the bathroom. Do you want me to go with you? No, I can do it myself. Shanli saw Fu Zhuang coming over here and hurriedly turned to the bathroom. From a distance, she heard AI Ke greet Fu Zhuang on his own initiative. Fu Zhuang asked, "What did Shanli do?" "AI Ke, the bathroom." Fu Zhuang snorted, "Did you go to vomit again?" Shanli didn't stand firmly and she stumbled and almost fell off the steps. She held onto the wall and thought, "Fu Zhuang, you are so bold." Suddenly, she seemed to hear AI Ke say, vomiting. Is Shanli feeling unwell?" "That's right. She has been eating very little recently. It may be because the weather is too cold and her stomach is uncomfortable." Shanli didn't dare to listen anymore. She hurried into the bathroom and came out of the bathroom after a long time. As soon as she sat down at her workstation, AI Ke handed her a folder. "This is what Mr. Fu just gave you." Shanli saw that it was the document she had given to Fu Zhuang before, so she took it and asked, "What did Mr. Fu say?" "Oh, Mr. Fu said that there were a few wrong data in it and asked you to change it." After saying that, AI Ke went to do her own thing. Shanli paused. The document she gave to Fu Zhuang only needed his signature, and there was nothing about the data. She opened the folder suspiciously, and what came into view was the transfer letter. Shanli secretly opened the transfer letter with 3 words written on it, "Disagree." 然后 Shanli. The more Shanli thought about the rejection of the transfer, the angrier she became. At night, she couldn't help complaining to Zhou AI. What exactly did Fu Zhuang want to do? Why didn't he agree to my transfer? "See, I said yesterday that Fu Zhuang would not let you leave." Zhou AI asked while eating snacks, "What if you can't transfer?" Shanli scratched her head, "How would I know? In a few months, your belly will be obvious, and then you can't hide the fact that you are pregnant." Zhou AI reminded that you have to solve the transfer issue as soon as possible. "If Fu Zhuang doesn't allow me to transfer, then I will." Shanli bit her lip with her teeth, "Then I will quit." "Quit? Then you have to think about it." Zhou AI changed her sitting position. "You will be the one to raise a child in the future. If you quit your job, how can you raise a child without income?" "I still have some savings." Shanli took her mobile phone to the kitchen to pour herself a glass of milk, then returned to the living room, bent over and sat on the sofa, crossed her legs, and said, "Raising a child is no problem for the time being. After all, savings are fixed, and there will be many places to spend money in the future." Zhou AI analyzed that it is winter again and it is difficult to find a job. After you quit, you may not be able to find such a high-paying job with little overtime. You have to think it over carefully. Shanli frowned. "What should we do?" "Don't worry, let's think about it carefully." Zhou AI said softly, "I also have a deposit in my hand. If you really quit and need money, I will give it to you." Shanli didn't know what to say, pouted and said, "AI, if it weren't for you, I really couldn't live." As soon as she finished speaking, Shanli received a call. She said to Zhou AI, "My mom is calling. Let's talk later." Zhou AI, "Okay, you go answer it." Shanli hung up the video call with Zhou AI and answered Wen Wang's call, "Mom." "Wen Wang, have you had dinner?" Shanli, "Yes, I did. How about you?" Your dad and I had dinner too." Wen Wang asked, "The day after tomorrow, will you come back?" Shanli was afraid that Wen Wang would find out about her pregnancy, so she refused and said, "No, there is a team building this weekend." "Didn't we just have a team building not long ago?" 然后 Why another team building? The company just won a big project and the boss is in a good mood, so he organized another team building. By the way, don't you dislike blind dates? Then you can look for someone in your company and talk to someone who is suitable first. Shanli resisted the urge to roll her eyes and said in a calm voice, "There is no suitable one in our company." If you can't find one yourself, I can only find one for you. When Wang coughed lightly, I have found one. You must go to see it. I am busy at work and don't have time. Shanli said. Then make time to go. If it doesn't work, I'll go to your leader and ask him to approve the leave. When Wang said firmly, anyway, either you go on a blind date or find someone yourself, you choose one. Okay, I'll find one. Shanli was really scared of Wen Wang. I'll find one myself, okay. That's better. Wen Wang chuckled. There is a time limit for you to find someone yourself. You must bring him back before the new year. Before the new year? That's too fast. If not, I'll introduce you. Okay, I'll bring him. Isn't it okay if I bring him back? Okay, then I'll wait for you to bring him back. Later, Wen Wang said some more caring words, but Shanli didn't listen to a word. She frowned and thought, who should I find to pretend to be her boyfriend? It's really worrying. 然后 the next day, when Shanli was at work, she met Seng Lei, who was also sighing. Shanli asked, what's wrong with you? Seng Lei sighed and said, my family urged me to get married and asked me to bring my boyfriend back before the new year. Boyfriend? Shanli was surprised and asked, asking you to bring a man back. No, a woman is a woman. Seng Lei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I was so angry that my family asked someone to bring my girlfriend back before the new year. Hey, Shanli, do you know where you can rent a girlfriend? Shanli shook her head. I don't know. Seng Lei said, you are the best. No one is urging me to get married. Who said I don't have one? I have one too. My mother also asked me to get married before the new year. Before he finished speaking, their eyes met. The next second, they understood something from each other's eyes. Why don't we pretend? Seng Lei suggested. Shanli nodded. I think it's okay. The problem was solved. Shanli walked out of the tea room in a very good mood. Seeing Ai Ke holding a card in his hand, he asked casually, what is this? Physical examination card. Ai Ke smiled. President Fu is really considerate of the company's employees. What does it mean? Shanli poked the physical examination card in Ai Ke's hand with her finger and asked with a puzzled look, what does this have to do with President Fu? This is what President Fu asked Assistant Wang to prepare, and everyone has one. Ai Ke shook it and asked us all to go for a physical examination. 然后 Click. Shanli accidentally broke the ruler and blinked. What is that? A physical examination card. Ai Ke smiled and said Boss Fu is worried about the health of the employees, so he bought physical examination cards for everyone. Let's have a full body check. By the way, this one is yours. Shanli swallowed her saliva and took it with trembling fingers. She looked at the physical examination card in Ai Ke's hand, then looked at the one in her own hand and asked in surprise, why is yours different from mine? Oh, yours needs to be checked for more items. Ai Ke said you have been feeling uncomfortable in your stomach recently, so Boss Fu specifically told you to check more items. As soon as she finished speaking, Shanli's hair stood up. More checks? She asked, what are they all checked for? In addition to routine examinations, there are other examinations. For example, gynecological examinations. Shanli's legs began to shake. Did they say when the examination would be held? Gather in 15 minutes. Ai Ke said with a smile, we have all packed up and are waiting for you. How can I not go? Shanli propped her hands on the table. Ai Ke, go ask for leave for me. Just say I want to vomit. No, I don't want to vomit. 那个 say I feel dizzy, have a fever, or have a stomachache. Anything is fine. I don't want to go for a checkup anyway. Why? Ai Ke asked in surprise. Free physical examination is such a good thing. 那个 Why don't you go? Because I feel dizzy needles. Shanley made up a random excuse. As soon as she finished speaking, she picked up her bag and turned to leave. Just as she was about to enter the elevator, she was blocked by someone. Fu Zhuang stood beside her, lowered his eyes and looked at her. What is Secretary Shen going to do? Shanley suppressed her palpitations and forced a smile. Mr. Fu, didn't you say you wanted a physical examination? I'll go down and wait. It's rare to see Secretary Shen so active. Fu Zhuang raised his eyebrows and said, Okay, let's go together. Shanley. Chapter 9. After Fu Zhuang finished speaking, he put one hand in his pocket and walked into the elevator room first. Wen Xiang followed closely behind, leaning sideways, pressing his fingertips on the elevator button and waiting quietly for Shanley to come in. Shanley seemed to be frozen in time. Except for her eyelashes trembling wildly, nothing else moved. Wait, what did Fu Zhuang just say? Go together. Why should he go with her? Shanli's heart suddenly became flustered and her ears were buzzing as if thousands of troops were passing by. Whoa, what should I do? Shanli was completely panicked, biting her lips with her pearly teeth and looking left and right, but she just didn't go in. Wen Xiang urged, Secretary Shen won't come in. Shanli stretched out her voice and said, Oh, I remember that I still have things to do. So, Mr. Fu, you go down first, and I will go down later. Those are not important, Fu Zhuang said in a light voice. You can come back after the physical examination and do it. You can't do it after the physical examination. Shanli swallowed her saliva. It's a very important document. No hurry. Fu Zhuang looked like he would not tolerate any arguments and went to the hospital for a physical examination first. It really won't work. Shanli had made up her mind that she absolutely could not go with Fu Zhuang, otherwise it would be exposed. She crossed her hands in front of her and said half coquettishly, Mr. Fu, you go first, I'll go after I'm done. Shanli, Fu Zhuang said in a calm voice, are you avoiding me? Haha, how could that be? Shanli said with a smile, how could I avoid you? Who knows? Fu Zhuang glanced at her as if he saw through something. Maybe you are hiding something from me. Impossible. Shanli met Fu Zhuang's sharp eyes, knowing that it would be even worse if she refused. She stepped forward while complaining in her mind, what should I do? What should I do later? Shanli came in first, and the elevator door closed behind her. She didn't dare to get too close to Fu Zhuang for fear that he would see something. Sweat slowly overflowed from the palms of her hands hanging by her side. She was so nervous. Please, God, don't let him see it. Shanli was still praying after getting out of the elevator, silently repeating, never get in the same car with Fu Zhuang, never get in the same car with Fu Zhuang. God didn't hear her prayers. When she was about to walk away, Fu Zhuang spoke again, Secretary Shen, please take my car. Mr. Fu, that's not necessary. Shanli pointed to the car in front and said, I can go with other colleagues. As soon as she finished speaking, Aiko lowered the car window and stuck her head out. Shanli, there's no room in the car. Why don't you go with Mr. Fu? Shanli had a smile on her face, but she wailed in her heart, wow, she's so unlucky. It doesn't matter, I'll take the one behind. Shanli pointed to the car further behind. Sunlei opened the car door, raised his voice and said, Shanli, there's no room in our car, why don't you take Mr. Fu's car? Shanli. God is really going to kill her. Even so, Shanli still wanted to struggle. I will drive myself. As she spoke, she searched for the car keys in her bag. After searching for a while, she found nothing. Shanli could only take out everything in her bag, but still couldn't find it. She forced a smile and said the keys may have been left on the desk. I'll go get them. She curled her lips and said, Mr. Fu, you go first. I'll be there later. Fu Zhuang looked down at his watch and said coldly, Don't go get it. Take my car. Really? Shanli waved her hands and made up excuses. I get carsick. The more luxurious the car, the more carsick I get. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Fu, I'll do it myself. I didn't discuss it with you. I'm telling you. Fu Zhuang looked as if there was no room for negotiation. He raised his chin slightly and said, Don't talk nonsense. Shanli pursed her lips and said, I really get in the car. After Fu Zhuang said this, he bent down and got in the car. Wen Xiang stood at the door of the car, raised his eyebrows at Shanli, and got in the car. Shanli put her hands in front of her, taking one step and stopping for 2 steps. Wang Ti, just drive my own car. I really don't want to. Shanli was halfway through her words when Fu Zhuang glanced over. 然后 his eyes were so scary that he scared Shanli back. Shanli pursed her lips and said reluctantly, Okay, I'll get in the car. Wen Xiang automatically went to another car. In a moment, several cars drove out of the parking lot one after another. Shanli became nervous after getting in the car. Even if Fu Zhuang didn't look at her, she was still very nervous. Those unknown things kept circling in her mind. Why did Fu Zhuang suddenly give everyone a physical examination card? Did he find something and want to verify it himself? Yes, that must be the case. It's bad. Other examinations are fine, but this gynecological examination is accurate. In the end, her pregnancy will definitely be exposed. Shanli hasn't figured out how to tell Fu Zhuang about this. She pursed her lips and said, No, I can't let him know. But what can she do? Shanli was really worried. She accidentally bit the tip of her tongue with her teeth, and she almost cried out in pain. Fu Zhuang looked up. What's wrong? Shanli covered her lips with her hands and shook her head. Nothing. Fu Zhuang saw that she looked ugly and remembered that she had vomited before and asked, Shanli, why do you want to vomit every time you see me? Cough, cough, cough. Shanli coughed for a while because of his questioning, and after she stopped, her face flushed and said, Nothing. 然后 seeing that she was unwilling to talk, Fu Zhuang didn't ask anymore. Just then, a phone call came in and he took out his mobile phone to talk about work. The car was full of Fu Zhuang's breath, and Shanli was surrounded tightly. The long-lost feeling of discomfort came up again. This child probably didn't get along with Fu Zhuang's aura, otherwise why would she feel very uncomfortable every time he was around? Shanli glanced at Fu Zhuang sadly, hoping that this discomfort would disappear quickly. Unfortunately, it didn't. Her face became paler and paler, sweat overflowed from the tip of her nose, her stomach churned, and she wanted to vomit again. What's going on? Shanli wanted to die. She covered her lips with one hand and pulled up her skirt with the other. Fortunately, her attention was diverted and the discomfort was relieved. She didn't have any other expectations, just hoped to get to the hospital quickly so that she could get off the car quickly. Finally, half an hour later, the car stopped at the door of a private hospital. As soon as the door opened, Shanli rushed down and ran into the hospital at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. The colleagues behind heard whispers. What's wrong with Shanli? Maybe she's not feeling well. I haven't seen her like this before. Why do I think she looks like? Like what? 然后 Like she's pregnant. Don't talk nonsense, Shanli is single now. Fu Zhuang walked in front and was talking on the phone, so he didn't hear other people's comments. Wen Xiang also walked faster than others because he needed to communicate with the doctor in advance. Sang Lei frowned when he heard his colleague's words, Don't talk nonsense. A joking voice came. Sang Lei, what's your relationship with Shanli? Why are you speaking for her? Shanli and I are just good friends. Sunlei raised his voice, and suddenly, he felt someone was looking at him. Fu Zhuang, who had finished talking on the phone at some point, stopped, put one hand in his pocket and slowly turned around to look back, his eyes moving around them and then retracting. Although nothing was said, it was as if a blizzard had swept through, and the surroundings were suddenly silent, and no one joked about Sunlei and Shanli anymore. Fu Zhuang's look just now made Sunlei feel like his hair stood on end, and he couldn't help shuddering. Shanli didn't know all this. After she vomited, she didn't come out immediately but leaned against the wall for a while. When the discomfort was completely gone, she walked out slowly. This time, she learned her lesson and mixed in the crowd to stay away from Fu Zhuang. Fu Zhuang looked back several times and found that Shanli was surrounded by people. Sunlei had been talking to her and he didn't know what he was talking about. Shanli's eyebrows were curved and she was smiling happily. Inexplicably, Fu Zhuang's mood became very bad. He said to Wen Xiang, "Call Shanli over." Wen Xiang paused for a moment, then said, "Okay." 然后 Wen Xiang walked into the crowd and called Shanli. Shanli's heart started beating faster when she saw Wen Xiang. "What happened to Special Assistant Wen?" Wen Xiang said in a calm voice, "President Fu is looking for you." Wen Xiang did not lower his voice when he spoke. After he finished speaking, everyone looked at him with an expression of eating melons. Everyone heard it, and Shanli could not refuse. She could only bite the bullet and follow Wen Xiang. As she walked, she thought, "Can't Fu Zhuang be quiet for a while?" Wen Xiang took Shanli to the back, turned around and walked back, and then said to others, "Let's take the elevator in front." In this way, Wen Xiang took a group of people away. Shanli pursed her lips. "President Fu, you are looking for me." Fu Zhuang said nothing. After the elevator came down, he walked in first and pulled Shanli in. Shanli was afraid of being seen, so she jumped into the elevator to avoid him. "President Fu, can you stop pulling and tugging like this?" The elevator door closed, and Fu Zhuang raised his foot to approach. He had done more pulling and tugging that night. Did Secretary Shan forget it? "Oh, you took the initiative, pulling my tie and not letting go," and said. Shanli really couldn't listen anymore. She stood on tiptoe and put her hand on Fu Zhuang's lips. "I was wrong, please don't say it." "Now you don't say I pulled it." Fu Zhuang glanced at the hand in front of his lips. Shanli seemed to react suddenly. After a shudder, she quickly withdrew her hand, stepped back 3 steps, leaned against the elevator wall, looked at Fu Zhuang with a look of despair, and asked, "Mr. Fu, what on earth are you going to do?" 那个 physical examination, Fu Zhuang said in a light voice. The breath of Fu Zhuang was in her nose, and that terrible feeling came again. Shanli pinched her eyebrows. "Mr. Fu, can you stay away from me?" I want to vomit again." A certain idea popped up in Fu Zhuang's mind and was immediately denied by him. They took enough measures that night and there would be no accidents. "Shanli, are you playing hard to get?" Fu Zhuang said. "Sorry for your hard to get tactics," Shanli said. "I simply can't stand the smell of your perfume." She shook her head. It was too bad. "Anyway, I've said it. Why not just say it?" Shanli made up her mind and gave you a piece of advice. Change to a better smelling perfume next time. 然后 As soon as she finished speaking, the elevator door opened and Shanli walked out first. When she saw the sign of the clinic, she was stunned. Obstetrics and gynecology department. The next second, she turned back and then clung to the elevator wall and refused to go out. Fu Zhuang said, "Get out." Shanli shook her head. "I went to the wrong place. This is not the physical examination center." "I know." Fu Zhuang said lightly, "Secretary Shen, isn't your stomach uncomfortable? It's a good time to check it out." Why did you bring me to the obstetrics and gynecology department if I have a stomach discomfort? Shanley asked back, scratching the elevator wall. Her expression was stiff and she felt as if she was facing a great enemy. If she said that she was fine, no one would believe it. Someone told me that one of the conditions of nausea is stomach discomfort, and the other is Fu Zhuang paused, leaned forward, his long eyelashes shining, staring into Shanli's eyes and said, "Pregnant." "Shanli, are you pregnant?" Chapter 10. Shanli almost couldn't catch her breath, raised her hand to cover her lips and coughed for a while. Tears overflowed from her eyes after a while, and her voice was trembling. "So and so is pregnant, don't talk nonsense." The polite and distant you disappeared. Shanli suppressed the panic in her heart, stood up, moved her arms behind her, pinned the palm of her right hand with her left hand, reminding herself not to panic, to stay calm. "I'm not pregnant, please be careful with your words and deeds." Fu Zhuang looked at her, and seeing that she looked serious, he suppressed his doubts and said in a live voice, "If you are not pregnant, why are you so afraid of examination?" "I'm not afraid of examination, I just don't like to see doctors in white coats." Shanli stiffened her neck and said, "I am allergic to doctors since I was a child. Every time I see a doctor, I will have nightmares when I go to bed at night." Although she said it seriously, Fu Zhuang obviously still didn't believe it. "You said it was when you were a child, but now you are an adult. Can't adults be afraid of doctors?" Shanli might have been overstimulated. She suddenly became bolder and even dared to refute Fu Zhuang. It's not against the law for adults to be afraid of doctors." Fu Zhuang really didn't know that the secretary, who looked quite soft and cute at ordinary times, could be a bit sharp when serious. Inexplicably, the corners of his lips curled slightly. His smile was not a big deal, but it directly pulled Shanli back from her flying thoughts. She couldn't even believe that the words she had just refuted Fu Zhuang were said by herself. Is she tired of living? That Mr. Fu, I didn't mean that. She hurried to explain. Then tell me what you mean. Fu Zhuang didn't seem to be in a hurry to pull her out of the elevator and leaned against the elevator wall to listen to her. Shanli looked at the constantly changing number keys, and her heart became more panicked. How could she get rid of Fu Zhuang, this big trouble? What I mean is, I'm fine and don't need a gynecological examination. The elevator door opened. Shanli raised her foot and walked out, but she was still a step too slow, and Fu Zhuang pulled her wrist back. Don't try to escape. Go get checked. I said I'm allergic to doctors, I won't go. If she really went for a checkup, it would be really miserable. Shanli forced herself to step out again, but she didn't have enough strength, so she could only watch the elevator door close again and the elevator go up. Shanli was so panicked that her teeth were chattering. She even went over what happened next in her mind. The doctor came out with the examination form and told Fu Zhuang that she was not just having stomach discomfort but was pregnant. Then the man knew that she was pregnant with his child and forced her to have an abortion. Shanli shuddered suddenly when she thought of this. Mr. Fu, you. Before she finished speaking, the elevator door opened again. Fu Zhuang pulled Shanli out, handed Shanli to the doctor in the obstetrics and gynecology department, and said in a cold voice, "Check her out carefully." The female doctor didn't know what her relationship with Fu Zhuang was, and the corners of her lips raised. "Don't worry, I will definitely check her out carefully." Shanli watched them flirting with each other and talking about her. Her heart was in turmoil. It was over. It was really over. Fu Zhuang's cell phone rang. He didn't say anything else, turned around and left the clinic to answer the phone. Shanli looked at his back, her teeth creaking. She wanted to punch him a few times. After retracting her gaze, she found that the female doctor was squinting at her. Shanli's hair suddenly stood up, and she smiled at the female doctor. "Hey, what is your relationship with that brat?" the female doctor asked. Shanley pharyngitis saliva. Don't get me wrong, we have no relationship, I'm just his secretary. Secretary. The female doctor looked unconvinced. This is the first time he has brought people to see me for treatment. Are you sure you are just his secretary? Sure. Shanley said firmly, I'm really just his secretary. The female doctor raised her eyebrows. I'm afraid it's not just as simple as a secretary. Shanley. 这个 How can this person not understand what I say? She said it's just a secretary. Shanley smiled. It's really just a secretary. The female doctor pursed her lips. You go lie down on it. Shanley's eyes fell on the scene, temporarily caught a bed, and her eyelashes trembled again and again. Doctor, what is this? Gynecological examination. I will do an internal examination for you first, and you can do the ultrasound and urine test later. Women's friendship is sometimes very strange. Half an hour ago, Shanley was so scared that her legs went limp when she saw the female doctor, Shi Xiansheng. Half an hour later, Shanley smiled and waved goodbye to the female doctor. Thank you, Dr. Fu. The female doctor's surname is also Fu Ying, and she is Fu Zhuang's cousin. Fu Ying blinked and said, take care to rest. Shanley nodded, okay. As soon as Shanley entered the elevator, Fu Zhuang received Fu Ying's WeChat message, everything is normal. Fu Zhuang replied, nothing else wrong. 然后 Fu Ying, for example. Fu Zhuang, she vomits occasionally. Fu Ying, oh, that's because she had a stomachache. Fu Zhuang, are you sure it's not for other reasons? Fu Ying, since you don't believe me, why did you bring her to me for examination? Fu Zhuang, I didn't say I didn't believe you. Fu Ying, I helped you about my blind date. Fu Zhuang, I'll tell my aunt. Fu Ying, you're so good, little brother. Fu Zhuang ignored Fu Ying, put his phone in his pocket, and got into the car. The driver asked, is Mr. Fu leaving now? Fu Zhuang looked down at his watch and said in a low voice, wait. The driver realized belatedly that the boss was waiting for Secretary Shen. As for Shanley, she went to other places after coming out of the obstetrics and gynecology clinic. After the examination, she handed all the results to Wen Xiang and then left the hospital through another door during the chaos. After getting in the taxi, she sent a WeChat message to Wen Xiang. Special Assistant Wen, I suddenly received a call from home. It's very urgent, so I won't go back to the company. She leaned on the car window and looked out. 然后 sure enough, she saw a very eye-catching Maybach parked not far away. She narcissistically thought that the people in the car were waiting for her. Of course, it may not be, but she dared not bet. After all, Fu Zhuang's reaction has been getting weirder since that night. It's like they have some kind of connection. He used to ignore her, but now he is looking for trouble with her everywhere. No, she has to hide. Fu Zhuang didn't know Shanley had left until everyone left. The driver asked, is Mr. Fu leaving? Fu Zhuang glanced at his watch, then called Wen Xiang. Where is Shanley? Wen Xiang said, Secretary Shen left an hour ago. Fu Zhuang's face sank slightly. 那个 Who allowed it? Wen Xiang felt the death gaze from his boss across the phone. He pressed his tongue against his cheek. She asked for leave for me. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and Fu Zhuang's breathing became heavy. From now on, Shanley can only ask me for leave. Wen Xiang felt a chill on his back and then said quickly, yes. Shanley's phone rang as soon as she got in the car. It was Zhou Ai calling. How is it? Is there any flaw? Does Fu Zhuang know everything? Did he say anything? He didn't do anything to you, did he? I'm sorry, baby. I was in a meeting just now and didn't see the message you sent me. Please tell me what happened. Zhou Ai sounded more nervous than Shanley. Don't be silent, tell me quickly. You asked so many questions, which one should I answer first? Answer all of them, answer all of them. Then Shanley told Zhou Ai everything that happened. Zhou Ai paused and said, "Wait, let me sort it out. You said that you saw Fu Zhuang's cousin and had a checkup with her. Her cousin already knew that you were pregnant. You also admitted that the child was Fu Zhuang's and his cousin promised you to keep this secret." Well, that's it. Shanli's heart is still trembling when she thinks of what happened in the clinic. Why did Fu Zhuang's cousin agree to help you keep it a secret from Fu Zhuang? Zhou Ai asked. Maybe she felt sorry for me. In fact, Shanli didn't know much. Anyway, she was very panicked when the results came out, for fear that Fu Ying would tell Fu Zhuang, who knew that she saw through her thoughts at a glance and asked her if she didn't want Fu Zhuang to know. She nodded and said, yes. Fu Ying smiled and said, okay, I'll keep it a secret for you. In this way, the matter was concealed. Is there anything wrong between her and Fu Zhuang? Zhou Ai asked a soul-searching question. For example, Shanli asked, the grudges between wealthy families or something. Zhou Ai said, isn't that how it is played in TV dramas? You scheme against me and I scheme against you to fight for the family property. You have watched too many palace fighting dramas. Shanli leaned against the car door and said, she just felt sorry for me. 然后 Zhou Ai didn't witness the whole process, so it was difficult for her to comment. What if she suddenly told Fu Zhuang? No, probably not. Shanli's mind was a little confused and she couldn't think of a good countermeasure for a while. I don't think she would. How was your examination? Zhou Ai asked, are you okay? Very good. Shanli said everything is fine. Zhou Ai teased, it seems that you are really an angel baby. You know that your mother is tired during pregnancy and you don't let your mother suffer. Shanli curled the corners of her lips slightly and put her hand on her belly as if she was talking to Zhou Ai, but also to herself. Yes, you are indeed an angel baby. Zhou Ai was still not at ease, always feeling that cousin Fu Zhuang was a time bomb, and reminded Lily, cousin Fu Zhuang knows about this and sooner or later Fu Zhuang will know about it. And you can't transfer now. You work under Fu Zhuang's nose every day and something will always be revealed. You must be mentally prepared. What will you do if Fu Zhuang knows about it? He should. No, right? Shanli said hesitantly. What do you think is the reason why Fu Zhuang was able to take the position of Fu Group's president? Zhou Ai said there were several people who competed with him for that position back then. Why was he the winner in the end? Shanli swallowed nervously. Zhou Ai, he is not so easy to fool. As Zhou Ai expected, Fu Zhuang was not so easy to fool. The next day, when Jiang showed the test results to Fu Zhuang read every page carefully, frowned and asked, didn't the doctor say why Shanli vomited? When Jiang paused and explained, it should be because of stomach discomfort. Why is the stomach uncomfortable? Maybe you ate something bad. Possible. Fu Zhuang disliked this kind of ambiguous answer the most. When Jiang said, I will ask the doctor right away. When Jiang had just taken 2 steps when Fu Zhuang called him and asked Shanli to come in. When Jiang nodded, yes. Shanli's smile disappeared instantly after hearing Wen Jiang's words. She glanced at the closed door of the president's office and asked, Special Assistant Wen, what does President Fu want me to do? President Fu didn't say this. Wen Jiang said, President Fu only said to let you in. Can I not go? What do you think? The answer is of course no. Shanli pursed her lips and said, okay, I'll go. After Wen Jiang left, she hesitated for a long time before knocking on the door of the president's office. After entering, she closed the door casually and walked closer. President Fu. Fu Zhuang said the last name and raised his head to look at Shanli. Here it comes, this kind of death look again. 那个山里 was scared to death when he looked at her like this. She felt like he could see through her soul. She couldn't help but take 2 steps back. That fool. Does he have something to do with me? Fu Zhuang opened the drawer, took out a medical examination form, tapped it with his fingertips, and said in a cold voice, Shan Li, I know everything. Why don't you tell the truth? Shan Li's thoughts were suddenly confused. He knew everything. Who told him? Fu Ying. What should she do, admit it or not? This was the first time Shan Li faced such a situation. She was so panicked that she spoke incoherently. Mr. Fu, please listen to my explanation. I didn't mean it. What didn't you mean? I didn't mean to tell you. What are you hiding from me? I'm pregnant. The word pregnant at the end, Shan Li almost vomited it out. She stopped and her eyelashes trembled again and again. Wait, what does he mean? Is he lying to her? Fu Zhuang lowered his voice and asked, What are you pregnant with? Chapter 11. Shan Li's heart was pounding and she pretended to be calm and said, You are targeting me. Fu Zhuang didn't hear what he wanted to hear, and he used some force on his fingertips. The physical examination sheet instantly wrinkled, just like his complicated mood at the moment. He looked at Shan Li and always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't find the flaw for a while. Would Shan Li lie to him? Shan Li might, but Fu Ying wouldn't. After all, they were cousins. Fu Ying had no reason to lie to him, which meant that the previous speculation might be false, and Shan Li was indeed fine. When Fu Zhuang thought of this, he suddenly felt a headache for some reason. His sharp eyes became a little dazed, and his aura of authority without anger weakened instantly. He frowned and relaxed his eyebrows, and tried to suppress the discomfort. 然后 his Adam's apple rose slightly and he said, Shan Li, are you really hiding something from me? Of course. Shan Li hurriedly expressed her attitude. How dare I, a small secretary, hide it from you, right, mister? Fu. Inexplicably, Fu Zhuang didn't like her forced smile and flattering expression and waved his hand. Okay, you can go out. Shan Li was waiting for this sentence. Fearing that he would regret it, she didn't dare to say another word and turned to walk out. Seeing that her fingers were about to touch the door handrail, a man's clear and businesslike voice came from behind. Secretary Shan. Shan Li's heart, which had just been put down, was lifted up again. She swallowed her saliva, adjusted her expression and slowly turned around. Mr. Fu, do you have anything else to do? Since you are in good health, you won't want to vomit next time you see me, right? Fu Zhuang said in a calm voice. Shan Li. Forgot about this. Shan Li smiled and said, No, never again. She swore that even if she really wanted to vomit, she would hold it back. That's good. Fu Zhuang raised his eyebrows. His tone was still very light. If you are fine, you can do the things that you couldn't finish before now. Unfinished things? Shan Li couldn't remember what else was unfinished. Mr. Fu, what do you mean? She asked carefully. Last time I said that you would go on a business trip with me. Fu Zhuang leaned back against the back of the chair. His posture was leisurely, his cold and slender fingers picked up the pen and poked it casually on the paper. 4 days and 3 nights, Secretary Shan didn't forget, right? Business trip together. 4 days and 3 nights. She is really going crazy this time. Shan Li turned back, her eyebrows curved and smiled and said, Mr. Fu, actually, I am not in good health. Fu Zhuang put down the pen, pressed the physical examination form with his fingertips, wiped the table and slowly pushed it in front of her. And poked the last column with his fingertips, which said that you are very healthy and there is nothing wrong. As for me, Shan Li is afraid to look Fu Zhuang in the eye. Every time she looks at him, her mind is always in a mess and she can't remember anything. What's wrong with you? As for me, it's actually sub-health. Yes, sub-health. Shanley began to talk nonsense. Although sub-health sounds fine, the condition is quite serious. It's really not suitable for long-distance travel. No need to travel. Fu Zhuang raised his eyebrows lightly and said, take a private plane and the flight takes 3 hours. Shanley. The time is really short. Shanley coughed lightly. Although 3 hours can't be considered a long journey, Mr. Fu, I'm afraid of heights and dare not take a plane. If I remember correctly, you and Wen Xiang also took a plane to CTC last time. Fu Zhuang exposed her lie in person. Shanley laughed dryly and thought, can you, a boss who is busy with all kinds of things, stop remembering these trivial things all the time? Fear of heights is not an option. Shanley can only find other reasons. I'm afraid that my poor brain will ruin your business. If your brain is not working well, you have to use it more. Fu Zhuang said calmly, be careful of getting Alzheimer's. You got Alzheimer's? Your whole family has Alzheimer's. Special Assistant Wen is more experienced than me in this area. I think you should let Special Assistant Wen go with you. Shanley pointed to the glass window. Oh, Eiko is also very capable in business. You can take her with you. Shanley. Fu Zhuang's face darkened. Am I the boss or are you the boss? Shanley lowered her head and said softly, you. Do I arrange the work or do you arrange the work? You. Who pays your salary? You. Okay, get out. Fu Zhuang took the water cup and drank a sip of water slowly. You can go home early to pack your luggage today and leave at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Oh, Shanley was a little angry before she came in, but after she went out, she was wilted, like an eggplant hit by frost. Eiko asked, what's wrong? Did you get scolded by President Fu? Shanley sighed lightly and slumped in the chair. Eiko continued to comfort her, Mr. Fu is not someone who can be scolded by everyone. 就是 most employees would not be treated that way even if they want him to scold them. I think Mr. Fu thinks highly of you and he must care about you. Shanley. But she doesn't want him to care about her. Eiko pushed Shanley's shoulder. Why don't you tell me what Mr. Fu did to make you sad? Shanley looked at Eiko, sighed again and then lay on the table. Tell me, what did Mr. Fu say? Eiko pressed. Mr. Fu wants me to go on a business trip with him. Shanley said listlessly, 4 days and 3 nights. What? Eiko suddenly raised her voice, a light flashed in her eyes, and when she realized something was wrong, she covered her lips with her hands and blinked. Shanley, what did you say? Mr. Fu wants you to go on a business trip with him. Shanley nodded helplessly, yes. Ah. Eiko screamed silently for a while and then let out a long sigh. Do you know how many people in the company are looking forward to going on a business trip with Mr. Fu? 4 days and 3 nights is a crazy amount of money. But I don't want to. Shanley pouted, thinking others are making crazy money but she is playing with her life. Why not? Eiko pulled a chair over and sat beside Shanley, counting the benefits of going on a business trip with Fu Zhuang on his fingers. The last time Secretary Zhou went on a business trip with President Fu, the bonus alone was 6 figures and there were various subsidies. 那个 President Fu also gave Secretary Zhou a day of fun and the expenses were reimbursed by the company. Even the souvenirs that Secretary Zhou gave us were prepared by Wang, the special assistant, at the request of President Fu. In short, President Fu is very generous with money. Secretary Zhou kept saying that it would be great if she could go on a business trip with President Fu again. Eiko shook Shanley's shoulders, saying, why don't you cherish the good thing that fell from the sky when it fell on you? Because I will be crushed to death. Shanli stopped AI Ke before she vomited, saying, That's enough, no more shaking. What's the matter of life and death? It's so unlucky. AI Ke pinched Shan Li's face, saying, You can go on a business trip with President Fu. You should be happy. Well, Shan Li knew that she couldn't get through with AI Ke, so she left her seat on the pretext of going to drink water. As soon as she entered the tea room, her cell phone rang. She took out her cell phone from her pocket and stared at the caller ID for a few seconds. Then she answered the call and said in a low voice, Mom, I'm at work. When Wang said, Lily, your grandma's birthday is next month. She wants you to bring your boyfriend back. I found a few good blind dates for you. You can take some time to meet them this weekend. If you feel good, you can develop a relationship. Then you can have an explanation to your grandma. Shanli rolled her eyes. What do you want to meet? Suddenly, she remembered the agreement with Sun Lei. Oh, boyfriend, okay, I will bring him back on grandma's birthday. Wait. When Wang thought she heard it wrong and reminded her, Grandma asked you to bring your boyfriend back. I heard it, boyfriend. Shanli promised, Don't worry, I will definitely bring my boyfriend back. Didn't you break up with Liu Shen? Where did your boyfriend come from? He's no. Is he reliable? A colleague from the company, do you think he is reliable? A colleague from the company, okay, hello, a colleague from the company. When Wang seemed to remember that Shanli worked in a very powerful company, so her colleagues must be very powerful too. She smiled and said, Good find. Shanli was afraid that she would say something shocking again, so she interrupted her. Mom, I won't talk about it for now because I'm at work. Okay, then you are busy. When Wang reminded her to send me the photo of your boyfriend when it's convenient. Shanli paused and blinked. What do you want the photo for? When Wang, your grandma wants to see it. Shanli pursed her lips and said, Okay. After hanging up the phone, she didn't even want to drink water. As she walked out of the tea room, she was thinking about how to ask Sun Lei for the photo and whether he would think she had a problem with her brain. 那个 Sun Lei saw that Shan Li was walking with her head down and was about to hit the wall, so he reminded her, Shan Li, be careful. Shan Li came back to her senses, looked at the wall so close, raised her lips and smiled, Thank you. Sun Lei came over, What are you thinking about? You didn't even look at the road. Shanli pouted and sighed, It's my mother who insisted that I show him the photo of my boyfriend. As she spoke, she glanced at Sun Lei and seeing that he looked normal, she hesitated for a moment before speaking. Sun Lei, can I show your photo to my family? Of course. Sun Lei asked, Is it just a solo photo? Do you want a group photo? As soon as she finished speaking, Shan Li's phone rang and Wen Wang sent a WeChat message. Send me a group photo of you. Shan Li raised her head, curled her lips and smiled. Is it convenient? Convenient. 那个 Sun Lei looked round, pointed to the window and said, Let's take a photo there. Shan Li nodded, okay. They walked towards the window together, talking about something as they walked. Shan Li was asking Sun Lei if he could accompany her to her grandmother's birthday party next month. Sun Lei said, No problem. Fu Zhuang came out of the office and was originally going to the conference room for a meeting. As he walked to the corner, he saw something in his peripheral vision. He stopped and turned to look. He saw two figures standing in front of the window, one tall and one short. The man was leaning against the window and the woman was standing in front of the man. From his angle, it looked like the woman was leaning into the man's arms. Fu Zhuang's face suddenly darkened and there seemed to be a tornado in the depths of his eyes. Wen Xiang took 2 steps and looked back to find that Fu Zhuang had stopped moving. Following Fu Zhuang's gaze, he saw Shan Li holding a mobile phone in one hand and making a scissors sign with the other hand. Sunlei was also smiling brightly behind her. Shanley called out 1, 2, 3 and then pressed the screen of her mobile phone. They were taking pictures, but the pose was a little too intimate. Fu Zhuang asked, "What is the relationship between Shanli and Sunlei?" Wan Xiang said they should be just colleagues. Do they look like simple colleagues? Nah. What do you think? Wan Xiang asked back. Go check. Yes. Fu Zhuang raised his foot to leave, but his toes moved back just after he moved a little and said in a low voice, "Secretary Shen." Shanli was startled by Fu Zhuang's voice. She dropped her phone without holding it firmly. She bent down to pick it up, and Sunlei also bent down to help her pick it up. Their heads bumped into each other. Sunlei looked apologetic. Are you okay? I didn't notice it just now. Shanli smiled and said, It's okay, it's okay. This scene was even more eye-catching than the scene of the two taking pictures just now. Fu Zhuang's face became even darker, and there seemed to be a cold wind around him. It seemed that the secretary's office was very idle. 然后 Wan Xiang. Because of Fu Zhuang's words, the secretary's office was extremely busy afterwards. There was no chance to talk. Until she left the company, Shanli didn't say a word to Sunlei again. She thought that she could talk to Sunlei after she came back from the business trip. Thinking of the business trip, Shanli wanted to bang her head against the wall again. 然后 Why did Fu Zhuang want her to go on a business trip with him? Why was he so jealous of her? It was so annoying. Although she was angry, Shanli still had to do what she had to do. When she was packing her luggage, Zhou Ai called her and asked her if she wanted to go shopping for clothes together tomorrow. Shanli said listlessly, I can't go. Zhou Ai was surprised. What's wrong? Where are you going tomorrow? On a business trip. Shanli gritted her teeth. Fu Zhuang asked me to accompany him on a business trip. How long? Zhou Ai asked casually. 4 days and 3 nights. Shanli's scalp was numb when she thought of 4 days and 3 nights. 这个 How should she face Fu Zhuang next? It's worrying. 4 days and 3 nights. Zhou Ai sat up from the sofa, opened her eyes and said, You want to stay with Fu Zhuang for 4 days and 3 nights? Yes. Shanli was very distressed. Ai, what do you say we should do? Fu Zhuang looks very smart. I'm really afraid that I can't hide it from him. What do you think I should do if I can't hide it? Can I run away overnight? Can you outrun Fu Zhuang's private plane? No. Shanli became even more depressed. She grabbed a handful of hair and sobbed. What should I do? I think. Zhou Ai swallowed her saliva. If it doesn't work, just tell Fu Zhuang the truth. Maybe he will keep the child. Just as Shanli was about to speak, Zhou Ai said, Maybe he wants to keep the mother of the child, don't you think? What is it? Shanli is now so whimsical. With Fu Zhuang's status, many rich girls in the upper class of Beicheng are vying to marry him. 这个 He would not choose her even if he closed his eyes. No, Fu Zhuang would not choose me. The more Shanli thought about it, the more annoyed she became. Why don't I run away now? What about after running away? Zhou Ai asked. You can't never go back to Beicheng to see him for the rest of your life, right? Shanli thought about it, and it was indeed impossible to not see him for the rest of her life. She lowered her head and bumped her head on the sofa twice, 然后 pouted and said, Why am I so pitiful? 然后 I can sleep with anyone else, but I have to sleep with Fu Zhuang. If other people slept with him, it would be considered a one-night stand at most. But I brought one back. Woo, it's so hard for me. Shanli's forehead was red from bumping into the wall, but she still couldn't think of a solution. She could only persuade herself to act according to circumstances. Joe AI told a cold joke to comfort Shen Li. I think, although you and Fu Zhuang will spend 4 days and 3 nights together, it is impossible that the weather will change suddenly, right? It is even more impossible that there is only one room, right? So, you don't have to worry at all. Shen Li, I hope that so many coincidences won't happen. It can only be said that good things don't work, but bad things do. When Shen Li dragged her tired body into the hotel after listening to the front desk talking a lot, she finally determined that she was the most unlucky one. Mr. Fu, I'm very sorry, one of the 2 suites you booked has some problems because it happened suddenly and now we can't find a suitable room to change your room. You see. Shen Li interrupted her. Interrupt, what do you mean? You can only be wrong to stay in the same suite tonight. The receptionist said sincerely. I'm very sorry. Shen Li blinked. Is there no other room? Front desk receptionist, we are holding a concert here and all the surrounding hotels are booked. 这个 There are really no extra rooms. Shen Li. It's so unlucky. Wan Xiang turned and walked towards Fu Zhuang, standing in front of him. Mr. Fu, there is only one suite, you and Secretary Shen. 然后 Share one. Fu Zhuang said in a calm voice. After he finished speaking, Wan Xiang was stunned. Huh? Fu Zhuang, share a room. Shen Li also heard it and waved her hands hurriedly. No, I'll go to another hotel. When she was pulling the suitcase out, the wheels on the suitcase fell off somehow and the suitcase tilted and fell down. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, otherwise she would have been dragged down. Shen Li frowned at the broken suitcase. Now that the suitcase was broken, she couldn't go anywhere. Seeing this, Fu Zhuang said calmly, go up first. After that, he walked towards the elevator. Wan Xiang pulled up Shen Li's suitcase and walked towards the elevator. Shen Li pursed her lips and hesitated for a moment, then had to follow. She whispered to Wan Xiang, where are you going to sleep tonight, Special Assistant Wan? Wan Xiang said in a businesslike manner, I have other things to deal with and I'm going to go to the branch office tonight. Shen Li touched it twice with her fingertips. Is there an employee lounge in the branch office? Inexplicably, Wan Xiang felt someone was looking at him. His eyes met Fu Zhuang's. He immediately understood something and shook his head. No. Is there no temporary rest area either? No. Shen Li's face fell. Is she really going to sleep with Fu Zhuang tonight? That cross mouth. Good things don't work, but bad things work. The elevator door opened and they walked in one by one. Shen Li stood in the corner of the elevator, farthest from Fu Zhuang. She lowered her head, revealing her swan neck. Her skin was fair, and when the light shone on it, ripples appeared faintly. Fu Zhuang looked over and vaguely remembered that night. His Adam's apple rolled and he looked away. Shen Li was only looking down at her phone and didn't notice Fu Zhuang's abnormality. In 2 minutes, she looked at all the nearby hotels. Everyone was full. There really was no room. She sighed softly, and when she looked up, she found Fu Zhuang staring at her. Shen Li's eyelashes trembled again and again. Mr. Fu, is there anything wrong? Fu Zhuang put one hand in his pocket and said in a calm voice, 10 times. What? You sighed 10 times. Fu Zhuang pressed his tongue against his teeth and walked over slowly, blocking Shen Li's sight with his body and also blocking the bright white light shining from his head. Shen Li, what exactly are you dissatisfied with me? Shen Li had too many complaints. 然后 First, as the biological father of the child, why couldn't he bother the child's mother less? Secondly, he was the richest man in North City. How could he have problems booking a hotel when there was only one suite available? Finally, why was he so close to her? She almost couldn't breathe. Shen Li swallowed her saliva. Her chest felt stuffy. She waved her hands with annoyance in her eyes. Fu Zhuang had grown up to be the only one who looked down on others. Who dared to look down on him? Seeing Shanli's gloomy face and impatient look, he grabbed her wrist and said, "Shanli, don't go too far." His grip was very strong. Shanli was hurt by his grip and cried to tears. It hurt. Fu Zhuang saw that her eyes were red and slowly let go of her hand. Shanli raised her eyes and glared at him. She didn't know what was wrong with him. She said in a crying voice, "Mister. Fu, did you do it on purpose in the hotel room?" Fu Zhuang frowned. "What do you mean I did it on purpose? I don't believe that there is only one room in such a big hotel." You must have arranged it on purpose." Shanli didn't care that Wen Xiang was still there. 然后, she said everything in her heart, "Right. Are you questioning me?" Fu Zhuang's eyes were filled with swirls, and the look in his eyes was a little scary. If it were the usual Shanli, her legs would have been weak with fear, but today her emotions were a little out of control. She said everything she could and couldn't say. "Yes, I just doubt you." "Why do you doubt me?" "Because you have been targeting me since that night." Shanli swore that she was really not so impulsive before. 然后, Fu Zhuang was a godlike figure in the Fu group. Not to mention confronting him, even occasionally looking at him would make her tremble with fear for doing something wrong. She didn't know what happened to her today. The grievances surged in her heart, making her speak without restraint. Shanli looked at the closed door and remembered the scene in the elevator. After she said those words, Fu Zhuang said coldly, "Shanli, recognize your identity and don't let it happen again." Then, she was sent to the room. As for Fu Zhuang, she didn't know where he went with Wen Xiang. Shanli turned over in bed, then turned back again, and soon turned over again. After tossing and turning for a long time, she sat up from the bed, patted her face, and said to herself, "Shanli, are you crazy just now? You dared to scold Fu Zhuang. Oh my God, she might have been possessed by another body, otherwise she wouldn't be so rebellious. If Fu Zhuang kills her tomorrow, she can only bear it." That night, Shanli slept very badly. She kept dreaming that Fu Zhuang was going to kill her. When she woke up the next day, her eyes were swollen and the eye patch didn't work. There was really no way, so she could only cover it with makeup, but the effect was average. At 8 o'clock, Wen Xiang called her and asked her to come down to the restaurant for breakfast. Shanli walked and thought that she must apologize to Fu Zhuang after seeing him. Who knew it was quite strange? She went to the restaurant and didn't see Fu Zhuang. After asking Wen Xiang, she found out that Fu Zhuang had gone to dinner with a partner. Shanli was surprised. "Assistant Wen, why didn't you accompany me?" Wen Xiang said calmly, "Boss Fu asked me to take you to breakfast first." That? Shanli pursed her lips. Where did Boss Fu sleep last night?" "Wen Xiang, if you want to know, go ask Boss Fu yourself." 然后? She asked. Is she crazy? Shanli shook her head. "I don't really want to know." Wen Xiang gave her a look that was hard to describe. Shanli gave him a confused look in return. Wen Xiang shook his head and lowered his head to continue eating breakfast. Shanli didn't talk much with unfamiliar people. Wen Xiang didn't talk, and she didn't want to talk either. The two finished their breakfast in silence. Zhou Ai was very interested in the first night that Shanli and Fu Zhuang spent together on a business trip. She really wanted to know if anything happened, so she sent a message to Shanli. "Li, are you okay?" Shanli bit her lips with her pearly teeth and replied, "Not good." "Zhou Ai, did Fu Zhuang bully you?" "Shanli, I scolded Fu Zhuang last night." Zhou Ai changed the voice. "Baby, you are probably the first secretary who dares to scold the boss. Tell me, how do you feel?" Shanley replied, at that time, I was only thinking about the grievance and didn't think about anything else. Now when I think about it, I just feel weak in my legs. Joe AI, what about Fu Zhuang? Didn't he do anything to you? Shanley, he did. He gave the room to me and went to other places. AI, this is my first time to live in the presidential suite. The decoration inside is super luxurious. It has overturned my 3 views. Joe AI joked, what you mean is that thanks to Fu Zhuang, you also enjoy the life of a rich person. Shanley, I guess so. Joe AI, is it very cool? Shanley, is very empty. As expected, I am not the material to be a rich person. I am only suitable to live in my own dog house. When Xiang saw Shanley walking slowly, stopped and turned to look at her. Shanley lowered her head and replied, AI, I have to work, let's not talk about it first. That day, Shanley didn't see Fu Zhuang and she didn't see him the next day. It wasn't until the 4th day that Shanley saw him. Originally, they agreed to return to North City today, but the weather suddenly changed. It was snowing everywhere, the plane could not fly, and they had to stay another night. At night, Shanley was about to go to bed when she heard a knock on the door. She got out of bed, put on her coat, and slowly walked towards the door, asking, who? Me. Fu Zhuang's voice came. Shanley didn't know why he came at this time, but thinking that he was the boss, it seemed wrong not to open the door, so she opened the door for him. As soon as the door opened, Fu Zhuang rushed straight towards her. Shanley took a few steps back before she could stand firm. In an instant, she was surrounded by the smell of alcohol and felt nauseous. She frowned and said, Mr. Fu Zhuang didn't answer. Shanley called again, Mr. Fu Zhuang still didn't answer. 然后 Shanley made up her mind and called his name directly, Fu Zhuang. Fu Zhuang paused for a few seconds and slowly raised his head. His eyes were full of red bloodshot and his eyes were hazy. It was obvious that he had drunk a lot. Shanley was about to speak when she heard him say, I remember that I didn't have time to take action the last time that night. Shanley, do you want to vomit because you are pregnant? Chapter 12. Shanley stole a glance at Fu Zhuang for the 10th time, biting her lips with her pearly teeth, and couldn't help wondering, does he remember what he said last night or not? Did he lose memory? She shook her head. Even if he lost memory, she couldn't remember nothing at all. 就是 maybe he was waiting for her to confess. Shanley held her breath nervously, moved her body inward, and deliberately kept a distance. She was so afraid that Fu Zhuang would suddenly remember something and ask her out of the blue like he did last night. Shanley, do you want to vomit because you are pregnant? How scary was the scene at that time? Shanley couldn't move for a moment. Fortunately, he closed his eyes and fell asleep after asking, otherwise she really didn't know how to answer. He was drunk last night, but he was sober today. In order to avoid the situation like last night, she could only stay as far away from him as possible. Shanley stole a glance at Fu Zhuang for the 11th time and met his eyes without warning. The man's face was tired after being drunk, and his voice was a little hoarse. What are you doing, shaking your head and nodding? Shanley stared at him, her eyelashes trembling again and again. Wasn't he feeling unwell? Nah. How could he still notice her? Oh, it was a big cold just now. Shanley made up an excuse casually, afraid that Fu Zhuang would ask something else. She raised her hand to cover her yawn. I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep for a while. After she finished speaking, she closed her eyes without waiting for Fu Zhuang to say anything. Fu Zhuang had something else to ask her. He drank too much last night and seemed to have gone to find Shanley in his memory, but he was not sure what he said or did, and he wanted to ask clearly. Shanley, you go to sleep later. Shanley ignored him and turned her head to the other side. Fu Zhuang, did I say anything to you last night? Shanley buried her face in her collar, hiding half of her face, with a faint light on her eyelashes and a misty shadow under her eyelids. The palm-sized face was half in the light and half in the shadow, and the skin color also changed, with the bright side being a little dazzling. Fu Zhuang stared at her, raising his eyebrows slightly. He knew she was pretending to sleep, but he didn't expose her. Instead, he motioned Wen Jiang to get a blanket. Wen Jiang came back soon, and Fu Zhuang took the blanket, stood up and walked to Shanli, leaned over to cover her, and his movements were gentler than ever before. Even when Jiang was stunned, Fu Zhuang didn't return to his seat, but sat next to Shanli. He didn't sleep well last night, and now he slowly closed his eyes due to sleepiness. This was the most peaceful sleep Fu Zhuang had had in recent days, without nightmares, insomnia, or headaches. When he woke up, they were still on the plane, and the woman next to him was leaning on his shoulder. Wen Jiang came over to wake Shanli up, but Fu Zhuang stopped him with his eyes. Wen Jiang stepped back, with more doubts in his eyes. Thinking of everything that happened before, the possibility that had been ignored resurfaced. So that's how it is. Shanli barely slept last night because of Fu Zhuang's words. When she closed her eyes, she heard the words, "Shanli, do you want to vomit because you are pregnant?" Fu Zhuang's words were really scary. Ever since she got on the plane, Shanli had been telling herself to stay away from Fu Zhuang. But when she opened her eyes, she saw Fu Zhuang right beside her, and she was still leaning on his shoulder. Shanli closed her eyes, let her die right where she is. Fu Zhuang noticed the noise and knew that Shanli had woken up. He slowly opened his eyes, and there was a shimmering light in his dark pupils. He quietly waited for her to greet him first. Shanli was not good at patience. When she was in school, they played a game on their classmates' birthdays where they stared at each other to see who could hold out the longest. Shanli lost every time she played. 然后? And she was not good at holding her breath either. She lost every time. Shanli really didn't want to lose again today, but her stomach was not strong and it hurt a little. She wanted to go to the bathroom. But if she wants to go to the bathroom, she has to wake up first. What if she opens her eyes and Fu Zhuang also opens his eyes and they stare at each other? What should she do if he brings up what happened last night again? Shanli felt like there was a cat's claw scratching in her heart, one after another, making her feel at a loss. Unable to think of a way to deal with it, she could only continue to close her eyes and pretend to sleep, but the shoulder behind her was like a hot potato. Every minute Shanli leaned on it, she felt uneasy. Not everyone can lean on the boss's shoulder. It costs a price. Wait, that's not right. Fu Zhuang obviously doesn't sit here. Why did he sit here? He was so kind as to be her pillow. Shanli thought about last night again and remembered that she didn't take the last measure he said. No wonder she got pregnant. It turned out that the problem was the last time. 然后? She wanted to question Fu Zhuang, but she felt that she had no position. After all, one is willing to fight and the other is willing to suffer. Besides, Fu Zhuang's genes are really good. If she really gave birth to a child with him, it would seem that it would not be bad. When Shanli was lost in thought, a low voice came from above her head. You are not awake yet. Are you planning to keep leaning like this? Huh? Shanli thought her acting skills were okay, so of course she couldn't wake up right away. She made a move of just waking up, rubbed her eyes, and when she saw Fu Zhuang, she opened her mouth exaggeratedly. Boss Fu, why are you here? It would have been best if Fu Zhuang didn't say anything at this time and continued to be his cold and domineering boss. Unfortunately, he opened his mouth and started to scold people. I saw Secretary Shen knew I was here all the time, but it turns out she didn't know. I was asleep, of course I didn't know. Shanli stood up and stepped back, glancing at the place where she had just leaned. 那个 She always knew that she didn't sleep well, but she didn't expect it to be so bad. There was a wet mark on Fu Zhuang's chest, which should have been left by her. 那个山丽 Fu Zhuang looked down along her gaze, raised his eyebrows indifferently, and said in a low voice, Is that so? It seems that I have wronged Secretary Shen. Every time Fu Zhuang called Shanli Secretary Shen, her heart would tremble inexplicably, especially after that night. The trembling became more intense. Mr. Fu really loves to joke. Shanli moved away from him, avoiding him like a snake or scorpion, as if she would be in some way if she looked at him. Fu Zhuang was a little unhappy about Shanli's subconscious retreat, but he was a man who never showed his displeasure, so even if he was unhappy, ordinary people wouldn't be able to tell. Shanli was just hiding and didn't notice. Fu Zhuang stared at her and remembered another thing. You have a good relationship with Sun Lei. Sun Lei. Why did you suddenly mention Sun Lei? 就是 okay. Shanli didn't know what Fu Zhuang was going to do, and her answer was ambiguous. Not bad. Fu Zhuang's fingers fell on the cuffs and flicked them lightly. 那个 His long eyelashes drooped, blocking some of the light, and his dark eyes looked a little cold when he looked at people. Shanli didn't know what she said wrong, pursed her lips. Well, not bad. 那 How good is not bad? Fu Zhuang asked without any expression. What's the question? Shanli racked her brains to think about it, and it was fine. Fine and fine are not on the same level. Fu Zhuang paused his fingers there and raised his eyebrows slightly. Fine. Boom, boom, boom. Shanli heard her own heartbeat, nodded, and whispered, Well, fine. She thought Fu Zhuang would ask more questions, but unexpectedly, Fu Zhuang never looked at her again after asking and completely treated her as a transparent person. But it's also good this way, which is convenient for Shanli to think about things. Where should I remember the things from? Yes, it started from that night 2 months ago when she went to Fu Zhuang's private room drunk and they took the elevator to the suite upstairs together. Then there was a passionate kiss, and she didn't remember what happened after that. Fu Zhuang said that they didn't take measures the last time. Were they so anxious at that time? There was no time to take measures. As soon as she thought of this, Shanli seemed to be struck by lightning. 然后 Something flashed in her mind, and it was a blurry picture. 就是 under the dim light, the woman and the man kissed passionately. The man stood up to get something, and the woman pulled the man's arm and pulled him back. Their faces turned together. Shanli saw that the woman's face in the picture was the same as hers, and as for the man, it was Fu Zhuang. Shanli raised her hand to cover her lips, and her heart suddenly rose to her throat. Was it so intense that night? No, this should be fake. It was a dream. Yes, it was a dream. But after thinking about it, she felt that it was not a dream, because she saw the black mole on the man's wrist. It was very coincidental that Fu Zhuang also had such a mole. So, it was either a dream or it was real. 那个 Shanli could not give a reasonable explanation for the long reaction arc. After getting off the plane and returning home, Shanli threw down her suitcase and called Zhou Ai. After listening to her incoherent story, Zhou Ai asked, It's been 2 months and you just remembered it. Are you sure it's true? It should be true. Shanli said that it was all Fu Zhuang's fault. If he didn't mention it, I wouldn't have remembered it. Lily, it seems that you really can't keep this secret. Zhou Ai analyzed that you have to think of a good countermeasure as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'd better run away. After thinking about it, Shanli felt that this was more reliable. Where are you going to escape to? Zhou Ai sighed lightly. You are not going back to your hometown, are you? My hometown is quite far from North City. It's okay to go back. Shanli's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, go back to my hometown. Since are unpredictable, she hasn't gone back yet. When Wang came first, her eyes were red and swollen, and she didn't say anything and kept crying after seeing Shanli. Shanli asked, "What happened?" When Wang sniffed, "It's still your dad." "What happened to my dad?" Shanli handed Wen Wang a tissue. "He was flirting with the woman who was dancing in the square." Wen Wang said angrily that they had added each other on WeChat. There was nothing wrong with adding each other on WeChat. Before Shanli finished speaking, Wen Wang was unhappy. 就是 How could it be nothing? They were always chatting during the day and at night. I think my marriage with your dad is over. It's not that serious. It's just that serious. After she finished speaking, Wen Wang started crying again. "Lily, if I divorce your dad, who will you be with?" Shanli resisted the urge to roll her eyes and sat with a curled lip until annoyed by this question that has been asked since childhood. "I don't care, who will you be with?" With you. That's about right." When Wang cried enough and remembered other things. "By the way, where is your boyfriend? Take time to bring him to see me. Maybe next time." Shanli brought Wen Wang some warm water. "There will be plenty of opportunities to meet in the future." "You don't have a boyfriend, do you?" Wen Wang glared at her and said, "You are lying to me, right?" "No, I have a boyfriend." Shanli took out her phone and opened the photo album to show Wen Wang the photo. 就是 It was him. Sunlei was tall and had fair skin. He was the type that his mother-in-law liked. Wen Wang nodded with satisfaction. This young man was good-looking. My daughter had good taste." Wen Wang drank too much water. She put down her cup, stood up, and went to the bathroom. Just as she closed the bathroom door, Shanli suddenly remembered something. The pregnancy test stick was still on the table. She was going to throw it away, but then she forgot. No, she couldn't be seen. The next second, Shanli rushed into the bathroom. Wen Wang was still groping for the light switch in the bathroom. How do you turn on the light?" Shanli walked back sideways, found the right time to grab the pregnancy test stick and hid it in her pocket, and then turned on the light. When Wang saw that she was sweating all over her forehead and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Shanli shook her head, "Nothing." As she said that, she walked out and went straight back to her room. She closed the door and breathed a sigh of relief. She was almost seen. It was a close call. When Wang was here, so the pregnancy test stick couldn't be thrown away casually. Shanli looked for several places, but none of them were safe. Finally, she stuffed the pregnancy test stick back into her bag and wanted to throw it away when she went out. When Wang's arrival made Shanli experience what it means to be in dire straits again. She didn't have much morning sickness, but she would feel uncomfortable occasionally. For example, when Wang cooked a table full of dishes. When Shanli was about to eat, she saw the white steamed fish at a glance. She usually liked to eat it, but she couldn't stand the smell of fish after she got pregnant. Nausea came up. Shanli covered her lips with her hands and left to go to the bathroom before Wen Wang found out. She came out after a long time, her face pale. Wen Wang asked, "Lily, are you uncomfortable?" Shanli said, "No." After that, she didn't dare to look at the fish again. For another example, Shanli likes to eat oranges recently, the sourer the better. 然后 when Wang said while watching TV, "You look like when I was pregnant with you, and I also liked to eat sour food." After the words fell, the two paused at the same time. When Wang, "Lily, you are not hiding something from me, are you?" Shanli shook her head. "How is that possible?" "That's not happening." There were other details. Shanli was more nervous at home than at the company. Joe I asked her, "When will Aunt leave?" Shanley said helplessly. My mother said that she would not go back unless my father came to pick her up. Then you can ask Uncle to pick her up. I suggested that if Anne stayed any longer, I think you would be in trouble. The key is that my father is not coming. Shanley thought of the phone call in the daytime and said listlessly, I asked my father, and he said it was up to her. Why don't you move in and live with me for a few days? Forget it, I am not at ease with my mother living alone. 然后 Things took a turn for the better a few days later. Shan's father came to pick up Wen Wang and bought a big bouquet of flowers. Wen Wang said she would not go back, but her feet had already walked towards Shan's father. Shanley watched them get into the car, and her heart finally settled down. When people relax, they tend to forget things. 然后 Shanley had long forgotten that there was a pregnancy test stick in her bag. She carried her bag to work every day. When Wang asked for a photo of Sun Lei, she would give one to her. When she asked for a photo together, she would give it to her. Anyway, it was all fake, so Shanley didn't feel any burden. She even thought about the follow-up. When the time came, she would say that they broke up because of personality incompatibility. It was common for young people to break up, and their families wouldn't say anything. After Wang left, Shanley finally lived a comfortable life. She didn't have to eat steamed fish anymore, and no one would talk about pregnancy when she ate oranges. She was in a good mood and started planning where to go with Ai on the weekend. She had been busy with work recently and hadn't been able to go out and have fun. She really wanted to go out. Just when Shanley made the plan, Wen Jiang notified everyone to have a team building on the weekend. Shanley found Wen Jiang and asked, Assistant Wen, I have something to do. Can I not go? Wen Jiang said in a calm voice, this is arranged by President Fu. If you want to take a leave, you should talk to President Fu. Talk to President Fu. Shanley really wanted to see Fu Zhuang, pursed her lips, and said, Is it not possible with you? Mr. Fu said that you can only ask him to approve your leave in the future. Wen Jiang said without any expression, I can't make the decision. All right then. Shanley raised her eyes and glanced at the closed office door. Mr. Fu, do you have time now? Wen Jiang, yes. Shanley glanced at her watch. There was still half an hour before the end of get off work. Time was not enough. She had to talk to Fu Zhuang quickly. After a moment of preparation, she walked towards the president's office. As soon as she approached, Fu Zhuang's cold voice came from inside, Is this your business plan? Even a 3-year-old child can do better than you. Take it out and redo it. Then there were rustling sounds and footsteps. Shanley stepped aside, greeted the person coming out, and knocked on the office door, Mr. Fu. There was silence inside for a moment, and Fu Zhuang's voice came, Come in. Shanley pushed the door open and walked in. Fu Zhuang said without raising his head, Close the door. Shanley went back and closed the door, then walked over again and stood in front of the desk. That? Always. Fu Zhuang raised his head. His eyes under the lenses were stained with a strong light. If you look closely, you can see a faint red at the end of his eyes, which should be caused by staying up late. Shanley remembered that she had heard from someone that Fu Zhuang's sleep seemed to be not very good, but she didn't know how bad it was. Of course, this was not something she should care about. She put away her wandering thoughts and said respectfully, I have something to do and cannot participate in the team building this weekend. I want to ask for leave. Something. What is it? Fu Zhuang took off his glasses on the bridge of his nose, pinched his eyebrows, and then put them on again. He wore glasses most of the time in the company. The silver-framed glasses perfectly set off his cold temperament, like a lotus that is not stained by the world. There are just some things at home. Shanley didn't want to mention going out to play, so she made up a reason. Home. Your parents? Yes, I'm going back to my hometown. Are you alone? No, I have friends. Hill. Shanley was stunned and blinked. Huh? What? Asking who you are going back with. Fu Zhuang doesn't like to repeat questions. Oh, my friend. Shanli's eyes flickered. Mr. Fu, is it okay? She saw that it was the weekend and it shouldn't matter whether she went to the team building or not. Fu Zhuang would definitely agree. No, Fu Zhuang refused calmly. Everyone in the company's team building had to participate. Shanley frowned and said, but I really have something to do. Give it to me. Fu Zhuang stretched out his hand. What? Shanley didn't understand. Give me your parents' contact information, I'll talk to them. Fu Zhuang took out his mobile phone and really wanted to make a call. Don't bother, I'll talk to them myself. There is no parents at all. Shanley just doesn't want to go. If this call is really made, it will be exposed. Do you mean that I can participate in the team building? Yes. In the evening, Shanley called Joe AI. I'm sorry, AI, I don't know why the company suddenly wants to have a team building. I can't accompany you to the suburbs to play on the weekend. Sorry. It doesn't matter, it's not your fault. Joe AI said indifferently, we'll go again if we have a chance. This is the only way. Shanley said gloomily. Hey, hasn't your company always held team building after the new year? Why is it before the new year this year? Joe I asked while eating a banana. I don't know. Shanley was also puzzled. While eating an orange, she said that Fu Zhuang never participated in team building before. I heard that he led the team personally this time. Who knows what's wrong with him? You said it as if he went there on purpose. Who knows? Okay, don't be unhappy. Zhou Ai comforted her and said that someone like Fu Zhuang could participate in the team building together, which means that the place for your team building this time must be very unusual. I guess there is a yacht. Yacht? And a spaceship. Shanley was not interested in going to the team building with Fu Zhuang. She peeled the oranges one by one and put them in her mouth, eating and saying, I just hope nothing will happen. What can happen? Joe I smiled and said, don't worry, nothing will happen. Wishes may be the opposite. 这个 The less you want something to happen, the more unbearable it is. The location of their team building this time is in Sanya, where there are yachts, ships and everything else, and the food is the best. What's more rare is that they live in sea view suites, one for each person, so they won't disturb each other at night and don't have to accommodate anyone's schedule. In short, it's just one word, great. Shanley likes the sea and she can't move her feet when she sees the sea. Everyone went to eat, but she was still playing on the beach, with her feet soaked in the water, feeling the baptism of the sea breeze from time to time. 然后 When she went back, everyone went to another place. She ordered food by herself and ate slowly. Halfway through, someone came over and sat opposite her. Shanley looked at the person who came, and suddenly she lost her appetite. Mr. Fu, what a coincidence. Fu Zhuang seemed not to see the embarrassment in her eyes. He unscrewed the cap of the mineral water bottle, raised his head and drank a sip of water, and said in a light voice, Shanley, do you like sunlay? Cough, cough, cough. Shanley was choked by the drink and coughed for a while. Fu Zhuang handed her a tissue, still with that aloof look. The company does not allow office romance. Shanley blinked. How could she have an office romance? She was not in a relationship at all. She wanted to explain, but the words stopped at her lips. She didn't want to explain to him. Seeing that Shanley didn't speak, Fu Zhuang thought she acquiesced. Her face was darker than the night. I went to see you the night before I came back from the business trip last time. What did we talk about? Click. The fork on Shanli's finger fell to the ground. Her eyes flickered, and she didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Why are you panicking? I wasn't panicking, I just didn't hold it firmly. She bent down to pick up the fork and put it on the table casually. The sea breeze messed up her hair. She raised her hand to straighten it, pursed her lips, and said, Mr. Fu, I'm a little tired. I'll go back and rest first. After she finished speaking, she stood up and walked forward. She walked in a hurry and didn't notice that her mobile phone fell on the dining table. Fu Zhuang inadvertently saw the phone, stared at it for a few seconds, reached out to pick it up, and followed in the direction of Shanli. Shanli remembered that her bag was in Eiko's room. Before going back, she went to Eiko's room to get her bag, and then walked towards her room with the bag. Just as she stood at the door, Fu Zhuang came over. Shanli thought he was going to talk about what happened that night again. She lowered her head to find the room card in her bag. The bag was too messy with everything in it. After searching for a long time, she finally found the room card. When she took it out, she accidentally brought something out. It fell to the ground and made a crisp sound. Shanli and Fu Zhuang looked down at the same time. 然后? The next second, Shanli was shocked. Oh my god, a pregnancy test stick. Chapter 13. Every winter, many people come to Sanya for tourism. Laughter comes one after another. Shanli Zheng stared at the pregnancy test stick that fell on the ground. The whole world seemed to be silent suddenly. No sound of playfulness, no sound of wind. The only thing she could hear was her own disordered heartbeat. Boom, 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 my chest hurts from being hit. Suddenly, she couldn't remember why the pregnancy test stick was in her bag. When one came suddenly and she didn't throw it away in time. Later, she put the pregnancy test stick in the innermost part of her bag for fear that she would see it. After that, she forgot about it completely. If she hadn't looked for the room card today, she probably wouldn't have remembered that there was a pregnancy test stick in her bag. All the cells in Shanli's body were jumping, and the amplitude of the beating at her temples was the largest. Her eyes collided with Fu Zhuang's eyes in mid-air. With a bang, it seemed that something was burning. She saw the astonishment in his deep pupils, which gradually gathered from childhood to adulthood. After the astonishment, there was an indescribable look. There was surprise, amazement, a little annoyance, and a faint joy. The man who never liked to show his expression was probably also shocked by the scene in front of him. After a few seconds of astonishment, he spoke first, "Is this yours?" There were whirlpools in the man's eyes, and his eyes became increasingly dark. The light passed by him from behind, leaving a hazy shadow on his profile. The shadow fell on his Adam's apple, and the originally sexy Adam's apple had a bit more sharpness, just like his expression at the moment. "Shanli, is it yours?" He bent down to pick it up and asked with a raised eyebrow. Shanli's soul seemed to have run away from home. It was not until the light hit her eyes that she came back to her senses. She snatched the pregnancy test stick from Fu Zhuang's hand and stuffed it into her bag, and said with a flickering look in her eyes, "No, no. If it's not yours, then whose is it?" "A friend's." Shanli didn't dare to look at Fu Zhuang again. She took the room card to open the door. When a light dim sound came, her heart trembled suddenly and she thought like an ostrich, "Okay, the door is open, just get into the room." Unfortunately, her steps were still not fast enough. Just as her feet went in a little bit, Fu Zhuang pressed his hand on the door, blocking her way. Tell me what's going on." Shanli's eyelashes trembled, and she tried hard to suppress her pounding heart, trying to look normal. She raised her eyes to meet the man's burning eyes. "Mister Fu, I don't understand what you are saying. I asked you what happened to the pregnancy test stick. Fu Zhuang trapped her between the door and his arms, as if he would not let you go unless you gave me a satisfactory answer. Answer me, is that pregnancy test stick yours? I said it's not mine. Shanli's heart was in her throat, and she was about to be unable to breathe. Her eyelashes trembled again and again. Mr. Fu, I'm tired and want to go back and rest. Please make way. Fu Zhuang ignored her words and still kept nagging about the pregnancy test stick. If it's not yours, why was it in your bag? Because Shanli blinked and forgot to say it for a moment. Because of what? Fu Zhuang approached. Because that's yours, right? Shanli leaned her back against the door, swallowed her saliva, and forced a faint smile. That really isn't mine, it belongs to my best friend. She put it in my bag and forgot to take it away. Your best friends? Fu Zhuang lowered his eyes and stared at Shanli, trying to see something in her eyes. After a moment, he sneered, Shanli, you think I'm easy to fool, right? Shanli never thought Fu Zhuang was easy to fool. He was the hardest person to fool in the world, but she had no other choice but to go on. Mr. Fu doesn't believe it. Shanli said softly, then I'll call my best friend and you can ask her in person. As she said that, Shanli took out her mobile phone and swiped the screen. She really found a mobile phone number. Her white fingertips touched the screen. Mr. Fu, do you want to call? She was betting that Fu Zhuang would believe her even a little bit. Fu Zhuang was a man who would not doubt it if he didn't doubt it, but once he doubted it, he would definitely find out the truth. He stepped back a little, pulled the distance between them, and his Adam's apple rose slightly. Okay, you call. Shanli's heart seemed to be pulled by something, and she was very uneasy. She hoped in her heart that Zhou Ai would not be exposed. Beep beep beep. There was a beep in the receiver. After a few seconds, the call was connected. A woman's soft voice came, Baby, how come you have time to call me now? Didn't you go out to play? Shanli glanced at Fu Zhuang and coughed lightly. I have something to ask you. Ask. Pregnancy test stick. Zhou Ai interrupted her. Oh, you mean the pregnancy test stick? I was just about to tell you about this. Did I put the pregnancy test stick in your bag? I'm sorry, I forgot about it when I was busy. It's useless to keep it. So, just throw it away. Do you want to throw it away? Yes, just throw it away. That's fine. By the way, didn't you go out to play with your colleagues? Went and came back. Shanli raised her eyes and glanced at Fu Zhuang and said to Zhou Ai on the other end of the receiver, I have something to do now and I'll talk to you later. Okay, go ahead. Zhou Ai hung up the phone. Shanli pursed her lips. Mr. Fu, you heard it, that pregnancy test stick is not mine. Fu Zhuang is not someone who can be fooled so easily. He put his hands in his pockets and glared at Shanli as if threatening or stating the facts. Shanli, you also know that I have a bad temper and I hate being deceived the most. As he spoke, he leaned forward, his nose almost touching Shanli's nose. You wouldn't do something knowingly, would you? As he approached, the air around them suddenly became thinner. Shanli had difficulty breathing. Her rocks and body were weak, and her head was foggy. She could only use something to support herself so as not to fall. She leaned against the door, the corners of her lips slowly raised, and she forced a faint smile. How dare I lie to Mr. Fu, so that pregnancy test stick belongs to my best friend, Zhou Ai. 然后 Zhou Ai. Fu Zhuang's inky eyes flashed with something strange, and he memorized the name in his heart and said in a light voice, Very good. Shanli didn't even have the mind to think about what he meant by very good. Mr. Fu, can I come in? Yes. Fu Zhuang stood up straight, and the hazy light swept over his shoulders, outlining his beautiful shoulder and back curves. Fu Zhuang's figure is not inferior to any male star in the entertainment industry. On the contrary, his figure is even better. Shanli heard the answer she wanted to hear and did not dare to delay. She quickly reached out to pull the door. When she was about to go in, Fu Zhuang spoke from behind. Secretary Shen, please have breakfast with me tomorrow morning. Shanli stopped, turned around, waved her hand. No need, I can go with everyone. I am not discussing with you. Fu Zhuang always keeps his word. No one dares to go against his words, not even Shanli. Okay, I got it. Shanli thought she won't have a good sleep tonight. Secretary Shen seemed very reluctant. 然后 Fu Zhuang looked like he had no intention of leaving and asked in a cold voice, Am I that scary? Ha! Shanli's smile was uglier than crying. No, I am willing. Since you are so willing, why not have lunch and dinner together? Fu Zhuang never knew what it meant to stop when you are ahead. He used the inch to the fullest, and I just didn't want to eat alone. Why are you alone? Don't you have special assistant when here? Shanli said with a fake smile. Wen Xiang has other things to do tomorrow. Fu Zhuang said that he will be away all day. Without special assistant when and other accompanying secretaries, President Fu can have dinner with them. Shanli is not crazy to not want to eat with him. But I just want to be with you. Fu Zhuang said in a calm voice. After Shanli entered the room, she lay directly on the bed, covered her face with her hands and screamed out. After screaming, she remembered that Fu Zhuang might not have left yet. She stood up from the bed, walked quietly to the door, and looked out through the peephole. There was no one in the corridor. She was still not at ease. She carefully opened the door, stuck her head out, looked to the left and to the right. After confirming that Fu Zhuang really left, she closed the door and locked it, and screamed again out she really can't leave. Why didn't the pregnancy test stick fall out earlier or later, but fell out at that time and was seen by Fu Zhuang? Wait, did he believe her? Shanli thought about his expression and felt that he didn't believe it. Whoa, what should I do? What should I do? Shanli Sheng lay down on the sofa helplessly and her mind began to wander. Fu Zhuang said that he hated being deceived the most. Today, she deceived him. What would he do? Bully her? Scold her? Lock her up? Or, take her to the hospital to abort the baby? Thinking of the last possibility, Shanli really couldn't sit still. No, she couldn't sit here and wait for death. She had to save herself and leave. She got up and went to the bedroom, stuffed the clothes in the closet back into the suitcase, and put the cosmetics on the dressing table back into the suitcase one by one. When she was pulling the zipper of the suitcase hard, the doorbell rang. Shanli's heart trembled fiercely and she thought with a bitter face, it couldn't be Fu Zhuang. He is too haunting. Shanli didn't want to see Fu Zhuang and covered her ears with her hands as if she didn't hear the doorbell, but the person outside the door was more persistent than her. If she didn't open the door, he kept ringing the doorbell. Finally, Shanli compromised. After stuffing the suitcase behind the curtain, she sorted out her messy clothes, scratched her hair twice and walked over. Wen Xiang. Assistant Wen. Shanli opened the door. Assistant Wen, is there anything I can do for you? Wen Xiang said seriously, the registration information at the front desk is incorrect and we need to re-register. Secretary Shen, where is your ID card? I need to use it. ID card? Yes. Okay, I'll get it for you later. Shanli didn't think about it, turned and walked to the sofa, picked up her bag, took out her ID card, and then handed it to Wen Xiang. Assistant Wen. When can it be given to me? Just use it for a while and give it to you soon. Wen Jiang took it. Shanli, that's fine, please ask assistant when to return it to me later. Wen Jiang's fingers holding the ID card paused and he coughed lightly, okay. After Wen Jiang left, Shanli closed the door and went to pack her luggage again. Just after she finished packing, her mobile phone rang. It was Joe I calling. After the call was connected, Joe's voice came, Lily, are you convenient to talk now? Shanli sat on the bed, it's convenient. What happened to you just now? Why did you suddenly mention the pregnancy test stick? Joe I asked. Shanli recounted what had just happened in detail, and Joe AI was surprised. You said Fu Zhuang saw the pregnancy test stick. Yes. Shanli frowned, he just happened to see it. Oh my god, how could it be such a coincidence? Joe AI patted her forehead, Fu Zhuang is so smart, he must be suspicious of something. I don't think he believes me either. Shanli was very uneasy. AI, no, I better go back to Beicheng overnight. The question is not whether you go back to Beicheng, but whether Fu Zhuang can believe you. Joe AI sighed lightly, if he doesn't believe it, you can't change anything even if you come back. What should I do then? Shanli now has feelings for the baby in her belly. She will never allow Fu Zhuang to do anything to hurt the baby, not at all. Don't panic, let's think of a way. Joe AI remembered something and asked, by the way, Lily, how do you know Fu Zhuang doesn't like children? Shanli thought about it. It was probably the day when she was transferred from the lower floor to the 60th floor. She went to the tea room to drink water and accidentally heard Fu Zhuang making a phone call. She didn't know who he was calling. His tone was fine at first, but later he seemed to mention children. Fu Zhuang's face immediately darkened and he said that he hated children the most. Shanli took a look through the crack in the door. The man's face was livid. It seemed that he really hated children. 就是 everyone in the company says so. 然后 Shanli said that people like Fu Zhuang didn't look like they liked children. He was too fierce. 这个 most men who like children have a pleasant look, but Fu Zhuang is not. So that's it. Joe I said maybe he really doesn't like children. Yes, he definitely doesn't like them. Shanli rubbed her belly lightly, thinking of some bloody plots in TV dramas, swallowed her saliva, and said, AI, I have to leave, not even a second late. 然后 as she said that, she went to pull the suitcase. Just as she reached the door, Shanli screamed. Joe AI, what's wrong? Shanli said with a sad face, oh no, my ID card was just taken away by Wen Jiang. What did Wen Jiang do with your ID card? He said that he needed to register the information at the front desk. Are you sure you want to register the information late at night? Shanli suddenly had a bad feeling, pursed her lips. I know, it's not a registration at all. Fu Zhuang asked him to come. Joe I hissed softly, if that's the case, Fu Zhuang is really cunning. Lily, you are not Fu Zhuang's opponent. Shanli took out her mobile phone and called Wen Jiang, but the notification tone turned off. She took the room card and went to the front desk and asked, is my ID card here with you? The receptionist shook her head and said with a smile, guest, it's not here. Shanli. Joe AI sent her a message, how did you find it? Shanli, it's not at the front desk at all. Fu Zhuang asked Wen Jiang to get it. Joe AI, this Fu Zhuang is so scheming. More than 10 minutes ago, in the presidential suite on the top floor, Wen Jiang handed his ID card to Fu Zhuang. Boss Fu, this is Secretary Shen's ID card. Fu Zhuang reached out to take it, held it in his palm and looked at it for a long time. Wen Jiang was puzzled, what does Boss Fu want Secretary Shen's ID card for? Fu Zhuang said in a calm voice, without the ID card, how can she escape? Wen Jiang was puzzled. Fu Zhuang held the ID card in his hand and said, you fly back to North City overnight and investigate someone. Wen Jiang, who? Fu Zhuang, Zhou AI. Zhou AI. Yes. Fu Zhuang glanced out the window and said, I want to know if Zhou AI is pregnant. Although Wan Xiang didn't know why Fu Zhuang did this, since the boss had instructed him to do it, he had to do it immediately. Okay, I'll go now. The door of the presidential suite opened and closed, and Fu Zhuang stood in front of the French window and looked quietly into the distance. An impossible idea gradually formed in his mind. Miraculously, he didn't think it was bad and even had a little expectation. Suddenly, the phone beeped and someone in the group sent a message. Liang Chen, hey Zhuang, why did you suddenly go to the team building? Didn't you hate such activities the most before? Song Kai, Zhuang, if I remember correctly, this is your first time to participate in the team building. Is there anything different this time? Zhou Zhang, what can be different about team building? It's nothing more than going to a different place and enjoying different scenery. I think everywhere is the same. Then Zhou Zhang asked Fu Zhuang, hey, you haven't told me yet, why are you going to the team building? This is the reason why the three of them are bubbling in the group. 就是 they really want to know who has such great charm to make Fu Zhuang change his mind. Song Kai, it can't be. Zhou Zhang, it can't be. Liang Chen, it can't be because of your little secretary. Their impression of Shan Li is limited to Fu Zhuang's personal admission that he slept with her, and they don't know anything else. Zhou Zhang, well, it's going to be a good show if that happens. Song Kai, it's a wonderful show. Liang Chen, don't play dead, answer quickly, is it because of your little secretary? Zhou Zhang, how about we make a bet? Zhou Zhang, I don't think so. Song Kai, I don't think so either. Liang Chen, I think so. Fu Zhuang looked at them talking back and forth, with no intention of joining the chat. After a while, the chat content had turned over many pages. Just when they thought Fu Zhuang would not answer, Fu Zhuang replied irrelevantly, yes. This jumping answer made it difficult to guess whether he was answering the above question or the previous one, whether it was because of the little secretary. The chat page was refreshed again. Fu Zhuang put one hand in his pocket and turned Shan Li Zai the card with the other hand. 然后 his eyes fell on her palm-sized face, and the corners of his lips twitched slightly. The amplitude was not large, and it was not noticeable if you didn't look closely. The phone rang again, this time in the family group, and several elders were lecturing Fu Ying. Ying Ying, how old are you? It's time to find a boyfriend. Ying Ying, uncle is not saying anything bad about you. When we were your age, we already had children. Ying Ying, I know you are busy with work. If it is not convenient for you to find one yourself, we will introduce one to you. Ying Ying, there are many young talents in the company of Uncle Sam who are a good match for you. Do you want to meet them? Ying Ying, there are also some in the company of Uncle Er. Come to Uncle Er. Fu Ying was annoyed by the nagging and replied, Zhuang hasn't gotten married yet, why am I in a hurry? Uncle, Zhuang is a man after all, it doesn't matter if he gets married sooner or later. Fu Ying, uncle, it doesn't matter if I get married sooner or later, it's better if I don't get married. Fu Zhuang was about to leave but suddenly remembered something. He clicked on Fu Ying's WeChat avatar and sent her a message. Fu Zhuang, Fu Ying, don't you have anything to explain to me? Fu Ying, what's the matter? How come I don't know? Fu Zhuang, Shan Li's matter. Fu Ying was not embarrassed at all after being exposed. This time she sent a voice message, who is Shan Li? Fu Zhuang, don't play dumb, you know. Fu Ying, oh, I remember your secretary, what happened to her? Fu Zhuang, what did you say happened to her? Fu Ying, Fu Zhuang, we are even now. If it weren't for you last time, I wouldn't have broken up so quickly. It turns out that Fu Ying was angry about Fu Zhuang ruining her relationship last time. Fu Zhuang, that man is a scumbag. Fu Ying, even if he is a scumbag, he is still my boyfriend. 那 You shouldn't treat him like that. Fu Zhuang, he deserves it. If there is a next time, I will still do the same. This is Fu Zhuang. He will not let his family get hurt. Fu Ying is not unaware of Fu Zhuang's good intentions, but she just doesn't agree with his way of handling things. It's too ruthless and cruel. Fu Ying reminded him, don't interfere in my affairs in the future. Fu Zhuang, Shan Li, then you are not allowed to interfere either. Fu Ying, it depends on my mood. Shan Li sat on the carpet and called Wen Xiang for the 20th time. The prompt tone was still, the phone is turned off. Without her ID card, she couldn't go anywhere. She could only lean on the sofa and sigh. She was too trusting. Why didn't she think about other things? And Wen Xiang was the same. He was too unkind. Shan Li changed her mind and realized that this matter had nothing to do with Wen Xiang. It was mainly because of Fu Zhuang. If he hadn't instructed Wen Xiang, he wouldn't have come to take her ID card. The instigator was Fu Zhuang. Shan Li silently repeated Fu Zhuang's name several times in her heart, gritting her teeth and wanting to swallow him. Zhou Ai knew that she was angry and sent a message, don't be angry, go to sleep first. Shan Li, I can't sleep. Zhou Ai, then what are you going to do? Go find Fu Zhuang now. After Zhou Ai's reminder, Shan Li stood up from the ground and replied, yes, I'm going to find him now. What if he asks you about your pregnancy? I just don't admit it. He will know sooner or later. If he knows, I'll know. I'm not afraid of him this time. Shan Li is not always so soft and cute. She also has a temper. Fu Zhuang has repeatedly provoked her. She decided not to tolerate it. She would not tolerate it. If he dared to do anything to her child, she would fight him. At worst, both sides would be destroyed. Shan Li entered the elevator with a gloomy face and pressed the number 36. The elevator door closed and the elevator slowly went up. The delicate face of a woman was reflected on the elevator wall. The curve of her jaw was tight and her expression was not good. She clenched her hands hanging at her side, as if she was going to fight with someone. Zhou Ai was still persuading her on the phone, Lily, don't mess around. Maybe things are not as bad as you think. Maybe Fu Zhuang also likes children very much. Lily, impulse is the devil. Listen to me. Don't be so impulsive. I know you are very angry, but you can be angry, but don't hurt the baby in your belly. Remember, you are going to get your ID card, not to fight. Besides, with Fu Zhuang's figure, you really can't beat him. Zhou Ai kept talking on the phone, fearing that Shan Li would impulsively do something irreversible, but she seemed to have overestimated Shan Li, as there seemed to be no irreversible things happening to her. Shan Li said coldly, AI, let's talk later. Then she hung up the phone. After that, when Zhou Ai called again, Shan Li didn't answer. She glared at the elevator door and imagined that Fu Zhuang was right in front of her, her teeth creaking. In just a few seconds, an action movie went through her mind. The destructive power of the scene could be called a level 10 storm. Ding! The elevator door opened and Shan Li walked out. The 36th floor was the best floor after all, and the decoration was different from other floors. The carpets were all imported and extremely luxurious. She walked slowly, the light fell on her, and a slender shadow was reflected on the wall. With almost no effort, Shan Li quickly found Fu Zhuang's room. She stood at the door, staring straight ahead, and slowly raised her hand hanging by her side. If you look closely, you can see that her fingertips are trembling. Shan Li, can you be a little more promising? Why are you shaking? The next second, a voice came out of her mind, woo, woo. She didn't want to tremble, it was her fingers that were shaking. Shan Li grabbed her right hand with her left hand and slowly let go after the trembling paused. She raised it again and her index finger fell on the doorbell. It would ring if she pressed it lightly. Suddenly, Shanli didn't dare to press it. Her thoughts were in turmoil. What if Fu Zhuang questioned her about the pregnancy test stick? What if he knew she was pregnant? He wouldn't take her to the hospital to abort the baby overnight, would he? Thinking that he didn't like children, it seemed possible. Shanli didn't dare to press the doorbell anymore. Her anger disappeared like a deflated ball and was replaced by uneasiness. No, she shouldn't rush into the muzzle of the gun. She could delay it for a day. Shanli bit her lips with her pearly teeth, held her breath, and quietly retreated. In a moment, she turned and entered the elevator. The elevator door had just closed, and the tightly closed door was opened. Fu Zhuang appeared at the door. He raised his eyebrows and looked round. 然后? There was no one in the corridor. The phone rang. Wen Xiang sent a WeChat message. Mr. Fu, this is all the information about Zhou AI. There is no information about her pregnancy. I will check it myself after returning to Beicheng. Fu Zhuang, yes. Shanli didn't sleep well. There are dark circles under her eyelids. She looks listless. When she is in a bad mood, she will forget things. For example, she completely forgot that Fu Zhuang said they would have breakfast together. She went to the restaurant with other colleagues. As Shanli's nominal boyfriend, Sun Lei still needs to pay some attention to her. He walked to Shanli's side, looked at her and asked, "You look bad, didn't you sleep well last night?" Shanli slept for no more than an hour last night. She kept dreaming that Fu Zhuang was going to take her to have an abortion. Later, she fell off the bed. Fortunately, the baby in her belly was not hurt. She nodded. "Well, I know my bed." Sun Lei said, "I saw it too. I can't get used to sleeping on the big bed in the hotel." Shanli smiled. "We are quite similar in this respect." "Indeed." Sun Lei asked, "By the way, do you eat eggs?" Shanli, "Yes, I eat one every day." "那?" Sun Lei, "Okay, I'll peel it for you." Peeling eggs is very common between real lovers, but for fake lovers like them, it's a bit over the line. Shanli said, "It's okay, I can peel it myself." Sun Lei, "I'll peel it for you." Yaike saw that they were very ambiguous and said with a smile on his lips, "What's going on between you two? Are you secretly in love?" Sun Lei was about to say something, but Shanli interrupted, "Don't talk nonsense, we don't have it." "It's okay even if we do." Yaike winked and said, "You two look a good match. It would be bad if it really happened." Shanli said calmly, "Boss Fu said that office romance is not allowed." "When did the company have this rule?" Yaike was surprised and said, "Why don't I know about it? Maybe it's just been put in place." Shanli didn't let Sun Lei peel the eggs for her but peeled them herself. She put the eggshells aside, "So, you can't make such jokes." "Okay, no jokes." Yaike sat next to Shanli and kicked Shanli's feet quietly when no one else was paying attention. She lowered her voice and said, "Sun Lei does look good. You can really consider it. Don't talk nonsense." Shanli suddenly felt someone looking at her and her back felt a little cold. She looked back and didn't find anyone. She withdrew her gaze calmly and said while eating eggs, "If Boss Fu hears you doing this, no one will have a good time. Boss Fu doesn't care about these trivial matters." Yaike smiled and said, "Also, are you sure it was Boss Fu who said that office romance is not allowed?" I heard it with my own ears." "Then you must have heard it wrong." "No, Shanli was halfway through her words when she saw someone slowly approaching from the corner of her eye. He was wearing a black suit with a black shirt underneath. His hair was meticulously groomed and it was rare for him to wear glasses outside of work. Gold-framed glasses and silver-framed glasses give people very different feelings. He seems to have two extreme temperaments, gentle and scumbag. At first glance, he looks like a teacher who educates people, so gentle and refined that it is astonishing. Looking carefully, his eyebrows were slightly raised, revealing a sense of rogue handsomeness. This was the first time that Shan Li saw two different temperaments in Fu Zhuang. The key is that he controlled it just right, not more or less. Shan Li didn't know what was wrong. She was in a trance, her heart beat faster and her cheeks were flushed. Echo asked her, "Are you hot?" Shan Li nodded, "Yes, very hot. Would you like something to drink?" Echo turned her head and looked to the side. "Would you like an iced drink?" As soon as she finished speaking, a cup of warm water appeared on the table. Shan Li's attention was focused on the cold white fingers holding the cup. They were not only slender but also had distinct joints. Even though she was not a hand control person, she also developed a certain interest in those hands. They were really beautiful. She followed the fingers to see the owner's face. When their eyes met, the smile on the corners of her lips gradually faded. It was Fu Zhuang. "Mr. Fu." She greeted him. Fu Zhuang first glanced at Shan Li and then his eyes fell on Sun Lei opposite. Sun Lei's hair stood up when he was stared at by Fu Zhuang. "Mr. Fu, you." Fu Zhuang said, "You seem to like peeling eggs very much." It didn't sound like a question but more like an affirmative sentence. Sun Lei, "No, it's just right, let's peel all of them." Fu Zhuang glanced at the eggs on the plate, his voice calm and he couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry. Peel them all." Sun Lei estimated that there were at least 20. No, Fu Zhuang said, "Is there any difficulty?" "No, I can do it." Even if there were difficulties, Sun Lei didn't dare to say so. He stood up and said respectfully, "I'll peel it." Shan Li looked at the scene in front of her and suddenly felt that Fu Zhuang was bullying her. It was very unfortunate. She just couldn't stand her colleagues being bullied, especially by their leaders. She chuckled and said, "I'll help you peel it." Sun Lei said, "Thank you." Shan Li said with a smile, "You are welcome." They were whispering softly and didn't look at Fu Zhuang at all, let alone that Fu Zhuang's face was gloomy and he looked like someone owed him 100 million. Shan Li didn't look at it, but Ai could took a look and was so scared that her heart almost stopped beating. Mr. Fu looked like he was going to eat someone, which was terrible. Fu Zhuang's bad mood lasted from morning to night and then the next day, until he received a call from Wang Jiang. "Wang Jiang, Mr. Fu, it is confirmed that Zhou Ai is not pregnant." Fu Zhuang's eyes gradually darkened and he said, "Okay, I know. Shan Li will take a plane back to North City tonight." After dinner, she started packing. Just after she packed her luggage, the doorbell rang. She thought it was Echo who came to see her, so she got up and opened the door. "Echo, what are you doing?" When the door opened, it was not Echo who appeared in front of her, but Fu Zhuang. Shan Li looked at him and saw that his expression was a little unclear. He was not that serious. In addition to the coldness, there seemed to be anger between his eyebrows. There was a hint of helplessness under the anger. In short, it was not easy to describe. Shan Li was surprised. "Mr. Fu, why are you here?" Fu Zhuang didn't like to talk about things at the door. He walked in and called out, "Secretary Shen." Shan Li turned around and followed him. She was just walking with her head down and didn't notice when Fu Zhuang stopped. 然后 She bumped into his back. The man's back was like a stone. The moment she bumped into him, Shan Li's nose was sore and her eyes were red. She rubbed her nose and said, "Please go ahead." Fu Zhuang stopped, turned around and looked at her. He took out a used pregnancy test stick from somewhere on which two red lines could still be vaguely seen. Shanli was very familiar with this pregnancy test stick. It was the one she threw away after Fu Zhuang left that night. Wait, how did the pregnancy test stick get into Fu Zhuang's hands? Shanli swallowed nervously. Mister Fu, you. Is this yours? Fu Zhuang asked, glancing at her. No, this is my best friend's. Shanli's eyes flashed, and she refused to admit it. I told you, she just put it here with me. Your best friend's name is Zhou Ai. Fu Zhuang said in a cold voice. She works in a newspaper. How do you know? Shanli paused. Did you investigate her? It's not important. Fu Zhuang didn't look for Shanli to talk about Zhou Ai. He walked forward, looked down at her, and said firmly, I already know the truth. Fu Zhuang took another step forward. Shanli, you are pregnant with my child, right? After all, she couldn't dodge it. Shanli's eyes were misty. She wanted to refute but didn't have the confidence to refute. She protected her belly with her hands. Yes, I am pregnant, but Fu Zhuang, I tell you, this child is mine and it has nothing to do with you. You are not allowed to hurt him. The three words hurt him were not spoken yet. Fu Zhuang interrupted Shan Li's words. He approached her again, trapping her between his body and the wall, and a shadow fell on Shan Li. The rocks and shadow were dim, and Shan Li's heart suddenly beat faster. Subconsciously, her fingertips pinched her palm, reflecting a faint mark. Then, she heard him say, Shan Li, let's get married. Chapter 14. Marry. Get married. 这个. This is probably the most incredible sentence Shan Li has heard in her life. Fu Zhuang actually wants to marry her. Fu Zhuang actually wants to marry her. He actually wants to marry her. No, it must be fake. Shan Li has also watched many TV dramas. A rich and noble man like Fu Zhuang would never marry a woman casually. Even if he wanted to marry, his family would not agree. A business marriage between equals would be their final choice. In a few seconds, Shan Li thought a lot. For example, Fu Zhuang used the name of marrying her to persuade her with emotion and reason and then forced her to agree to abort the child. Yes, his ultimate goal must be to make her abort the child. Oh, he is so insidious. Dong. Shan Li's legs softened and she unconsciously took 2 steps back and bumped into the cabinet against the wall, making a sound. Fu Zhuang reached out to help her. Are you okay? Shan Li subconsciously dodged to the side and her breathing gradually became unstable. She glanced at the closed door from the corner of her eye. If she had known that this would happen, she should not have closed the door just now. Now it's good. Even if she runs, she can't outrun Fu Zhuang, who told him to have 2 long legs. Shan Li, did you hear what I said? Fu Zhuang, who was always calm and composed, rarely showed an awkward side. His dark eyes stared at the woman in front of him, hoping to hear the answer he wanted to hear. He thought she should agree it is impossible for someone like him to be rejected. That was just his thought. Nah. In fact, Shan Li was already calculating her retreat. No, she couldn't stay any longer. If she stayed any longer, something would definitely happen. It might be bad if there were 1 dead and 2 dead. Of course, 1 dead and 2 dead was a bit exaggerated. It was just that this place was too suffocating. She would faint if she stayed any longer. Fu Zhuang waited for Shan Li's reply for a long time, raised his foot and stepped in. Shan Li, suddenly the phone rang. Someone was calling Shan Li. Shan Li seemed to have been pardoned. She sighed with relief and took out her phone. I'll answer the call first. As she said that, without waiting for Fu Zhuang's consent, she pressed the call button. Before the person inside could speak, she spoke first. Mom, what's wrong? Shan Li, I'm Echo, not your mom. Echo explained. What's wrong with Dad? Are you feeling unwell? Shanley covered the receiver with her hand and walked forward slowly. AI Ke, Shanley, are you confused? I am AI Ke, not your father. I called to tell you that we are all waiting downstairs. When will you come down? Shanley, hospitalized. So serious. Okay, don't worry, I'll be back soon. Ke on the other end was really speechless and said patiently, Shanley, what are you doing? Are you in any danger? Do you want us to go up and save you? Shanley heard Ke calling for help and hurriedly said, No, I'm fine, don't worry, I'll be back soon. Ke let out a long sigh. That's good, you come down soon. After hanging up the phone, Shanley put the phone in her pocket, walked quickly into the bedroom, and then walked out pushing the suitcase, and said anxiously, Mr. Fu, my dad is feeling unwell, I have to go back quickly. Seeing that her eyes were red, it didn't seem like she was pretending. Fu Zhuang didn't mention the topic just now, nodded, okay, let's go now. Shanley's heart was slightly relieved when she heard him say that he was leaving now. She was afraid of any more changes, so she didn't dare to delay. She grabbed the bag at the door and pushed the suitcase out. Just after taking 2 steps, Fu Zhuang grabbed her wrist. Shanley looked at the hand that made people salivate. If it was in another place or with another person, she would scream and say that it was a work of magic. 然后? But it couldn't work now. This hand was the devil's hand to her. She shook it off with force, shrank her neck and said, Mr. Fu, what are you doing? Now what do you think I want to do? She thought he regretted not wanting her to leave again, and then they started talking about marriage again, and the topic of whether the child should stay or go was discussed. I don't know. Shanley said nervously. Your suitcase is too heavy, I'll push it for you. Fu Zhuang said in a calm voice. Shanley. So you pushed the suitcase for her, it scared the baby to death. Fu Zhuang pushed the suitcase out of the door first, and Shanley followed quietly behind him. This time, she didn't dare to follow too closely and kept a distance of 3 steps away. After entering the elevator, the 2 people stood, one on the east side and the other on the west side, with the suitcase in the middle. The light fell down, casting a faint shadow, like an uncrossable ravine, separating them perfectly. Fu Zhuang put one hand in his pocket, staring at the light and shadow, frowning slightly. Shanley didn't pay attention to these details. She was scratching her palm to think of a solution. If Fu Zhuang mentioned the marriage again, how should she answer? The space in the elevator was so small and there was no shelter. She would definitely not be able to hide. She frowned in worry. 然后 seeing that the number was about to reach the 2nd floor, Shanley scratched harder with her fingers. Suddenly, Fu Zhuang called her, Shanley. At the same time, Shanley took out her mobile phone and put it to her ear and said in a high-decibel voice, What's wrong with Zhou AI? Hey, don't cry, just talk carefully. What? The signal in the elevator is not good, I can't hear clearly. She walked forward, then remembered something, turned around and took 2 steps back. Yes, 2 steps, then stood at an arm's length away from the suitcase and began to pull the suitcase handle. It was difficult to exert force from a distance, and she couldn't pull it after a long time. She took small steps forward again, and this time she pulled it, and then she pulled it hard, and the suitcase fell in front of her. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and was not hit. After she got up, she turned to face the elevator door and continued to talk on the phone. Hey, wait a minute. As she spoke, the elevator door opened, Shanley pulled the suitcase and walked out impatiently, and then Fu Zhuang also walked out. When he passed her side, she heard him say, Shanley, your mobile phone screen doesn't light up when you are on the phone with someone. 然后? The direct meaning is, Shanley, don't pretend, I know no one is calling you. Shan Li, who struggled like a clown for a long time, looked embarrassed and sighed. The big devil is really hard to fool. That night, they didn't come to a conclusion. After returning to North City, Shan Li began to intentionally or unintentionally keep Fu Zhuang away. As long as he appeared, Shan Li would not appear within a radius of 10 meters. It was like she had a radar on him, and she could avoid him perfectly every time. As for those jobs, she was not a confidential secretary in the first place, and she didn't have to go to the president's office every day to do them before. And now she didn't have to avoid them deliberately. But occasionally, really occasionally, she was still a little curious. Why didn't Fu Zhuang look for her again? Did he realize that the decision to get married was wrong, so he didn't dare to appear in front of her? At this time, Shan Li was inexplicably double-standard again. TSK, it turns out that rich men are not good things. Shan Li probably forgot that she was obviously avoiding Fu Zhuang, and Fu Zhuang was just doing what she wanted. Others saw that Fu Zhuang was no different from before, but Wen Jiang knew how different he was recently. In the past, the drawers in his office were filled with very important documents, but recently those documents were moved to other places. In Fu Zhuang's office drawers, there were several parenting books, as well as books on maternal care, emotional adjustment for pregnant women, diet for pregnant women, etc. People who don't know the situation would probably think that the goal of Fu Group in the next quarter is to focus on the development of maternity and baby products. In fact, this is what Fu Zhuang bought for himself. He has a strong learning ability since he was in school. He is a popular figure in the school. Whatever he wants to do, he can do it well. What he wants to do most right now is this one. When Wen Jiang entered the office, Fu Zhuang was reading a book again. 然后, he had read more than half of it. He put the file down and said, Mr. Fu, this is all the information about Secretary Shen. Fu Zhuang put down the book and raised his eyes. Is there a record of her medical treatment? Wen Jiang, only 2 times. Fu Zhuang recalled, 2 times is not enough. He tapped the table lightly with his fingertips and said in a low voice, Go and arrange another physical examination for the employees. But they just had a physical examination. Wouldn't it be deliberate? Wang Jiang said, after all, they just had a physical examination. Then change the name. Fu Zhuang's meaning is very clear. Shan Li's regular checkups must be done. This is good for both adults and fetuses. What name? Wang Xiang couldn't think of it for a while. What do you think? Fu Zhuang looked a little unhappy, but he did all the necessary checks without being noticed. Wen Jiang nodded with an embarrassed look on his face. Okay, I'll arrange it. Later, Wen Jiang thought of a reason that was not a reason. He had a relative working in the hospital, and recently the superiors issued an inspection test that must be completed. Wen Jiang was sure that the female colleague sitting next to him could cooperate. Wen Jiang had been with Fu Zhuang for a long time, and he seemed very cold. He rarely asked for help from others, but when they heard him asking for help, they didn't feel embarrassed to refuse. What's more, Wen Jiang also said that it was free and he could leave immediately after the inspection. Why not do the inspection for free and help colleagues? After hearing this, everyone agreed, okay, let's go. Ke asked Shan Li, are you going? I don't know if it's because hiding from Fu Zhuang has consumed too much energy recently or the baby is growing in her belly. Shan Li always feels a little tired. Shaking her head, I won't go. Ke, everyone is going. Will it be bad if you don't go? 这个 Anyway, it's free and I can occupy one less resource if I don't go, which is good. Shan Li wants to go home and sleep. Wen Jiang happened to hear this, and he came over. Secretary Shen, don't you want to help? Shan Li glanced at Ke and shook her head, no. Since it's not, then I'll trouble Secretary Shen. After when Jiang finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, Secretary Shen, your ID card is still with me. After the inspection, I'll give it to you. Speaking of ID cards, Shen Li still has something to say. She was about to open her mouth when she saw Fu Zhuang coming out of the office. She didn't want to ask anything and quickly ran away. It wasn't until Sun Lei sent her a WeChat message asking where were you. She came back late with a cup of coffee in her hand. I'm going to make coffee. Sun Lei, tell me if you want to drink coffee, I'll make it for you. I have to say that Sun Lei, this fake boyfriend, is quite enthusiastic. Shen Li curled her lips and said, no, I can do it myself. Sun Lei, you like to make coffee so much, why don't you make it for me? I could joked, I want it without sugar. 那个 Sun Lei, okay, I'll make it. Then he asked Shen Li, do you want anything else? I'll bring it to you. Shen Li smiled and said, no, thank you. 这个 Such a friendly thing is inexplicably uncomfortable in the eyes of some people. When Fu Zhuang saw it through the glass window, his eyebrows frowned. Seeing his sullen face, the planning manager thought that Fu Zhuang was not satisfied with the project proposal he handed in, so he hurriedly smiled and said, Mr. Fu, do you think something is wrong? Fu Zhuang said coldly, well, your smile is too fake. The planning manager, who was trying to smile, froze instantly. He didn't know whether to smile or not. A private club. Fu Zhuang's bad mood lasted until the evening. Liang Chen looked at his sullen face and said lightly, recently, Fu's group has negotiated several major projects, each of which is over 10 billion. Not to mention the revenue next year, even the year after, Fu's will be the best. Shouldn't you be so happy that you can't close your mouth? Why do you look like someone has stolen your wall? Liang Chen chuckled and said, could it be that you were cheated on? Some people love to jump on the minefield. Liang Chen is such a person. Let me guess who offended you. He lowered his head and took a sip of wine. Is it your little secretary? When the secretary was mentioned, Fu Zhuang finally gave him a look, and the dark eyes also had a subtle change. The fingers holding the wine glass tightened, and the fingerprints were reflected on the wall of the glass. Fu Zhuang glanced at Liang Chen and then retracted his gaze, raised his head and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Hey, don't drink so much, be careful of a headache. Liang Chen reached out to stop him but failed. Fu Zhuang put down the wine glass and sank into the sofa. The dim light above his head could only illuminate half of him, and his face in the shadow was not very good. 然后 his head hurt again, and his fingertips touched his forehead and pressed it gently. This topic was obviously not suitable for chatting. Liang Chen changed the subject, and in a trance, he saw the black mole on the inside of his wrist. He didn't know if it was because of the light, but he seemed to see something next to the black mole. What's wrong with your wrist? Liang Chen raised his chin and asked. Fu Zhuang's eyes followed his gaze, and the next second, he pulled up his sleeves. Liang Chen sneered at this quirk. What can you do with a look? Fu Zhuang ignored him and closed his eyes. Inexplicably, the scene he saw in the afternoon came to his mind. The woman smiled at the man while holding a coffee cup. The light touched her face, outlining her delicate features. Fu Zhuang opened his eyes with a little red in his eyes and asked, why haven't Song Kai and Zhou Zhan arrived yet? As soon as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open and Zhou Zhan and Song Kai walked in. Zhou Zhan sat next to Fu Zhuang, picked up the bottle and poured himself a glass of wine, and said, guess who Song Kai and I saw on the way here? The streets were full of people who could guess this. Besides, Fu Zhuang and Liang Chen were not such boring people, and they didn't buy it at all. Zhou Zhan glanced at Fu Zhuang and said, you are familiar with it. Fu Zhuang disliked the game of guessing the most and said lazily, I'm not interested. You said it. Zhou Zhan winked at Song Kai, Song Kai, where is your mobile phone? Show it to Zhuang. Song Kai threw the phone over. Zhou Zhan caught it and thrust it in front of Fu Zhuang, his face showing an exaggerated expression. Look carefully. Fu Zhuang half closed his eyelids and looked over casually. In the photo, the woman and the man in a white down jacket got on the same car. Fu Zhuang knew both the woman and the man. One was Shen Li and the other was Sun Lei. Zhou Zhan said with a click of his tongue, "Are you interested?" Fu Zhuang didn't say anything, but felt his head hurt even more. Zhou Zhan raised his elbow and bumped Fu Zhuang. What do you mean by your secretary? Zhu. You two have slept together. After all, isn't it uncomfortable to watch her with another man? Song Kai, look at what you said. Do you have to be together after sleeping together? How many men and women are still strangers after sleeping together? That's someone else. Zhou Zhan shook his wine glass and said, "Our Zhuang is not that kind of person. You all know how severe his misophobia is. Over the years, have you seen anyone get close to him? If he missed his secretary, he would probably end up alone for the rest of his life." Although it was a bit exaggerated, it was also true. Hey, Zhuang, what do you think? Song Kai asked. Yes, what do you think? Liang Chen said, if you need our help, just ask. Otherwise, let's go beat up that guy. Zhou Zhan came up with a bad idea. Fu Zhuang slowly raised his eyelids and scanned the three of them one by one. After staring for a few seconds, he stood up, bent down to take the suit and put it on his arm, and said in a low voice, "Don't make trouble." After he finished speaking, he walked forward. Hey, you haven't told me what you think yet. Liang Chen asked him. Fu Zhuang said without turning his head, "It's just what Zhou Zhan said." Shen Li accidentally sprained her ankle when she got off work and was seen by Sun Lei. Sun Lei said he would take Shen Li home. Shen Li refused for a while but finally agreed. Her car was sent for repairs and it was not easy to get a taxi at this time. If she waited for a long time, she might not be able to get one for an hour. The two chatted in the car and it seemed that time passed very quickly. Soon they arrived at Shen Li's residence. Shen Li did not invite him up and watched him leave and went upstairs. As soon as he entered the door, Zhou Ai called, "Baby, how are you feeling today?" "Not very good." "Why?" "I have to go for a checkup again this weekend." Do it again. Is it your company's welfare again?" "This time it is not a company welfare, but a welfare given by Wen Jiang." Wen Jiang. Zhou Ai remembered it was Fu Zhuang's special assistant. Yes, it was him. 然后 Shen Li sighed and recounted the whole story, pouting and said, "I can't refuse, I can only agree." Has helping relatives reached this point now? Zhou Ai snorted. It's obvious that he is abusing his power for personal gain. What can I do? Who told me that he is a popular person around Fu Zhuang, the most important special assistant? Shen Li said dissatisfiedly. By the way, Zhou Ai remembers something. What did you say Fu Zhuang did to you last time? Last time? What last time? Shen Li didn't understand. It was the day you came back from Sanya. Didn't you tell me on the phone what Fu Zhuang did? Zhou Ai asked, "What did he do to you?" "He didn't do anything to me." Shen Li was evasive. "No, he must have done something." Zhou Ai pressed, "Tell me the truth, or okay, I said." Shen Li straightened her back. "Is there anything beside you?" "What's wrong?" "You'd better get some support. I'm afraid you'll be scared." "What did Fu Zhuang say to scare you like this?" Zhou Ai became even more curious. Shen Li closed her eyes and said without waiting to catch her breath, "Fu Zhuang proposed to me." Zhou Ai, time seemed to stand still, even her breathing was very light. 10 seconds later, Zhou Ai shouted and then said, "Fu Zhuang proposed to you." Shen Li put the phone away and cleaned her ears. After Joe AI calmed down, she put the phone to her ear. Yes, he proposed to me. Fu Zhuang proposed to you. Yes. Fu Zhuang actually proposed to you. Yes, he did. 那个 What about you? What did you say? Joe AI was very excited. How did you answer? I didn't answer. Shanley could only hide. Didn't say anything. No. Fu Zhuang just let you go. Joe AI asked in surprise. Shanley's mind flashed back to the scene of that night, as well as the look on Fu Zhuang's face when he spoke. 然后 judging from his body movements, he didn't look like he would let her go easily, but he let her go. Moreover, he knew that the call in the elevator was fake, but he didn't lose his temper on the spot. This was very different from his usual self. Well, he just let me go. Shanley said softly. That's not right. Joe AI sat cross-legged on the sofa, not eating the apple anymore. She took a tissue to wipe her lips and helped Shanley analyze. Fu Zhuang didn't look like someone who would compromise easily. 就是 There was no reason for him to let you go so easily. Besides, didn't he have doubts about the pregnancy test stick? He knew. Shanley suddenly said, Fu Zhuang knows about my pregnancy. Joe AI screamed again, then calmed down. Since he knows, it is even more impossible for him to let you go. Lily, he may be preparing to do something big. What big move? Shanley has worked hard to avoid Fu Zhuang during the day, and she dare not hear any scary words at night. Lily, don't scare me. How could I scare you? Joe AI says seriously, you are the mother of the child, he is the father of the child, he proposed to you and you didn't agree, he definitely won't compromise so easily. He must have a backup plan. 然后 For example, 然后 give you a surprise or something. As soon as she finished speaking, the doorbell rang and Shanley was startled. Who is it? Takeaway. A man's voice came from outside the door. Takeaway, she didn't order takeaway. Shanley walked to the door with her mobile phone and looked through the peephole. The man was wearing work clothes with a brand name on his chest. Shanley opened a crack. Did you send the wrong one? I didn't order takeaway. 808 Miss Shen, right? Yes. 那个 That's right. The delivery man hung the bag on the door handle and turned to get into the elevator. Shanley waited until the elevator went down before opening the door to take the bag and carrying it into the house. Lily, who is that? Takeout. By the way, you are not alone now. You can't be so careless about eating. It's better not to order these takeouts in the future, otherwise it will be bad for you. Joe AI didn't finish her words when she heard Shanley ask. Are the things in Joji very expensive? Of course. Joe's editor likes to eat Joji's food the most. Let me tell you, if you buy things in Joji, you have to queue for at least 2 hours and the quantity is limited. Anyway, it's very troublesome, but the food in Joji is really delicious, especially the pork bone soup, which makes people unable to stop after drinking it. 然后 Swish. A voice came from the other end of the receiver. Joe AI asked, Lily, what are you eating? Shanley took a look, pork bone soup. Joe AI. Shanley smacked her lips twice. Well, it's really delicious. You drank it without asking who sent it clearly. Is it dangerous? Joe AI reminded her. Who is so stupid to queue for 2 hours just to deal with me? Shanley pursed her lips. If you really want to deal with me, you don't have to go through so much trouble. Just come directly. Later, Joe AI remembered that Joji's reception of guests is a membership system and all a real name. Ordinary people can't buy it. If something really happens, you can find out by checking. Then who do you think sent it? It should be Sunlay. When she was in the car, she mentioned that Zhou Ji's pork bone soup was delicious and then it was delivered. Not to mention, Sunlay is quite considerate. I have to take a good rest tomorrow. Sunlay. Zhou Ai asked, does he have a membership of Zhou Ji? Maybe he does. Shanli drank 2 mouthfuls in a row and said with emotion, AI is really delicious. Because of this bowl of pork bone soup, Shanli had beautiful dreams. The next day, she was full of energy and put on a dress that she hadn't worn for a long time. She has a slender figure, and even if she is pregnant, it doesn't look like it at all. Her waist is still so slim. Aiko saw that she was carrying food and asked, what is this? Morning tea. Shanli took out a portion and handed it to Aiko, saying, this is yours. Then she placed them on the table and finally put the largest portion on Sunlay's desk. Seeing Sunlay coming over, she took the initiative to greet him, saying, Sunlay, thank you for your pork bone soup. Sunlay stared, huh? What pork bone soup? It's just that Shanli didn't finish her words. Fu Zhuang and Wen Jiang came over and she said eagerly, anyway, thank you, the soup is delicious. She slipped away the next second. Fu Zhuang raised his eyes and saw Shan Li's figure, and his eyes fell on her feet and his eyebrows frowned slightly. Then before getting off work at noon, Wen Jiang brought new benefits, 2 pairs of light luxury sports shoes for everyone, and Ai Ke shook Shan Li's hand vigorously. Oh my god, those are imported, and a pair costs tens of thousands. President Fu is really generous, 2 pairs for everyone. Compared with Ai Ke's excitement, Shanli seemed very different. She remembered Zhou Ai's words, is this Fu Zhuang's big move? Giving her shoes to make her fly. If that's the case, it's pretty good. Wen Jiang took advantage of everyone's happiness and proposed to move the weekend checkup to this afternoon. Of course, everyone didn't have any interest in it and agreed. Just like that, at 3:30, Shanli and her colleagues got on the car and went to the hospital. On the way, Wen Wang sent her a message asking her if she could bring her boyfriend back this weekend. Shanli, I'll ask him and reply to you later. Wen Wang, it's just that your grandmother wants to see him, you should talk to him. Shanli, okay. Just after we finished chatting here, Zhou Ai also sent a WeChat message, I just saw your circle of friends, aren't you in the company? Shanli, no, on the way to the hospital. Zhou Ai, going for a checkup. Shanli, yes. Zhou Ai, it's really a big company. It's been less than a month and you've had 2 checkups. The people in your company must be very long-lived. Shanli, I don't know if they are long-lived or not, but it's true that I want to vomit when I sit in the car. Zhou Ai, no, you have to hold it in. Shanli endured it very hard. After arriving at the hospital, she went to the bathroom first. When she came out, the others had already gone upstairs. Wen Jiang was waiting for her. This way. Wen Jiang took her into the elevator. The elevator door slowly closed. He took out his ID card from his pocket and handed it to Shanli. Here. Shanli took it and asked, there was no information registration that day, right? Wen Jiang raised his eyebrows and admitted generously, yes. Then what do you want my ID card for? It's not what I want. If not you, then who is it? Mr. Fu. It was indeed Fu Zhuang. The elevator door opened and Shanli did not continue to ask. The examination went smoothly and was completed in an hour. The examination results would not be available until the next day. With Wen Jiang there, Shanli was not afraid that anyone would know anything and she returned home at ease. Wen Jiang took another car. After getting in the car, he started to call Fu Zhuang. Some of the examination results would not be available until tomorrow, and there would be no problem with the ones that had already come out. Fu Zhuang, show me the other results tomorrow. Wen Jiang, yes. The next day, Fu Zhuang stayed in the office all morning with the blinds drawn and no one knew what he was doing. Aiko raised his eyebrows and asked, Lily, what is Mr. Fu doing? Shanli trembled subconsciously when she heard Fu Zhuang's name. She didn't know. He never acted like this before. He had closed the curtains for 3 hours. Aiko asked suspiciously, is there a problem with the company's project? No. Shanli said everything went smoothly. Aiko tilted his head and looked at her. If it's not about the project, then what do you think it is? Shanli shrugged. You don't know, how can I know? Is it because of feelings? Aiko suddenly said. With a bang, the documents in Shanli's hand fell to the ground and she hurriedly bent down to pick them up. Aiko also squatted down to help her pick them up. I didn't say anything, why did I scare you like this? It's not that I'm scared, but my hands are shaking. Shanli said with her head down. Aiko didn't doubt Shanli's words and told another gossip, hey, do you know what I saw when I went to Mr. Fu's office yesterday? Shanli met her eyes and asked, what did you see? Aiko hooked her finger. Shanli leaned closer, what? Aiko whispered in Shanli's ear, books, so many books. Shanli sighed and continued to pick up books, saying as she picked up books, isn't it normal to have books in President Fu's office? It's normal to have books, but do you know what kind of books they are? Aiko asked. I don't know. Shanli said casually, it can't be pregnancy and baby books, right? Aiko's eyes widened. How do you know? Shanli. She's talking nonsense. When the two were squatting under the table picking up papers, a foot appeared next to them. It was not difficult to guess who it was from the texture of the leather shoes, because only Fu Zhuang in the whole company would wear such expensive shoes. Shanli's eyes followed the shoes up, and she slowly raised her head, 然后 her eyelashes fluttering wildly. President Fu. Fu Zhuang said in a light voice, Secretary Shen, come with me to the office. Fu Zhuang came to call her in person. How dare she not go? Bit her lip. Oh, okay. Aiko took the things in Shanli's hand, winked, and said softly, go quickly. Shanli thought to herself, I don't want to go. She stood up slowly and walked slowly. Fu Zhuang turned his head and looked over, saying in a neither too loud nor soft voice, you want me to let you? Let. This sentence was too ambiguous. Shanli was so scared that she lost her soul. She glanced around and hurriedly followed him. Then they went into the office together. Looking at the lowered blinds and remembering what Aiko said, Shanli took the remote control without thinking and raised the curtains. Suddenly, Fu Zhuang's clear voice came from behind, are you sure you want them to see what we are doing? Shanli paused and blinked. Ha. Fu Zhuang pulled his tie and motioned her to look outside. Shanli turned around and looked out through the gap, only to see other people leaning their heads in, with 2 words written on their faces, eating melons. Her hands trembled, and she put the remote control back on the coffee table. Forget it, it's safer this way. Shanli. Fu Zhuang called her. Shanli walked over slowly. Mr. Fu, don't stand there, come closer. Fu Zhuang said. Shanli walked over in small steps. Is there anything you can do for me? Yes, Fu Zhuang raised his eyes and glanced at her and said, we haven't finished talking about that night yet. That night? What that night? Shanli's eyes flickered. I don't know what you are talking about. You know, Fu Zhuang's deep eyes reflected Shanli's panicked face, but he didn't stop and continued, I'm talking about marriage. Marriage? Shanli swallowed hard and laughed awkwardly. Mr. Fu, are you joking? There was no extra expression on Fu Zhuang's face. His eyes were sincere. He was not joking. I was serious. Ha ha, how is that possible? Shanli only now believed what Zhou Ai said. Fu Zhuang was just holding back a big move, and it was the kind that made people feel helpless. She stepped back subconsciously. Mr. Fu, I still have work to do, I'm leaving first. Shanli, stop. Fu Zhuang stood up. You haven't heard me finish. Why are you in a hurry to veto? Listen, what's good to hear? She didn't want to listen. I won't marry you. Nah. Shanli said eloquently, we are not suitable. Why are we not suitable? We are not a good match. We are not suitable in any way. But I think it is suitable. Fu Zhuang opened the drawer and took out a thick file bag from it. He opened it and took out the things inside one by one. The first one was the red real estate certificate. Fu Zhuang, Shanli, marry me and a 1,500 square meter flat in the city center will be yours. Shanli didn't expect him to do this. It was not a threat or intimidation but a display of sincerity. She swallowed back the words that were about to come out of her mouth. She said with embarrassment. Fu Zhuang took out another thing, then supported the table with both hands, plus a holiday island. I will build a house according to your preferences. Whatever you want is fine. Shanli, but Fu Zhuang, a 20-carat diamond ring, company shares, and other properties under my name. Shanli swallowed her saliva and interrupted him. Wait, mister. Fu, hold on. Chapter 15. House. Holiday Island. Shares and property under your name. Shanli listened to Fu Zhuang speaking slowly. She clearly understood every word, but when they were put together, it seemed as if she didn't understand anything. Seeing him leaning over, she interrupted him. Wait. Mr. Fu, hold on. How could Fu Zhuang remain calm? He stared into Shanli's eyes and spoke word by word. If you still have concerns, we can go through the transfer procedures today, and all these things will be in your name before the end of get off work. Shanli, I don't want to use these things as bargaining chips to force you to do anything. I just want to show my sincerity in front of you. I am seriously proposing to you. Fu Zhuang slowly stood up, his eyes passed Shanli and fell outside just in time to see Sun Lei walking through the corridor. His Adam's apple rolled slightly. And there was a strange look in his ink-black eyes. If you even consider Sun Lei, why can't you consider me? As he said, he slowly walked out from behind the desk. His leather shoes made a dull sound on the floor tiles, and every sound seemed to fall on Shanli's heart. She stepped back unconsciously. He took a step closer, she took a step back, she stepped back again, he moved closer again, and finally Shanli was against the wall behind her. The coolness came through her clothes. She shuddered and pursed her lips nervously. Mr. Fu. Fu Zhuang pressed his hands on the wall, trapping Shanli inside, looking down at her, his thin lips slightly parted. Shanli, how am I not as good as Sun Lei? Ha! Being too close, Shanli's nose was filled with the cool breath of his body. Her heartbeat became more and more chaotic, and her speech became a little incoherent. Mr. Fu, let's talk it out. You step back first. I can't talk like this. Just like that. If she stepped back, she would run away again. Fu Zhuang had watched her escape many times. There is really no way to talk like this. Shanli pressed her back against the wall, her head tilted to one side, trying not to be disturbed by him, and said in a trembling voice, You also know that I am pregnant now. Pregnant women should not have too many emotional fluctuations, otherwise the baby will also be affected. If you don't want the baby to be in trouble, you better. Fu Zhuang looked at her with disdain, and the look in his eyes gradually changed. Before she finished speaking, he took his arm back and took 2 steps back to increase the distance between them. Is this okay? He asked. Shanli patted her chest lightly, shook her head, and stepped back a little more. Fu Zhuang had never compromised with anyone like this in his life. Shanli was the first one. Even though he was not very happy, he still stepped back a little. It was not enough. Shanli's slender fingers shook and then stepped back. Fu Zhuang took another step back as he said. At this time, the distance between the two was 5 steps away, which was the kind that they could not touch each other no matter what. Shanli felt a little relieved, patted her chest and let out a long sigh. Seeing that her mood had eased, Fu Zhuang called her name and asked softly, "Shanli, do you want to marry me?" Since returning home, Shanli has been keeping her knees hugged without moving. The light falls on her, outlining the curve of her slender shoulders and back. Her eyes fell on the glass window, staring without blinking. She didn't know what she was thinking, and she didn't even notice that her cell phone was ringing. When the cell phone rang for the 5th time, she came back to her senses, picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. "Hello, Mom." "Lily, what are you doing? I called you several times but you didn't answer." When Wang's pleasant voice came through the receiver. "I was just busy." "那个," Shanli said in a light voice. Didn't you get off work?" When Wang glanced at the clock on the wall. "Did you work overtime again?" "Yes, overtime." Shanli agreed casually and asked, "Do you have something to talk to me about?" "Oh, something." When Wang smiled and said, "Aren't you going to bring your boyfriend back this weekend? Your grandma asked me to ask what time you will arrive. Do I need to pick you up?" "Mom, we can't go back this weekend because of something." 然后 Shanli said that there was a project that needed him to be responsible for and he had to go on a business trip. Can't you come back on weekends?" "Well, I can't come back. Your grandma still wants to see him. Maybe there will be a chance in the future. That's the only way." When Wang's tone could not hide the disappointment. "It didn't work this time." She must bring him back next time." "那个, okay, I got it." Shanli briefly said a few words to Wen Wang and made up an excuse to hang up the phone. Just as she was about to put down her phone, she found someone sent her a WeChat message. She clicked on it and saw that it was Sun Lei. Sun Lei asked, "What do your family like? What do I need to bring?" Shanli lowered her eyes and stared, and she remembered Fu Zhuang's question, "You even consider Sun Lei, why can't you consider me? How am I not as good as Sun Lei?" Her eyelashes trembled, and she didn't understand why Fu Zhuang wanted to compare himself with Sun Lei. Sun Lei sent a few more messages, but Shanli was in no mood to reply. She simply pretended not to see it and put her phone upside down on the sofa. She continued to hug her knees and stare out the window in a daze, and then sighed for the 7th time. What on earth is Fu Zhuang going to do? He doesn't really want to marry her, does he? As soon as this idea came to her mind, Shanli immediately denied it. She shook her head. It was impossible, impossible. 那个, how could Fu Zhuang marry her? He must be joking with her. Don't blame Shanli for thinking this way, because Fu Zhuang really doesn't look like the kind of person who would propose to anyone casually. He is like a portrait hanging on the wall, always high and mighty. Shanli thought for a long time and finally decided to forget Fu Zhuang's words and pretend that she didn't hear anything. Elsewhere, in the sitting club, Fu Zhuang rubbed the wall of the cup with his fingertips for a long time without saying anything. Liang Chen gave Song Kai a look, and Song Kai coughed lightly. "Zhuang, you are very strange tonight. What happened?" Although Fu Zhuang doesn't talk much, he will not say nothing. He came for more than an hour tonight, and he didn't even lift his eyelids except for drinking. It can be seen that something is wrong, and it must be no small matter. "Zhuang, what's wrong with you?" Zhou Zheng Dao, "If you tell us, maybe we can help you think of a solution." Liang Chen said, "That's right, Zhuang, don't hold it in, tell us, we will help you find a solution." Fu Zhuang remembered the scene of Shanli running away this afternoon. He asked her if he wanted to marry her. After hearing this, she said nothing and turned and ran away. It happened too suddenly, and he didn't have time to hold her. When he went out to find her, she had already left the company. Fu Zhuang couldn't help but think, Is he that scary? What kind of person do you think I am? Fu Zhuang asked calmly. Am I scary? Most women in the circle commented on Fu Zhuang as a rich, handsome, and wealthy golden bachelor, but no woman ever said that he was scary. At most she said he was aloof. But women are very hypocritical. They say he is aloof, but they just like his aloof look. Whether in school or now, Fu Zhuang is always the most eye-catching one standing in the crowd. Scared? I've never heard of that. Cough, cough, cough. Liang Chen didn't expect Fu Zhuang to ask such a question, and he couldn't help coughing. No, what's your question? I'm just asking you how I am. Fu Zhuang frowned and asked. 就是 Don't you know what you are like? Liang Chen said, very good. Among the four of them, Fu Zhuang has the best reputation. As for how good, probably every day there are women who want to go on a blind date with Fu Zhuang. Whenever there are parties or something, Fu Zhuang is always the one who is matched. Then why didn't she agree to my proposal? Fu Zhuang asked, rubbing the wall of the cup with his fingertips. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. Cough, 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 cough. Liang Chen, Song Kai, and Zhou Zhan all coughed, and Zhou Zhan said, wait, what did you just say? Who did you just say didn't agree to your proposal? Zhou Zhan asked. Fu Zhuang still had that indifferent tone. Shan Li. You proposed to Shan Li. Zhou Zhan exclaimed. Fu Zhuang put down his wine glass, his body sank into the shadows. His eyes were dim and unclear, and he only replied with one word, yes. The next second, the sound of a wine bottle falling to the ground came from the private room, and it made several crackling sounds. Liang Chen didn't care about the pain in his feet, and asked with a grin, brother, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly propose to Shan Li? Fu Zhuang glanced at them indifferently and said in a deep voice, Shan Li is pregnant. Liang Chen. Zhou Zhan. Song Kai. Shan Li had good sleep quality before pregnancy, but her sleep quality declined after pregnancy, and she would dream from time to time. Fu Zhuang did that yesterday, and she didn't sleep well. After waking up, she didn't even feel like eating breakfast. When she arrived at the company, she bought a cup of milk tea downstairs and went upstairs. Before entering the elevator, she was still thinking, don't meet Fu Zhuang, don't meet Fu Zhuang. It's a coincidence that she met him. Everyone else rushed into the elevator, only she stood at the door in a daze. Her toes moved to one side little by little, and her body leaned over. She wanted to slip away quickly before Fu Zhuang found her. The next second. Secretary Shen. Fu Zhuang saw her at a glance and took the initiative to say hello. Shan Li pursed her lips, stopped walking, slowly turned around, and greeted with a smile. Good morning, President Fu. 然后 Fu Zhuang raised his eyebrows, not coming in. Shan Li thought, no, I don't want to go in. I'm about to be late, the full attendance award. Fu Zhuang suddenly mentioned the full attendance award. Shan Li valued the full attendance award the most, otherwise she wouldn't work so hard. After he reminded her, nothing else mattered. She walked in quickly and stood at the farthest position from Fu Zhuang. But even so, she still felt a little uneasy, always feeling that Fu Zhuang was weird today. Logically, he should be angry after she rejected him like that yesterday, but he looked like nothing happened and took the initiative to say hello to her. The more friendly he was, the more panicked Shan Li felt. She felt like a weasel paying a New Year's greeting to a chicken with no good intentions. She glanced back from the corner of her eye to see how he was doing. Who knew that her eyes met his and Fu Zhuang's eyebrows slightly raised? Shan Li's heart stopped beating immediately. Is he sick? Of course Fu Zhuang was not sick. He just listened to Liang Chen and Zhou Zhan and decided to change his strategy and treat Shan Li gently. Liang Chen said that women in the world like gentlemen. As long as he is gentle enough, Shan Li will never refuse him. Zhou Zhang also said that he did look a little fierce before, but he could correct it slowly. He should start with a smile and learn to smile at Shen Li. So, he decided to start with a smile. When getting out of the elevator, Shen Li was afraid that she would be stopped by Fu Zhuang again if she walked too slowly, so she took small steps quickly and sat on her workstation with her head down until Fu Zhuang entered the office. AI Ke asked, Shen Li, what are you doing? Shen Li shook her head and said, it's okay. AI Ke pointed at her forehead and said, you have a lot of sweat on your forehead. Are you really okay? Shen Li touched it casually and found that there was really a lot of sweat. She said, I'm really okay. She whimpered in her heart, it's scary. Just because of Fu Zhuang's vague smile in the morning, Shen Li was very uneasy all day and her mood did not improve until she was about to get off work. Zhou AI sent her a message and asked her to eat hot pot. Shen Li was annoyed by Fu Zhuang, so she immediately agreed, okay, see you at the old place. The old place refers to the Chongqing hot pot restaurant they often went to before. Shen Li likes to eat their mutton the most and thinks it is the most authentic. Unfortunately, she didn't have much appetite tonight. She stared at the mutton in a daze and didn't move her chopsticks. Zhou AI knocked on the table and asked, Lily, what are you doing? Why don't you eat? Shen Li couldn't hold it in for a whole night and finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She put down her chopsticks and pursed her lips. AI, let me ask you something. Zhou AI raised her eyebrows and asked. Shen Li took the water cup beside her and drank half of it, then put down the cup. 那个, what would you do if someone suddenly proposed to you? Propose? Who proposed to you? Zhou's eyes were full of light. Could it be Fu Zhuang? Yes, that's him. Shen Li took the tissue and played with it, saying, he proposed to me yesterday. He proposed to you yesterday. Why are you telling me now? Zhou AI stopped eating the hot pot, put down her chopsticks, and asked, what was your response? I didn't agree. Shen Li told Zhou AI the details of Fu Zhuang's proposal and Zhou Ai's eyes widened. She said, Fu Zhuang is really good at not making a move, but once he makes a move, it's tens of billions. She exclaimed, Lily, you have picked up a treasure. Shen Li didn't know whether she had picked up a treasure or not, but she was scared anyway. Do you think Fu Zhuang is sincere? He is about to transfer the property to your name, is it fake? Zhou AI counted on her fingers, that's hundreds of billions. Zhou AI squinted her eyes. I think Fu Zhuang asked a very crack question. Shen Li raised her eyebrows. Which one? Zhou AI, is he not as good as Sun Lei? Shen Li. Shen Li explained, Sun Lei and I are a fake couple. But Fu Zhuang thought it was real. Zhou AI suddenly discovered something and pouted, hey, do you think it's possible? What? Fu Zhuang is jealous of Sun Lei. Shen Li was stunned for a second and immediately denied it. How could it be possible? How could Fu Zhuang be jealous of Sun Lei? Zhou AI squinted her eyes. It's hard to say. Shen Li. Later, Zhou AI said a lot of things. Shen Li only remembered one sentence. Fu Zhuang is not a person who lets go easily. I think he will do something else. The next day at noon, Shen Li was blocked in the tea room by Fu Zhuang. The other colleagues went out for lunch, and there were only the two of them on the entire 60th floor. After seeing Fu Zhuang, Shen Li nervously retracted her hand, Mr. Fu. After saying that, she was about to walk past him and leave. Fu Zhuang stretched out his hand to stop her. Have you thought through what I said that day? 然后? What are you thinking about? Shen Li didn't need to think about it at all. She said earnestly, thank you, Mr. Fu, for your kindness, but we are really not suitable. Fu Zhuang's eyelids were half drooped and the tips of his long eyelashes were stained with a hazy light. His voice was also particularly low and pleasant. Shanli, how do you know that we are not suitable if you don't even try? Shanli pursed her lips and said silently, she just kidnapped a child, she didn't want to kidnap the child's father as well. Chapter 16. Knowing it won't work but still trying. In the end, the gain will outweigh the loss, isn't it worse? Shanli met his burning gaze and replied, Mr. Fu, you are too good. And I am too ordinary. I am not qualified to stand by your side, you deserve better. Shanli kept saying your and Fu Zhuang frowned slightly and tightened his jaw. Shanli, what are you afraid of? Shanli's lips moved slightly and she almost blurted out, I'm afraid of you. I'm afraid you will do something to the child. If that really happens, with marriage as a barrier, she will be even more powerless to protect him. When the words came to her lips, Shanli changed her words and gave a forced smile, me. What do I have to be afraid of? I'm not afraid of anything. If you are not afraid, why are you shaking? Fu Zhuang looked at Shanli's unconsciously shaking shoulders and trembling lips, and softened his voice, Shanli, I'm not that scary. So, you don't have to be afraid of me. Bad people won't say they are bad people. Shanli laughed awkwardly twice, and watched him take 2 steps forward. She also quietly moved back, and scratched the corner of the table behind her with her fingers, and said with a smile, I'm not afraid. Mr. Fu, you misunderstood, I'm really not afraid. Shanli was not suitable for lying. Her pupils were large and clear. Every time she lied, her eyelashes would tremble very quickly and she looked very guilty. Fu Zhuang, who was astute, could see it at a glance. She was just afraid of him. Fu Zhuang remembered Song Kai's words, to smile more at women, so that women will let down their guard against you. The corners of his lips seemed to be lifted up little by a string, and he was going to give Shanli a comforting smile. Just raised a little, Shanli frowned and stopped him. Stop, don't laugh. Then she said with a depressed face, Mr. Fu, I know I was wrong, can you please stop laughing at me? Fu Zhuang stopped laughing immediately, lowered the corners of his lips, and asked in a cold voice, what do you mean? The meaning is… Shanli hesitated for a long time and finally said it, you better stop laughing, it's scary. She said the last 2 words scary in a very low voice, and after saying it, she glanced at Fu Zhuang secretly to see if he was angry. When they looked into each other's eyes, she found that Fu Zhuang's face was more gloomy than before. Oh, he was really angry. Shanli felt again that she and Fu Zhuang were not suitable. She was too nervous. If they were really together, either he would be mad at her or she would be scared to death by him. It would be a bad death for both of them. Goodbye, it's better for her to keep the son and leave the father. Mr. Fu, I still have work to do, I'm going out first. Shanli looked at Fu Zhuang while walking forward cautiously, her heart beating wildly, afraid that Fu Zhuang would say something shocking again. Her heart really couldn't take it. Shanli! Fu Zhuang called her. Shanli stopped, straightened her back, and wailed in her heart, it's coming, it's coming. She raised her head and blinked, Mr. Fu, do you have anything else to do? Fu Zhuang turned around slowly, his profile rippled under the light, his Adam's apple curved into a sexy arc, his voice was slow and powerful. You didn't choose me, is it because of Sun Lei? Sun Lei? What does this have to do with Sun Lei? Shanli blinked, Mr. Fu, I don't understand what you are saying. Do you like Sun Lei? Unknowingly, Fu Zhuang had pushed Shanli back to the corner. He stared at her and asked, is Sun Lei so good? Shanli couldn't understand what he said more and more. Nah. Why did the topic suddenly turn to Sun Lei? And why did he look at her with such eyes? Didn't he know that he would be easily misunderstood like this? But Shanli still patiently explained, Mr. Fu, what happens between Sun Lei and me is a matter between him and me, so please don't worry about it. What if I just want to worry about it? Fu Zhuang asked, "What are you going to do?" This man couldn't make sense. Shan Li suddenly got angry and said regardless, "Mr. Fu, I feel that you are jealous when you look like this." Shan Li said this because she was very angry. She regretted it after she said it. Fu Zhuang is not an ordinary person. 然后 he would never be jealous of anyone. It's better for others to be jealous of him. Shan Li didn't expect Fu Zhuang to answer. After she finished speaking, she walked past him and walked out. When she reached the door, a gentle voice came from behind. She was not sure whether what she heard was true or fantasy. It seemed that Fu Zhuang said, "Yes." Shan Li's work efficiency was very low this afternoon. She kept making mistakes, either with the files or the data. She went in and out of the president's office many times. 然后 the harmonious atmosphere on the 60th floor also changed because of her. I could saw that her face was getting gloomier and gloomier and asked quietly, "Did President Fu scold you?" Shan Li pursed her lips and whispered, "No." "If not, why do you still look so lifeless?" I could took out a mirror from her bag and showed it to her. "Look at how dark your face is." Shan Li took the mirror and took a look. Her face was indeed not very good, but could she be blamed? It was all Fu Zhuang's fault. The data on the file was changed 10 times and still said it was wrong. When she asked him how to change it, he told her to figure it out herself. She wanted to come out to ask someone for advice, but he kept her there again. He said seriously, "Change it here." The key is that she doesn't know how to change it, and she won't let her ask anyone. Who would be in a good mood if this happened to them? They would be angry to death. 然后 I just passed by the door of President Fu's office and heard you arguing with him about something. You didn't really have a fight, did you? I could pass by accidentally. The office door was open a little and the voices inside flowed out, just in time for her to hear. There was no quarrel. Shan Li pouted and said, "He is the boss, how dare I quarrel?" "That's right, don't be so dizzy as to quarrel with Mr. Fu." I could gently reminded, "Don't forget that the last person who quarreled with Mr. Fu has been fired, and now he hasn't found a suitable job. Do you want to be unemployed too?" Of course Shan Li doesn't want to be unemployed. She has a baby now, and she must create a better life for the baby. There must be no mistakes in her work. Thinking of this, the grievance in her heart retreated halfway. Forget it, she endured it for the baby. Shan Li gave Aiko a comforting smile. "Don't worry, I know my limits." Aiko patted Shan Li's shoulder. "It's good to know your limits." After she finished speaking, she saw a figure from the corner of her eye and lowered her voice and said, "When Xiang is here again. If I'm not mistaken, he must be here to see you again." 然后 It's probably because Mr. Fu asked him to do so. Shan Li, what did you do to Mr. Fu? Why does he keep causing trouble for you? What did you do? She slept with him. Moreover, she also rejected Fu Zhuang's proposal. Shan Li only dared to think about this in her heart, but she dared not say it out loud. She smiled helplessly. "Maybe President Fu doesn't like me." When Xiang walked to Shan Li's side and asked, "Secretary Shan, have you finished revising the document? President Fu needs it." It's been revised." Shan Li handed the document to Wen Xiang. "Here." Wen Xiang said in a low voice, "President Fu asked you to take it in yourself." As Aiko shook her head on side, Shan Li reluctantly knocked on the door of the president's office. This time the door was closed tightly and no sound came out, so no one knew what Fu Zhuang and Shan Li said. No one knew, but Shan Li knew that when Fu Zhuang handed the signed document back to Shan Li, he said to her, "Shan Li, let's make a deal." Shan Li paused, her heart pounding. She didn't know what Fu Zhuang was going to do again, and she swallowed nervously. What deal? Let me be your boyfriend for 3 months. Fu Zhuang pulled out the bottom folder and opened it. Everything listed on it is yours. 就是 Shan Li has never been a person who can't bend to power or be corrupted by wealth. She is really super principled in doing things. When she was young, a kid tempted her with candy and asked her to help cheat, but she didn't even look at the candy. 就是 she is like this, a very principled person. Mr. Fu, your joke is not funny at all. Shan Li said righteously, I will not do it for money. Before Shan Li finished speaking, Fu Zhuang pushed the folder in front of her and tapped it twice. Shan Li, you are a smart person and you should know how to maximize your benefits. Don't make a decision in a hurry, think about it carefully. Shan Li could no longer hear what Fu Zhuang said. All her attention was on the document, which was full of several pages. At the top was the resort island mentioned by Fu Zhuang. He also made a special note that you can see the aurora. Seeing the aurora is the dream of many girls. Shan Li wanted to see it since she was very young. As long as she agreed, her dream would come true. Shan Li pursed her lips. Fu Zhuang was really mean. She looked down and saw the 1,500 square meter Taiping floor in the city center that Fu Zhuang mentioned. Shan Li also had a wish, which was to live in a super large house with her own cloakroom in the future. She could buy as many clothes as she wanted. 然后, and the luxurious bathtub was also the comfortable life she longed for. 就是 how could Fu Zhuang attack her weak point like this? Shan Li didn't dare to look down. She was afraid that she would not be able to hold back if she looked any further, so she agreed. She put her hand on it and slowly pushed it back. Mr. Fu, thank you for your kindness. We really Shan Li, you are pregnant, you are a mother, don't you want to give your baby the best life? Fu Zhuang interrupted Shan Li's words, or you only care about yourself and don't consider the baby at all. How could I not consider the baby? Fu Zhuang said that Shan Li could not care about other things, but when it comes to the baby, Shan Li would not allow him to say that, Mr. Fu, of course I care about my child. Since you care, why don't you consider my proposal? Fu Zhuang put his hands on the desk, sitting upright, his eyes sparkling. In just 3 months, all of this will be yours, and the future baby's life will be guaranteed. 然后? Then, he stood up with his hands on the table. Rest assured, I won't let anyone know about our relationship. I can be your secret boyfriend. What did you say? Say it again. Joy didn't have to work overtime tonight, so she bought dinner and ate with Shan Li after get off work. While eating, she heard Shan Li talking about what happened today and she screamed, You said Fu Zhuang wants to be your secret boyfriend. Lily, is this true? Don't shake me. Shan Li was about to vomit because of her shaking and she coughed lightly. It was true. Does he really want to be your secret boyfriend? Joy felt that the thinking of rich people was really weird. They could think of this. What else did he say besides being your secret boyfriend? Shan Li took out a piece of paper from her bag and handed it to Joy to see. Joy took it suspiciously. What? 然后 the next second she screamed again, Oh, Fu Zhuang is crazy. Shan Li also felt that Fu Zhuang was abnormal and nodded, probably. This is all what he wants to give you. Joey's voice was trembling. This holiday island, this large flat, and company shares, and this high-end jewelry are all what he wants to give you. Well, Shan Li has recovered from the shock and looks very calm. There are some more. And you said there are more. Joey is now calm. Is Fu Zhuang going to give you all his assets? It's not that exaggerated. Shan Li picked up the milk tea and took a sip. His assets are too numerous to count, and this is only a part of it. That's right, Fu Zhuang has so much money that he can't spend it all in several lifetimes. Zhou AI paused, but, he can give you so much, which is really surprising to me. Wu, it is indeed a world of rich people. Zhou AI grabbed Shanli's arm and said firmly, Lily, promise him. Shanli looked embarrassed. She agreed to you for money, but you know I am not that kind of person. I do things, don't give me that. Zhou AI interrupted her. Who said last time that she would be the most generous rich woman in the future? With your salary, can you do it? That's what she said, but I can't sell myself for money. What did you sell out? Did Fu Zhuang ask you to do anything? Shanli thought about it, it seems not. Did he say that you must fulfill any obligations? Zhou AI asked. It seems not. Shanli thought about it. He just said that my life will not change at all. I can do whatever I want. He will not interfere with me, but he will take good care of me. Listen to it. Zhou AI hissed softly. Such people only exist in novels. Oh, no, they may not exist in novels. Zhou AI pulled Shanli's shoulders and said righteously, Lily, you listen to me and must agree to him. What if I agree and he competes with me for the custody of the baby in the future? Shanli frowned and asked. Even if you don't agree, can't he fight you for the custody of the baby? Zhou AI asked back, if you really have to fight, can you beat him? The answer is beyond doubt, you definitely can't. Shanli shook her head and said no. Zhou AI said, instead of worrying about the custody of the baby in the future, you might as well take advantage of these 3 months to deal with Fu Zhuang and make him love you to death and not have the heart to fight with you. Besides, Fu Zhuang is the baby's father after all, and he will definitely like the baby more than other men. It's better to keep him around than other men, right? Zhou AI gave Shanli another heavy blow. Are you really planning to be a single mother? Or do you really want to find a man like Sun Lei to be your husband? Shanli shook her head. What's there to hesitate about? Zhou AI raised her eyebrows and said, listen to me, take down Fu Zhuang and make him obey you. Shanli pursed her lips and said, what if we break up in the future? What's wrong with breaking up? Zhou Ai's fingertips fell on the paper and poked it hard. Fu Zhuang said, I won't say anything. As long as you agree to date, these are all yours. If you really break up, you can use these to live your happy life. The biggest trouble in life is not having money. With money, you only have happiness. Don't you think so? Shanli nodded in agreement, yes. Zhou AI picked up the milk tea cup and toasted the future rich woman. Shanli also picked up the milk tea cup, thank you. Fu Zhuang said that Shanli would be given time to consider, so Shanli was not in a hurry to express her opinion. She worked when she should work and went home when she should go home. When she had nothing to do, she would ask Zhou AI to go shopping. 2 days passed in a flash. On the 3rd day, Sun Lei came back from a business trip. After seeing Shanli, he called her to the tea room and said, Lily, this is the gift I brought you. Shanli smiled and said, Sun Lei, you are too polite. Sun Lei, after all, we are also boyfriend and girlfriend, and it is only right to bring a gift. After speaking, seeing Shanli's face change slightly, he hurriedly changed his words. What I mean is that although it is fake, it should be done. Otherwise it will be exposed. Shanli was about to tell him that they would no longer pretend to be boyfriend and girlfriend. When he mentioned it, she said, Sun Lei, I think the previous proposal can be ignored. Huh, what do you mean? The smile on Sun Lei's face froze. My family has not urged me to get married recently. Shanli raised her lips and said, I don't need to bring my boyfriend home for the time being. We don't have to pretend to be boyfriend and girlfriend. You can find a girl you really like to be your girlfriend. But I just want to be with Sun Lei paused in the middle of his words. With what, yeah? Shanli asked in confusion. Shanli, it's like this. Sunli's tone was a little anxious. I think our personalities are similar and our preferences are similar. Anyway, you don't like anyone, why don't we try to get along? Maybe you will find that we are the most suitable. Shanli took a few seconds to react. Sunlei, I'm sorry, I just treat you as a colleague, I don't. You can treat me as a boyfriend from now on. Sunlei is still pestering. Shanli, let's try. When the two were entangled at the corner, footsteps came from behind, and the people sitting at the workstations stood up ungreeted. Mr. Fu, Mr. Fu, 那个 Mr. Fu Zhuang nodded in agreement one by one. Shanli saw Fu Zhuang getting closer and closer and lowered her voice and said, I will pretend that I didn't hear what Sunlei said today, and I hope there won't be a next time. After she finished speaking, she put the gift in his hand and turned to walk forward. In a hurry, Sunlei reached out to pull her. Shanli. Shanli dodged sideways, and the smile on her face was gone. Sunlei, please be more careful. In her peripheral vision, Fu Zhuang was closer. Shanli tidied her hair at the temples, walked out without stopping, and the next second, Sunlei also walked out. Fu Zhuang's originally expressionless face suddenly darkened after seeing them walk out of the corner together and stared at Sunlei for 2 seconds. After 2 seconds, he walked forward, bowed and said, President Fu. Fu Zhuang's eyes fell on the perfume bag in his hand and retracted them after a second and asked in a low voice, When did you come back? Sunlei, this morning. Fu Zhuang, come in to report on your work. Yes. Sunlei followed Fu Zhuang into the office, and soon he was scolded out. Aiko slid his chair to Shanli's side and whispered, Mr. Fu's face was not right just now. Shanli pretended not to know what's wrong. I look fine. What's good about it? Aiko gossiped, Mr. Fu must be angry. She held her chin and said, No, Sunlei just came back today, and he didn't do anything to anger Mr. Fu. Shanli didn't want to associate the matter with herself. She felt that it seemed that she was overthinking, but when she thought of the look in Fu Zhuang's eyes, she had to think more. Maybe Fu Zhuang was angry because he saw her and Sunlei together. There is no answer for the time being. Shanli didn't talk to Sunlei much today because of his inappropriate behavior and left the company early when she got off work. The doctor said that pregnant women must have stable emotions so that the baby in their belly can get better. One of the ways to stabilize is to stay away from people who make them upset. She doesn't want to see Sunlei now, and leaving as soon as possible is the best policy. Before she left, she sent a message to Zhou Ai asking her if she was free to have dinner together tonight. I don't know if it's because of the pregnancy, but Shanli doesn't like being alone anymore. She always hopes that someone will accompany her so that she won't be lonely. Zhou Ai agreed immediately. Okay, I'll pick you up at the company. Shanli, okay. Maybe the trip wasn't going well today. Shanli stood by the roadside and waited for more than 10 minutes, but instead of waiting for Zhou Ai, she waited for Liu Shan. Liu Shan drove his newly bought Mercedes-Benz slowly past, then backed up, lowered the window, revealing his annoying face, and chuckled. Shanli. What a coincidence, waiting for a car again. There was contempt in his eyes. Hey, you've been working for so many years, can't you buy yourself a car? Oh, I forgot, you have no money. Liu Shan sneered. How about this? For the sake of our previous relationship, I'll take you wherever you go. Shanli waited until he finished spitting shit before speaking, and only said one word coldly, get out. Liu Shan's face immediately darkened. Shanli, who do you think you are? You asked me to get out. I think you should get out. You really think you are a flower? I tell you, it's only me who is blind. I've been dating you for a year, and you are like this. No one would want you if you were thrown on the street. Shanli admitted that she was indeed soft-tempered before she did whatever Liu Shan said. Her idea was simple as long as the two of them were good. It was fine. But that was in the past. She is now the mother of the baby. She has to set an example for the baby. No one can insult her verbally. No one, no, can. As soon as Liu Shan finished speaking, Shan Li picked up her bag and hit him, specifically hitting his face. Liu Shan, I have tolerated you for a long time. You gigolo, you eat my food, spend my money, and you dare to make up stories about me. I am blind, I will beat you to death. Beat you to death. Shan Li, you crazy woman, you dare to hit me. Liu Shan tried to block it with his hand but failed, and was hit again. Shan Li glared and said, I am going to hit you. Just wait, I will not let it go. Liu Shan said angrily. What are you going to do? Suddenly, a man's voice came from a few steps away, followed by footsteps. He slowly approached, with a chilling coldness around him, like Satan in the dark night, making people tremble with fear. After Fu Zhuang stood still, he glanced at Liu Shan and said, Get down. Everyone in Beicheng knew Fu Zhuang's name, and Liu Shan also knew him. He swallowed his saliva, pushed open the car door with trembling hands, stumbled out of the car, and said with a smile, Mr. Fu, what a coincidence. Fu Zhuang stared at him for a few seconds. His eyes fell on Shan Li and asked in a cold voice, Did he just bully you? Before Shan Li could speak, Liu Shan hurriedly explained, Mr. Fu, don't listen to this woman's nonsense. She is a slut, flirting with men all day long, and she just called me and wanted to take my car. Mr. Fu, this woman is really. Liu Shan didn't finish his words and was punched by Fu Zhuang. With a sad, Liu Shan fell to the ground, covering his face, and said, Mr. Fu, what's wrong with you? I'm just talking about this woman, she really is. Fu Zhuang grabbed Liu Shan's collar and punched him again, asking ruthlessly, What is she really? Liu Shan was stunned by the beating and had no idea what was going on. Doesn't Fu Zhuang hate women the most? He just said what he likes. What's wrong with him? Mr. Fu, what's wrong with you? Liu Shan was beaten by Fu Zhuang until his lips were bleeding and he looked miserable. Liu Shan grabbed his collar and brought him in front of him and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, Do you know who that woman is? Liu Shan suddenly had a bad premonition. No, I don't know. Fu Zhuang, my fiancé. Liu Shan. Liu Shan fell into a pit tonight, and he was dumbfounded when he left, but Shan Li was not in the mood to look at him. She was more curious about what Fu Zhuang said to Liu Shan. What did you say to him? Why is he so scared? Fu Zhuang did not answer but asked another question. What is your relationship with him? He is my ex-boyfriend. Originally, Shan Li didn't need to tell Fu Zhuang this, but thinking of that decision, she felt it necessary to confess that they broke up 2 months ago. Although it was expected, Fu Zhuang was still in a bad mood and hummed lightly. Shan Li heard that his voice was a little strange and wanted to ask something, but finally held back. I called her and told her not to worry, there was a traffic jam and she would be there in 10 minutes. Shan Li replied, Well, I'm not in a hurry, drive slowly. After the call ended, the atmosphere was inexplicably awkward. Shan Li coughed lightly. Shan Li, have you thought about it? In the dim light and shadow, Fu Zhuang approached and suddenly asked, Do you want me to be your underground boyfriend? The breath on him was too strong. Shan Li subconsciously stepped back. She didn't stand firmly and almost fell. Fu Zhuang grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms. He lowered his eyes and glared at her and asked steadily, Do you want it? Shan Li, yes. Chapter 17. Fu Zhuang's lips slightly raised slightly. The amplitude was not big. If you don't look closely, you can't see it at all. The force of holding her wrist was slightly lighter, and she slowly loosened it after she stood up, and his fingertips faintly touched the back of her hand when they withdrew. His fingertips shrank slightly, and his eyes stayed on her smooth and delicate back of the hand for a second, and then he withdrew his gaze as if nothing had happened. Shanli didn't notice his abnormality, biting her lips with her pearly teeth, thinking about how to say the next words, thinking for a long time but couldn't find a suitable opening line. Just don't lay the groundwork and say it directly. I can let you be my boyfriend, but I have conditions. Okay, I agree. Shanli's eyelashes trembled and said, You agree without asking what the conditions are. When did this person do things so unprincipled? Fu Zhuang said in a calm voice, Any conditions are fine. Anyway, he will agree. It doesn't matter whether you ask or not. No, it's better to make it clear in advance. Shanli didn't want to be so confused, and she should say it clearly. Okay, you go ahead. Fu Zhuang saw that she was only wearing a windbreaker and her nose tip was frozen red. He took off his windbreaker and put it on her, saying, You are wearing it, but it's cold. I'm fine, I'm not cold. Shanli sneezed while refusing and then peeled the corner of her lip awkwardly. I'm really not cold. They haven't officially started dating yet, so it's a bit inappropriate to wear his clothes like this. When she tried to take them off again, Fu Zhuang held her hand. You are not afraid of the cold, but the baby will be afraid too. Do you want the baby to get frozen? How could the baby get frozen in her belly now? Shanli chuckled and said, The baby won't get frozen as long as I protect him. Take it back quickly. Shanli, who am I? Fu Zhuang suddenly asked seriously. Shanli blinked. You are Fu Zhuang. Who is Fu Zhuang? Fu Zhuang is your boyfriend, and it's the boyfriend's duty to take care of his girlfriend. Fu Zhuang walked up to Shanli, pulled up the collar of her windbreaker and gently pulled it together. Don't make a fuss, wear it well. Although Shanli and Liu Shan have been dating for a year, it was Shanli who took care of Liu Shan and bought him this and that. When Liu Shan worked overtime, she drove to pick him up. When Liu Shan was sick, she went to take care of him. When it rained, she also went to wait for Liu Shan. Liu Shan hardly did anything for her. So, when Fu Zhuang treated her so gently, Shanli felt as if she was dreaming. So, this is what it was like to have a boyfriend. So, this is how it felt to be cared for by a boyfriend. Shanli looked at Fu Zhuang in a daze. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether the Fu Zhuang in front of her was real or fake. The main thing was that the good one didn't seem real, like an illusion. It's cold here, why don't we talk in the car? After Fu Zhuang fixed her collar, he suggested that there was pork bone soup in the car and she could drink it while talking. Pork bone soup. Shanli's favorite pork bone soup, she couldn't forget it after drinking it last time, always thinking about drinking it again when she had time. But she never got around to it. She pursed her lips and swallowed her saliva, but the soup was freshly made and tasted very good. Fu Zhuang glanced at her and said as if he didn't care, I bought a lot, it would be a waste if I didn't finish it. Shanli swallowed her saliva again, pinched her palms with her fingers hanging at her sides, and two voices came out of her mind one after another. One, go, what are you waiting for? The other, you still have something to say, it will be difficult to get off in the future if you get on his car without knowing why. One, it's okay to talk about it in the car, he can't eat you. The other, have you heard of your soft mouth after eating someone's food? How can you have the nerve to say anything else after eating someone's food? The two voices pulled each other and Shanli was even more embarrassed. Suddenly, her phone vibrated and Joe AI sent her a message. HHHH, I'm so angry, Lily. I just received a call from the newspaper asking me to go back to revise the manuscript, saying that it will be used tonight. I have to go, woo, I can't accompany you to dinner. I'm sorry, don't be angry, I'll make it up to you tomorrow. That's what office workers are like, with unexpected work and overtime that are hard to guard against, but you have to go. Shanli, it's okay, go quickly, I can walk by myself. Joe AI, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I'll make it up to you later. After replying Joe's WeChat, a cold wind blew over. Even though she was wearing 2 windbreakers, Shanli's teeth were still chattering with cold. She asked with shaking shoulders, will it be inconvenient for me to get in your car? No, it's very convenient. Fu Zhuang pointed to the front, where the car was. He turned around first, then took out his mobile phone and sent a WeChat message to Wen Jiang. After sending it, he put the phone in his pocket and naturally held Shan Li's hand. Shan Li stared at the two people's clasped hands in a daze. If I remember correctly, Fu Zhuang has misophonia and he can't touch anyone. Neither men nor women can do that. Shan Li remembered that she accidentally saw someone touching Fu Zhuang. It was said that he washed his hands more than 20 times that day. When they gossiped privately, they gave Fu Zhuang the title of the king of misophobia. Because his misophobia was really serious. But Shan Li didn't quite understand the situation of shaking hands at the moment. What about his misophobia? After Fu Zhuang noticed Shan Li's abnormality, he explained in a calm voice, the road is slippery, so you won't fall if you hold hands like this. This explanation sounds quite normal, but Shan Li followed him slowly, and after looking at him for a long time, she still asked the doubts in her heart. Do you have misophobia? Fu Zhuang's profile was embellished in the light and shadow, and the lines of his face were three-dimensional, unclear, and every part seemed to be drawn with a pen. He slowly turned his head and looked over. Who said I have misophobia? Shan Li was asked and said, you don't have misophobia. Fu Zhuang's eyes swept over the hands of the two people and his fingers tightened again. His face was indifferent, and he hummed lightly, no. Shan Li's thirst for knowledge sometimes explodes. For example, now. She really wants to know whether Fu Zhuang has misophobia. After getting in the car, she took out her mobile phone and started searching on the internet. All she found was that Fu Zhuang has misophobia. She put her mobile phone in front of him and questioned, the internet says he has it. Fu Zhuang raised his eyebrows indifferently and said softly, it's fake. But when you were interviewed that time, the host asked you and you admitted it. Shan Li found that interview clip. This is it. 这个. Just talking casually. Fu Zhuang didn't even look at his mobile phone. He took the thermos from the back seat, opened it, poured out a bowl of pork bone soup, and when Shan Li was about to say something, he handed the soup to her. Come on, drink it while it's hot. Shan Li was a little foodie before she got pregnant, and even more so after she got pregnant. 然后 the baby in her belly was really well behaved and never made a fuss, so Shan Li had a very good appetite. When she smelled the pork bone soup, she immediately forgot everything. She put down her mobile phone, took the soup bowl, lowered her head and drank a sip. It tasted delicious. It was simply a delicacy on earth. Seeing that she was drinking in a hurry, Fu Zhuang reminded her softly, drink slowly, be careful of the heat. Why did you buy pork bone soup? Shan Li asked casually, do you like to drink it too? Fu Zhuang's fingers on the steering wheel paused slightly and his gaze at her was a little more gentle. Yes, I like to drink it. Did you buy this pork bone soup at Zhouji as well? Yes. I guess so. Shan Li said with a smile. Do you like to drink it? Fu Zhuang asked sideways, and a closer look revealed that his eyes were full of light, as if stars were running out. I like it. Shan Li raised the corners of her lips. Sun Lei also brought me some last time. It was really delicious. After the words fell, Fu Zhuang's raised lips slowly fell, and his cold and slender fingers tapped the steering wheel twice lightly. What is your relationship with Sun Lei? It doesn't matter. Shan Li said, it's just an ordinary colleague relationship. Will a colleague bring you pork bone soup? Fu Zhuang said in a calm voice, Zhouji is a membership system and ordinary people can't buy it. Are you sure Sun Lei can buy it? In fact, Shan Li was not too sure. The reason why she thought it was Sun Lei was because she told him the night before that she loved to drink pork bone soup, and then the takeaway was delivered the next day. So she naturally thought of Sun Lei. It should be him. Shanli said hesitantly. If you think it is him, then it is him. Fu Zhuang's Adam's apple rolled and reminded, drink it quickly, it will get cold. Oh, okay. Shanli raised her head and drank it in 2 sips. When she lowered her head to find a tissue, Fu Zhuang handed it to her. Here. Shanli's impression of Fu Zhuang suddenly changed a lot. It seemed that he was now so cold and ruthless. She took it with a smile. Thank you. Fu Zhuang covered the thermos again, wiped the surroundings with a tissue, and then put it in his bag. I don't know if it was because the light in the car was too warm, or the man's movements were too gentle, creating a sense of déjà vu of the years being peaceful. This was a feeling Shanli had never had before. She thought to herself that good-looking men were still pleasing to the eye. After eating and warming up, Shanli should say what she wants to say. She coughed lightly. I accept your proposal just now, but I have conditions. Okay, I agree. Fu Zhuang still didn't ask what the conditions were. He agreed as soon as he opened his mouth. 那个, do I need to sign any agreement? Don't you ask what the conditions are. In Shanli's eyes, Fu Zhuang is the most shrewd and difficult boss. In his life, failure is not allowed to exist except for success. People like him should not be so easy to talk to. 那个, what happened to him today? To be precise, what happened to him recently? No need to ask, I will agree to whatever you say. Fu Zhuang's long eyelashes were stained with light, and the light inadvertently flowed into the depths of his eyes, giving rise to a sense of charm. He was a little softer than he was during the day, and he seemed more approachable. That's great. Shanli whispered, you are not such an unprincipled person. After she finished speaking, she found that Fu Zhuang was staring at her. She coughed lightly and straightened her back. It's like this. I can promise you to be my boyfriend, but the term cannot be 3 months. Why too long? How much is that? Half. Shanli just uttered 2 words and saw Fu Zhuang frowned and then thought of the pork bone soup she had just drunk. She pursed her lips and said, 1 month, the term is 1 month. After a month, if you think each other is still suitable, we can consider changing the way we get along. Shanli pursed her lips and said, for example, your previous suggestion, getting a marriage certificate or something. If it's not suitable, we will stop the loss in time and neither of us will delay the other. What do you think? This is much better than Fu Zhuang expected before, and he has no reason not to agree. Okay, I agree. But I also have a condition. What? You also have a condition? Shanli was surprised. What else do you want? In order for us to better understand each other and take care of each other, I suggest that we live together. Fu Zhuang finished speaking in a calm tone, his face still calm. Live together. Wait. Shanli bit her lips with her teeth. I may have heard wrongly. What did you just say? You are pregnant now and need someone to take care of you. My place is big, Fu Zhuang explained. More importantly, we only have 1 month to spend together. The time is too short. Of course, it is more appropriate to live in the same place. It is just a relationship. There is no need to do this. Shanli stepped back. We have different living habits. It will be very hard to live together. It is precisely because of the differences that we need to adapt to each other. Fu Zhuang took Shanli's hand and said with a burning look, I just agreed to your request unconditionally. Can't you meet my request? This is not comparable at all. Shanli shrank her hand but did not pull it out. She did not pull it out. Let him pull it. You wait. Although they are all conditions, but the conditions I put forward are obviously easy to do. Yours. Mine is also easy to do. Fu Zhuang said, You only need people to come. You don't need to bring anything else. But you can drink pork bone soup anytime you want. That can't be. I play the piano well, I can play it for the baby at night. You are being a bit unreasonable. The book says that prenatal education should start from the earliest time, and I can also tell stories to the baby. Fu Zhuang saw that Shen Li was still hesitating and continued to make a bombshell. I am an old acquaintance of the boss of Zhouji. He can come to the house anytime to cook your favorite meals. Shen Li was a little shaken. Will it disturb you if I move over? No. Fu Zhuang pinched the inside of her wrist. I usually don't have anything to do at home, so I can just watch a movie with you or something. He plays the piano, tells stories, and accompanies her to the movies. 就是 such a boyfriend is hard to find even with a lantern. Other women would have agreed to it. Shanley calmed down and said hesitantly, let me think about it. Fu Zhuang raised his eyebrows slightly. Okay, I'll wait for you. Shanley found that she seemed to have fallen into the trap set by Fu Zhuang. She didn't even agree, so what was he waiting for? Shanley would share her worries with Zhou Ai. There was no other way. Zhou Ai was the only person she knew best. When she couldn't make up her mind, she wanted to hear Zhou Ai's ideas. The next day was the weekend and no one had to go to work. Shanley and Zhou Ai went shopping together. While shopping and chatting, Zhou Ai casually said, what do you think Fu Zhuang wants you to do? Shanley took a sip of sour plum juice, hooked her fingers, and said in a low voice, he wants me to move in with him. Oh, he wants you to move in with him. After Zhou Ai finished speaking, she shouted in the next second, what did you say? He wants to live with you. Shanley raised her hand to cover Zhou Ai's mouth and pulled her out. She waited until there was no one around before she removed her hand. Ai, keep your voice down. Please explain clearly. What does Fu Zhuang want you to do? Zhou Ai asked with her hands on her hips. Live together. Shanley raised her eyebrows. He said that this way they can take better care of each other. You haven't done anything yet and he wants to live with you. Zhou Ai said with a click of the tongue. Does he have other intentions for you? For example? Nah. In fact, Shanley couldn't understand Fu Zhuang either. A successful man like him could find any woman. Why did he have to pester her? If it was for the sake of children, he could have children with any woman. 然后? It didn't have to be her. 那个 What was the reason? It's really strange. Ai, tell me quickly. Shanley urged. Zhou Ai lowered her eyelids and raised them again, looking at Shanley. Hey, Lily, is it possible that Fu Zhuang is him? Shanley asked in surprise, what's wrong with him? He does so much because he likes you. Zhou Ai said. Cough, cough, cough. Shanley was choked by the sour plum juice and coughed for a long time before stopping. With red eyes, she said, Fu Zhuang likes me. 就是 How is it possible? How can it be impossible? Of course it is impossible. Which of the women in his circle is not prettier than me? Men don't choose their wives just by looking at whether they are good looking or not. Zhou Ai analyzed. Fu Zhuang is not that kind of vulgar person, and besides, you are also very beautiful. Whether he is vulgar or not, he will not like me. Shanley poked Zhou Ai's forehead and said, stop, don't guess. Then why do you think he does it? Zhou Ai asked. It should be for the baby. Shanley's eyes fell on her belly and she murmured in a low voice, I didn't expect him to like children so much. Didn't you just say that if he really likes children, there are more women to give birth to them for him? Why must he pester you? Zhou Ai pinched Shanley's face. Silly girl, think about it carefully. Shanley thought about it carefully and concluded that Fu Zhuang didn't like her. Excellent people can only be with excellent people, and she is not excellent. Uh, Forget it, don't think about it. Shanley pulled Joey's arm and said, there is a maternity and baby store in front. I want to buy some things that my baby will need in the future. 然后, okay, I'll go with you. After Joey took 2 steps, she asked, do you want to move in and live with him? Do you think I should go? Do you want to go yourself? Shanley pursed her lips and thought for a while, then said with a smile, I want to eat pork bone soup. He just happened to have pork bone soup. Fu Zhuang was very busy this morning. Wan Xiang said in a deep voice, Mr. Fu, we have found out that the man is Liu Shen. He works in a subsidiary company and is a relative of Liu Shen. He has made several mistakes after joining the company and has a very bad reputation in the company. Fu Zhuang stood in front of the French window with one hand in his pocket, his eyes gloomy, and contacted his company's supervisor Wan Xiang. Do you want to transfer him? Fu Zhuang, let him get out. Wan Xiang, yes. On the same day, someone in the Fu company's small group suddenly gossiped about Shen Li, saying a lot of bad things about Shen Li, such as seducing her boss, using hidden roles to get promoted, sleeping with this person and that person, etc. Shen Li was not in this group, so she didn't know that someone was slandering her. She continued to eat, drink, and have fun with Zhou Ai and spent this weekend happily. She was not there, but Ai Ke was. When she was at work on Monday, Ai Ke called Shanley to the tea room and asked her about the group. Shanley was confused. Group? What group? Ai Ke handed the phone to Shanley to see this one. Shanley took it and her face turned green after reading it one by one. Who is spreading rumors? Ai Ke said this WeChat account is new and there is no information left. I don't know who it is. What he said is very unpleasant. It is obvious that he is deliberately targeting you. Have you angered anyone recently? I don't know. Shanley frowned and said, probably not. Later, she remembered the quarrel with Liu Shen that night. Could it be Liu Shen? Shanley said thank you and walked out of the tea room with a cup of water. She was in a bad mood all morning, with frowned eyebrows, and ignored anyone who spoke to her. At noon, when Xiang came over and said, Secretary Shen, President Fu is looking for you. Shanley put down her pen, took the folder and went to the president's office. The door opened and closed again. Shanley walked closer and said, President Fu. Fu Zhuang raised his eyes and the corners of his eyes slightly raised. Are you hungry? There is food, you eat first. Pregnant people are very emotionally unstable. Shanley is also a pregnant woman and her emotions are easily fluctuating. Especially after seeing the words in the group, her mood plummeted. 然后 she didn't have a good face when facing Fu Zhuang and said lightly, No, I'm not hungry. That's Zhou Ji's team dumplings. Fu Zhuang said, It's this refresh feeling you like to eat. He stood up and said, There is also pork bone soup, tofu pudding porridge. Before Fu Zhuang finished speaking, Shen Li interrupted, President Fu, do you have anything else to do? If not, I'll leave first. Fu Zhuang then realized that she was in a bad mood. He walked out from behind the desk and asked in a gentle tone, What's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? No. Those glaring words appeared in front of Shen Li and each one was very heartbreaking. When she was in a bad mood, she would easily ignore it. She said to Fu Zhuang in a deep voice, Don't come over. Seeing this, Fu Zhuang stopped and asked softly, Come on, tell me, what happened? Shen Li glanced at him and asked steadily, Why are you so good to me? Do I need a reason to be good to you? Yes. 然后? Why do you think it is? Fu Zhuang asked back. I don't know, I'm asking you. Shanley frowned and said. Shanley pursed her lips, Do you think I? Fu Zhuang. The reason why Shanli asked this was because of what the person in the group said, saying that Fu Zhuang was willing to play with her because he thought she was silly and easy to coax. The big guys like this kind of pure little white flower. Of course, no one else believed what that person said. Everyone just watched the fun and didn't believe that Fu Zhuang would fall in love with a little secretary. Who is Fu Zhuang? He is the most prominent figure in North City. It is impossible for him to like Shanli. Besides, there are rumors like this every day and they are so tired of hearing them. They don't know about the entanglement between Shanli and Fu Zhuang that they don't believe it, but Shanli herself knows that she has kept those words in her heart. It feels bad to be despised. She is in a very bad mood when facing Fu Zhuang. She coughed lightly and said, I have an answer to your previous proposal. Fu Zhuang stared at her and said, we can put this aside for now. No, I want to say it. Shanli said firmly, my answer is, forget it. Fu Zhuang strolled over and grabbed Shanli's wrist. There was a strange flash in his eyes. Shanli, drink the soup first, and then we can talk. Shanli broke free from his hand and stepped back again. I said, I don't want to drink it. Fu Zhuang wanted to pull her again, but seeing that she kept retreating, he was afraid of hurting her, so he could only retract his hand. With his jaw slightly tightened. Okay, I won't force you. Shanli turned around and was about to leave. He said, I have ordered other meals for you, which will be delivered later. Do you want to take them to the restaurant or eat at my place? Shanli met his gaze and replied, I don't want anything. Fu Zhuang saw the other things in her firm eyes. She said she didn't want anything. She didn't want the food. And she didn't want him. Chapter 18. The air pressure in Fu Group has been very low these 2 days, especially on the 60th floor, which was like falling into an ice cellar. Fu Zhuang looked at everyone with a cold face, his jaw slightly tightened, and he was extremely unhappy. Except for Wen Jiang, no one dared to approach the president's office. Oh, I was wrong, there are still people who are not afraid of death. A senior leader, relying on his family status, stormed the president's office early in the morning and scolded Fu Zhuang, threatening that if Fu Zhuang didn't give him an explanation, he would personally talk to the old man. The old man refers to Fu Zhuang's grandfather, who retired to the second line many years ago. When he had nothing to do, he would just walk around and play boxing, and live a very comfortable life. Fu Zhuang raised his eyebrows slightly. Sir cousin, what did you say? The man said arrogantly, you must approve the funds for this project for me. If you don't approve it, I will ask my uncle. We agreed at the beginning that the funds for my project cannot be cut off. What do you call this now? Killing the donkey after it has done its job. The sound of quarreling came through the door. Aiko raised his elbow and bumped Shanli. Hey, guess what President Fu will do? Shanli was in a bad mood, and she was not in the mood to guess. I don't know. What's wrong with you these 2 days? You look very upset. Aiko remembered what happened in the group belatedly and asked quietly, is it because of the group? Shanli didn't want to mention that matter and frowned. No, how could it not be? Aiko said, I can see it at a glance. She pulled Shanli's sleeve and blinked. Don't you know about that matter? What matter? Shanli hasn't paid attention to the group messages these 2 days, so she doesn't know what Aiko is talking about. It's about the slander against you in the group. It was inconvenient for Aiko to speak, so she leaned towards Shanli again, her arm almost touching hers, and whispered, don't you know that the person who slandered you has been found? Found? Shanli stared. When was it found? 这个. You really don't know. Aiko took out her mobile phone to show her. It was the afternoon I told you. Oh, it was the afternoon before yesterday. The person was called Liu Sheng. Working in a subsidiary of Fu Group, he was fired for making a mistake a few days ago. He was unwilling to accept it, so he secretly entered the company group and said those fabricated words in the group. Yaike explained it was Assistant Wen who personally found the person, and he also issued the statement, "Don't you know?" Shanli shook her head. "I don't know. I forgot, you were not in the group." Yaike slapped his forehead. "It's all my fault. At that time Assistant Wen specifically told me to explain the matter to you clearly, but I forgot about it later because of something at home." She clasped her hands together and rubbed them lightly. "I'm sorry, Shanli, I really didn't forget it on purpose." Shanli read the chat carefully. Wen Jiang explained it very clearly and everyone understood it. Someone even apologized to Shanli in the group. Yaike said, "Special Assistant Wen asked me to tell you. If I wasn't busy, I wouldn't forget it. It's okay as long as the truth is clear." Shanli returned the phone to Yaike and asked casually, "Was Special Assistant Wen in the group before?" "No." Yaike took the phone and put it on the table. It was just a small group with only a few people. How did he know about this?" Shanli asked. Yaike blinked. "Didn't you say it?" "Me?" Shanli looked a little confused. "I didn't." "That's not right. Didn't you go to President Fu's office that day?" Yaike recalled. "Not long after you came out of the office, Special Assistant Wen came to check the matter." I thought you said it yourself." Shanli shook her head. "Not me." Who was it then?" Yaike glanced at the door of the president's office from the corner of his eye and exclaimed, "No. President. Fu Zhuang." Shanli was more surprised than her. She pursed her lips. 就是 Mr. Fu was so busy that he would not pay attention to such a small matter. This was not perfunctory but true. Fu Zhuang was very busy every day. If he had to deal with such a matter personally, he would be exhausted. But who else in the company could ask Wen Jiang to do something except Mr. Fu? Yaike asked a soul-searching question. 就是 It couldn't be that Wen Jiang took the initiative to do it, right? Yaike's eyes fell on Shanli, raised his eyebrows and looked at her, with a slight smile on his lips. Could it be that you don't talk nonsense?" Shanli hurriedly interrupted. "Special Assistant Wen and I are just colleagues. I just said it casually." Yaike patted Shanli's shoulder. "By the way, you probably don't know how miserable Liu Shen is." "Huh? What's miserable?" Shanli asked. "I'll be obedient." Yaike hooked her finger and Shanli leaned over. "I heard that the company originally just fired him and didn't intend to pursue the losses he caused, but after he made such a fuss, the senior management changed their minds and wanted to hold him accountable for his legal responsibilities." He would probably be sued," Yaike said with a sigh of relief, "but he deserves it. He dared to slander you in the group. He deserves it." After expressing his opinion, Yaike said again, "Hey, do you think that President Fu asked Assistant Wang to do this?" Shanli's heart skipped a beat, but she pretended to be calm. "It shouldn't be." Yaike nodded. "That's right. President Fu is so busy that he can't pay attention to these trivial matters." As soon as the voice fell, a roar came from the office. "Fu Zhuang, I am your third cousin, and you treat me like this." Fu Zhuang's cold voice came slowly. "The company has its own rules, even if the old man comes." Bang! The office door was slammed open and someone walked out angrily, saying as he walked, "I won't let it go like this." Shanli saw the tall figure behind the desk through the half-open door. The man leaned against the chair, his eyes fixed on one place. Suddenly, he raised his eyes and looked over. Shanli couldn't avoid looking at him. She saw the man who had a gloomy face in the last second, and the next second, his eyebrows slightly raised. "Shanli!" Wang Xiang walked into the president's office and closed the office door again. AI pulled Shanli's arm and said in a low voice, "Wasn't it that President Fu was smiling at you just now?" Shanli tilted her body and shook her head. "No, you saw it wrong." "How could it be that I didn't see it? I just saw it clearly." AI was surprised and said, "President Fu was smiling at you. Tell me honestly, what's going on between you and President Fu?" "Nothing happened." Shanli stood up and said, "I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to drink water." She took the water cup to the tea room, and before the hot water was ready, someone came over Shanli. It was Sunlei. Shanli turned around and hummed lightly. Nigga Sunlei walked forward slowly, his Adam's apple rolling slightly that day. Shanli explained first, "It was my fault that day, too. I should have explained it to you properly." Do you really not like me at all?" Sunlei asked hopefully. "Even a little bit is fine." "I'm sorry." Shanli said apologetically, "We are really not suitable." Sunlei was also anxious that day, but later, he saw that feelings cannot be forced. Nigga, since Shanli said she didn't like him, there was no need for him to pester her anymore, so I wish you can find the right one soon. Shanli, you too. Before leaving, Sunlei asked, "Can we still be colleagues?" "Of course." Shanli smiled and said, "We are colleagues." "Sunlei, that's fine." Not long after Sunlei walked out of the tea room, he met Fu Zhuang. Fu Zhuang glanced at him, then glanced at the tea room. Seeing Sunlei with a smile on his face, his eyebrows were frowned. Wang Jiang whispered, "Mr. Fu, Mr. Liu is already waiting." Fu Zhuang didn't respond. His eyes fell on the slender figure by the window in the tea room again, and his fingers in his pockets clenched tightly. In a moment, Shanli walked out of the tea room. When the two passed by, Fu Zhuang didn't even look at her and even pretended not to hear her greeting. "Shanli, what are you doing?" In the evening, Zhou AI, the love analyst, came online again and said while making a facial mask, "You said you misunderstood Fu Zhuang. It is very likely that Fu Zhuang asked Wen Jiang to deal with Liu Shan's matter." "Yes." Shanli didn't know what was going on. She especially liked to eat sour fruits these 2 days. She ate several hawthorns at once, and now she was eating sour oranges. She curled up on the sofa. "It should be him." "What do you mean by should?" Zhou AI asked vaguely. "Didn't you go to Fu Zhuang in person to ask clearly?" "No." Shanli remembered that when she passed by Fu Zhuang in the morning, he ignored her. She felt a little awkward in her heart and didn't want to ask. Did you quarrel again?" Zhou AI got up and went to the living room. After finding the manuscript, she went to the study, bent down and sat in front of the computer desk, and said, "Hey, have you noticed something different?" "What's different?" "How do you feel about Fu Zhuang? Did you dare to have emotions towards him before?" Zhou AI asked back, "Do you dare?" Of course Shanli didn't dare to do it before. Fu Zhuang was like a god, high and mighty. 然后, not to mention having any emotions, she would feel that she was derelict of duty if she was not enthusiastic about him. It's different now. Now she. Shanli lowered her eyes and looked at her belly, which didn't show any pregnancy at all. Now she has his child in her belly. "I don't dare," Shanli said angrily. "You see, you also said that you didn't dare to do it before." Zhou AI gossiped, "Have you ever thought about why you didn't dare to do it before but dare to do it now?" 那个 maybe. Shanli ate another sour orange. 然后 maybe it was because of the baby in her belly. Just because of the baby? Zhou AI asked, "Nothing else?" What else could it be? Shanli was puzzled. You have to ask yourself. Zhou AI said mysteriously, "You know your worries best." I have no worries. Shanli subconsciously retorted, "Don't guess." What did I guess? Zhou AI chuckled, "I didn't say anything, you just thought about it." I don't know if it was because of what Joe said. Shanli had a dream all night. Sometimes it was the blurry night. Sometimes it was the scene where Fu Zhuang stopped her, pushed her against the wall, and asked her if she wanted to get married. At the end of the dream, he fed her pork bone soup. She was upset and didn't want to drink it. He put the spoon to her lips and coaxed her, saying, "As long as you drink it, I will agree to do anything you want." She asked, "Agree to everything?" He said, "Yes." She said, "Then I want you to disappear immediately." He said, "I will leave immediately after you finish the soup." She asked, "Why are you so nice to me?" The dim light brushed against him, outlining the man's handsome face, finely carved features, beautiful eyebrows, and her figure in his ink-like eyes. She heard him say, "Because I'm happy." Shanli woke up from her dream. Her whole body was sweating. Maybe because of the dream, she would automatically avoid Fu Zhuang when she saw him that day. Wen Xiang didn't know what happened. He just felt that the boss's face was getting worse and worse, and the look in his eyes seemed to want to eat people. "Mr. Fu, do you want to call Secretary Shen in?" Although Wen Xiang didn't know the inside story, he guessed that the boss's bad mood must be related to Shen Li, and asking her to come in might help. Fu Zhuang looked outside through the glass window, only to see Shen Li whispering something with Sun Lei, and Sun Lei gave her a candy. Shen Li took it with a smile and said, "Thank you." Fu Zhuang slammed the pen in his hand on the table with a snap, and said in a cold voice, "No need." Wen Xiang touched the tip of his nose and walked out of the office. When he looked up, he saw Shen Li chatting with Sun Lei. He immediately understood something and shook his head. What a big heart. Shen Li and Wen Xiang inadvertently met Wen Xiang's gaze. Shen Li stood up and said, "Assistant Wen, this is the file you wanted." Wen Xiang was about to take it, but then he withdrew his hand and said, "I still have things to do. Please send it to President Fu." Shen Li pursed her lips and gave the file to Sun Lei. "I'm going to the bathroom. Please help me send the file to President Fu." Sun Lei took it and said, "Okay." After Sun Lei came out of the president's office, Fu Zhuang's expression darkened even more. Except for Wen Xiang, no one knew what happened to Fu Zhuang. Everyone whispered and thought that seeing President Fu's face, those who didn't know the situation would think that his uncle had come. The man didn't understand what uncle meant and asked, "What is uncle?" Someone explained that women have their periods every month, and men have their uncles every month. Puff. Someone laughed out loud. As soon as Shen Li sat down, Ai Ke slid over on his chair and gossiped, "Why have you been avoiding Mr. Fu today?" "You saw it wrong, I didn't." Shen Li picked up the pen and explained calmly, "He is the boss, how dare I?" Ai Ke gave her a look that said, "I think you are very daring," raised his eyebrows, "Are you really okay?" "It's okay." Shen Li pushed Ai Ke's chair, and Ai Ke slid to her workstation. As Shen Li said, she was really fine, so she ate and drank as usual. As for how Fu Zhuang was, it was not within her consideration. After 2 days, the pressure in the company was as low as it could be, and everyone on the 60th floor noticed that Fu Zhuang was not right. Everyone discussed privately that Mr. Fu looked like he was heartbroken. Someone said, "Is Mr. Fu in love?" How come I don't know? Suddenly, someone else said something golden again, "Maybe it's a secret love." "Oh my god, you said Mr. Fu is secretly in love, are you kidding me? Does someone like Mr. Fu need to play secret love? Secret love does not distinguish between status and position, it's just that in the world of love, you fall in love first. But I don't think it's possible. Mr. Fu doesn't look like someone who would have a crush on someone. Don't judge things by appearances. Mr. Fu is obviously a very infatuated person." When Shen Li passed by, she only heard them say that Mr. Fu was obviously a very infatuated person. She glanced at the office and saw the man at the desk writing something with his head down. The light and shadow fell on one side of his face, reflecting his long eyelashes, which were slightly curled, and the curve of his profile was smooth and beautiful. She stared at him for a few seconds, and before Fu Zhuang raised his head, she looked away and joined the conversation. Fu Zhuang stared at her through the glass window and saw a smile on her lips. He didn't know that a smile appeared on his face, and his tense expression improved a little at this moment. But the good mood didn't last long because he saw Sunlei also walked over and brought her a cup of water. Shanlei took it naturally and nodded. Fu Zhuang's hand holding the pen increased a little. He had never brought her water before. She had never smiled at him so gently before. A heavy mark was scratched on the document, just like Fu Zhuang's mood at the moment, obscured by the haze, and it was terrible. He tried very hard to suppress his irritability and continued to look down at the document. Before leaving Get Off Work, Shanlei received a call from Wen Wang. Shanlei had not yet told Wen Wang about her breakup with Sunlei. Wen Wang asked implicitly on the phone when they could come back to visit. The elders all wanted to see Sunlei. It was inconvenient to talk about such topics at the workstation, so Shanlei took her phone to the tea room, closed the door, and whispered, "Mom, there is something I forgot to tell you." Wen Wang asked, "What is it?" "Shanlei, Sunlei and I have broken up." Wen Wang was surprised. "Break up? How could you break up? When did it happen?" "Shanlei, a few days ago, because of personality incompatibility." Wen Wang, can personality incompatibility be cultivated slowly? Shanlei said in a light voice, "He is not the type I like." "If you don't like you, why would you date him?" Wen Wang was very disappointed. "Lily, you are really getting more and more opinionated now." "Mom, getting married is my own business, of course I have to like it." Shanlei said, "I will take care of the boyfriend. If I really have one, I will bring him back." 然后 You decide, what can you do? Wen Wang said in a deep voice, "You don't have to decide, I will help you find one." "Mom, can you please be reasonable?" "I am your mother, I will not be reasonable." "Then we have nothing to say, I will hang up first because I am at work." "Don't hang up, I will ask you again, have you really broken up with Sunlei?" "Yes." "You don't like him?" "Yes, I don't like him anymore." Wen Wang's voice is loud and can be heard through the receiver. Shanlei didn't want her colleagues to know, so she hung up the phone in a hurry. After sorting out her mood, she pushed open the door of the tea room, raised her eyes and looked at the man standing at the door. Shanlei didn't know when Fu Zhuang came. Did she hear anything? Pursed her lips, she mumbled, "Mr. Fu." She raised her foot as if to go out, but just took a step and was blocked by Fu Zhuang. Fu Zhuang lowered his eyes and looked at her without saying a word, just watching quietly. Shanlei's scalp was numb from his gaze, and she swallowed nervously. "Boss Fu, is there something wrong?" She took a step back while speaking. Fu Zhuang took a step closer and slowly squatted down while Shanlei was stunned. Shanlei stared blankly, with a string of question marks flashing in her eyes. What is he doing? Suddenly, she felt Fu Zhuang pulling her shoelaces. She looked down and found that her shoelaces were loose, and Fu Zhuang was tying them for her. Fu Zhuang tied her shoelaces for her. 然后 This fact was no less than a volcanic eruption. Fu Zhuang tied her shoelaces. Fu Zhuang tied her shoelaces for her. No, no, no. If someone sees it, who knows what they will think? Shanlei stepped back subconsciously and Fu Zhuang grabbed her ankle. He lowered his head and said, "Don't move, it will be fine soon." Is this a quick scene? This is a miserable thing to be seen, Boss Fu. No, no, I can tie it myself. I told you not to move. Fu Zhuang's voice was so gentle that it seemed like water could drip out of it. It's inconvenient for you to tie it yourself, so I'll do it. The boss tied her shoelaces. How could this be unbelievable? Shanli's heart could not bear such courtesy. She shrank her feet. Mr. Fu really didn't need it. Fu Zhuang pulled her feet in front of him and pulled a strap with one hand. It sounded like a threat, but in fact it had no deterrent effect. If you move again, they will really see it. Shanli glanced at Fu Zhuang, then raised her eyes to look outside, only to see Ai Ke coming over with a water cup. She said in a trembling voice, Mr. Fu, Ai Ke is here, you. Get up quickly, I will tie it myself. It will be done soon. While speaking, Fu Zhuang had already tied one shoe and was tying the other one. Be careful when wearing sneakers in the future, don't trip over the shoelaces. Don't forget, you are not alone, it will be bad if you get hurt. Okay, I know, can you get up? Shanli's voice was so trembling that she couldn't listen anymore. She said with tears in her voice, if you don't get up, Ai Ke will really see it. Let her see, I'm not afraid. But I am afraid. You don't want to have anything to do with me. Is it the time to talk about this now? Shanli explained, that's not what I meant, I just don't want people to misunderstand. I can say anything, after all, you are the boss, it will be bad if people misunderstand. I'm not afraid of misunderstanding. Fu Zhuang tied the other shoelace, but didn't rush to stand up. He looked up at Shanli with inexplicable emotions flowing in his dark eyes and asked an irrelevant topic, You are not with Sun Lei. 就是 They were never together. Shanli kept staring outside and didn't look at Fu Zhuang at all. Seeing Ai Ke approaching, sweat broke out on the tip of her nose. Really? Fu Zhuang said softly, it turned out that I misunderstood. What? Shanli didn't hear clearly what he said and didn't want to explore and asked anxiously, Are you ready? If you are, get up quickly. She counted silently in her heart, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Shanli made a swallowing motion and reached out to pull Fu Zhuang, but no, Ai Ke was about to come in. The man was very strong and couldn't pull her at all. Fu Zhuang suddenly asked, Shanli, do you have an answer to the proposal that day? Shanli was already panicking. If Ai Ke saw them like this, it would be a hot topic in the company in half a day, no, less than half an hour. It also indirectly verified what Liu Shan said before, that she relied on unspoken rules to get to the top. Don't. You get up first. Shanli came to Fu Zhuang again. Fu Zhuang insisted, Tell me first, what have you considered? Shanli didn't remember what he meant by considering. The most important thing now was to get Fu Zhuang up first, and everything else would be easy. Okay, I've thought about it, I promise you. A smile flashed in Fu Zhuang's eyes. You agree to live with me. Shanli realized that he was talking about cohabitation and said hesitantly, Well. Fu Zhuang saw her hesitation and the smile in his eyes disappeared again, and his expression was a little hard to read. You still don't want to. Ai Ke waved to Shanli through the window. There was only one step left to touch the door handle. Shanli's heart trembled and she blurted out, Yes, I do. I am very willing to live with you. Chapter 19. When Ai Ke was about to touch the door handle, Shanli made up her mind, closed her eyes, and said to Fu Zhuang in a trembling voice, Yes, I am willing to live with you. After she finished speaking, the expected sound of the door opening did not come. The hem of Shanli's coat was pulled by someone. She opened her eyes tremblingly, only to see Ai Ke pointing at the phone and then turn back. Shanli looked at her figure going away and let out a long sigh. Her straight shoulders relaxed instantly. If Fu Zhuang hadn't supported her legs, she would have been unable to help but step back. As she lowered her eyes, she saw Fu Zhuang holding a mobile phone in his other hand. The screen of the mobile phone displayed a chat page. She recognized the avatar, which belonged to Wen Xiang. 3 minutes ago, Fu Zhuang sent a WeChat message to Wen Xiang, which read, "Call Echo away." 3 minutes ago. Shanli realized that Fu Zhuang deliberately did not stand up in order to make her compromise because he saw that she did not want her colleagues in the company to know about their entanglement. This is too well-intentioned. Oh, wrong, it is full of tricks. After a while, not only Echo was not at her workstation, but everyone else was also called away. Shanli's mobile phone vibrated and Echo sent her a message. Special assistant Wen asked everyone to go to the conference room for a meeting. You have finished drinking the water, come quickly. Shanli glanced at Fu Zhuang, who stood up, her temples throbbing a few times, thinking that she might not be able to finish drinking. Everyone had left, so they didn't have to be careful when talking. Fu Zhuang glanced at the cup of hot water on the cabinet, raised his eyebrows slightly, and walked over to Shanli. Shanli didn't know what he was going to do, so she subconsciously avoided him. Her movement was too big and she almost bumped into the cabinet beside her. Fortunately, Fu Zhuang was quick to hold her arm and pulled her back. Be careful. Fu Zhuang said worriedly. If he hadn't approached her suddenly, this wouldn't have happened. Shanli still had resentment in her heart, and her tone of voice was not like that of a subordinate to a superior. She was faintly resentful and pouted and muttered, "It's all your fault. 就是 it's because you suddenly approached me that this happened. If I really fell, you have to be responsible." 那个 okay, I'll take responsibility. Fu Zhuang had long arms and easily took the cup of water. While speaking, he stuffed the cup into Shanli's hands. Shanli was still thinking about continuing to scold people, but suddenly her hands felt warm and the heat hit her face. Her eyelashes trembled heavily and she swallowed the words of scolding back. She held the cup of water with both hands and lowered her head to take a sip. I don't know why, but the water seems to taste especially good today. Then, she lowered her head and took another sip. The hair on her shoulders fell down because of the action of lowering her head. When she raised her hand to tidy it up, it touched the man's cold and slender fingers. Fu Zhuang reached out his hand subconsciously, doing it completely based on his mood. He probably didn't even know what he was doing, so he paused when he touched. 这个 his fingers were close and there was no intention of retreating. Shanli blinked, as if to say, "Don't open it yet." Fu Zhuang didn't get her meaning and the corners of his lips raised vaguely. He did what he had always wanted to do. His fingertips lifted her drooping hair and tucked it behind her ear. When his fingers were retracted, they inevitably touched her round earlobe. The smooth, delicate, and super elastic touch came over him and Fu Zhuang's fingertips shrank. A second later, his arm dropped and his hand reached into his pocket. He could vaguely see the bulge in his trouser pocket. He clasped his hands together as if he wanted to keep something. Shanli was distracted by the sudden touch and didn't notice Fu Zhuang's strangeness. She coughed hard and pursed her lips. Well, I'll go to work first. She took 2 steps and someone pulled her sleeve. She turned back and looked at Fu Zhuang. Is there something wrong? Fu Zhuang asked, when are you moving there? Shanli agreed in a hurry just now, but now she doesn't want to move there anymore. She bit her lip and asked in a negotiating tone, do we have to move? Can we not move? As she said that, she blinked as if she was acting coquettishly to Fu Zhuang. Can we not move? Do you want to regret it? Fu Zhuang's eyelashes fell into a half arc, and the light flowed on the tip of his eyelashes, making his eyes dark and bright. If you look closely, you can see some displeasure. That's right, everyone will be unhappy. You schemed against me. Shanli started to be unreasonable. I saw you sending a WeChat message to Wen Xiang. You could have asked Wen Xiang to call AI Ke away earlier. Why didn't you call him? Why do you think I didn't call him? You wanted me to compromise. Shanli didn't know what she had eaten recently. She was very bold and dared to speak to Fu Zhuang in such an impolite tone. Even she was shocked, but the words were already said and there was no way to take them back. She continued on the road of letting go. Say, did you do it on purpose? If I say I did it on purpose, what will you do? I want to regret it. Shanli is cheating. I won't move to your place. Shanli, you are an adult. Fu Zhuang said in a cold voice, adults should keep their words. Then I don't want to be an adult, I want to be a child. Shanli argued, I just don't want to admit it. Fu Zhuang's eyes darkened, but he couldn't bear to be mean to her. He said patiently, you promised it yourself, are you really going to deny it? Who knows that I promised it myself, anyway, there is no evidence. It happened suddenly and no one heard it except her and Fu Zhuang. Even if she didn't admit it, what could she do? Shanli decided to lose face and said, Mr. Fu, let's just treat what happened just now as minus I am very willing to live with you. Before Shanli finished speaking, Fu Zhuang raised his phone and the next second a voice flowed out. Shanli opened her eyes wide and glared at Fu Zhuang, you actually recorded it. Fu Zhuang raised his lips, his eyes brightened a little, and a faint arc overflowed from the end of his eyes. He was afraid that someone would not admit it, so he had to record it. Shanli. So annoying. Fu Zhuang touched the back of Shanli's hand with his fingertips. Are you moving in with me or do you want me to send the recording to the company group? Do you dare to send it to the company group? Shanli didn't believe that he would do such a childish thing. Besides, if he really sent it, it would not only be her that people would talk about it, and he would not be much better. She snorted lightly, it's up to you. That's what you said. Fu Zhuang loosened his hand that was pulling Shanli's sleeve, and his fingertips fell on the screen of his mobile phone. Under her gaze, he opened the company group, found the recording again, and asked, think about it carefully, I really sent it. Give you 5 seconds, 1, 2, 3. Shanli frowned and glared at Fu Zhuang, her eyes were about to spit fire, she didn't believe he really dared. When Fu Zhuang counted to 4, Shanli still didn't let go. Fu Zhuang moved his fingertips. As long as he let go, the recording could be sent out. Shanli stared at his fingers. Seeing that his fingers really moved, her heart suddenly shrank. He interrupted, don't send it. I agreed to move to your place. Fu Zhuang learned his lesson this time and didn't give her room to back out. He asked, when will you move? Next week. Shanli said the weekend of next week. It's too long. Fu Zhuang raised his chin slightly, no. He couldn't give her too much time, otherwise she would find all kinds of reasons to back out. Then next Wednesday should be okay. Shanli raised her lips and said, for days, that should be fine. Still not okay. Fu Zhuang shook his head and changed another one. Fu Zhuang, you are too much. Shanli pouted, this is not okay, that is not okay, then when do you think is appropriate? Tonight. Fu Zhuang stared at Shanli and said firmly, I think tonight is the most suitable. Tonight? How can that be? Shanli shook her head, no, it's too fast, I'm not ready yet. I told you, you don't need to prepare anything, I have everything. Fu Zhuang coaxed her, Lily, as long as you go there. The key is that she doesn't want to go. Shanli looked very distressed, frowned and said, it's really not possible tonight. Then when do you think it can be done? Tomorrow is okay. Tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow. Shanli's eyelashes trembled, and she was almost begging him with both hands together, tomorrow, okay. Fu Zhuang looked at her and after a moment, okay, tomorrow, it can't be changed. Well, no change, tomorrow. After struggling for an extra night, Shan Li's heart was finally at ease. Suddenly, the WeChat notification sound on the mobile phone rang again. AI Ke, what are you doing? Why haven't you come yet? AI Ke, but you don't have to worry when said that this meeting will be hosted by President Fu, but President Fu hasn't come yet. AI Ke, don't you think it's strange that it's been so long and President Fu hasn't come yet? AI Ke, what's even more strange is that I just passed by Mr. Fu's office and didn't see him. I don't know where he went. AI Ke, Mr. Fu is never late for meetings. AI Ke, could he have been seduced by some vixen? Shan Li. Shan Li had just returned to her workstation when the glass door of the conference room opened and everyone walked out one by one. The first thing AI Ke said when she saw her was that she had been waiting for a long time but felt lonely. Shan Li's eyelids twitched a few times and she suppressed her chaotic thoughts and asked, what loneliness? AI Ke bent down and sat down and said, Mr. Fu, he didn't go at all. Shan Li thought to herself, of course he didn't go, he has been with me the whole time. Really? He might be busy. Shan Li sorted out the documents. Suddenly, I could remember something and asked sideways, by the way, what were you doing in the tea room just now? I called you but you didn't come out. Of course, you were drinking water in the tea room. Shan Li's heart beat faster. She always felt that AI Ke had seen through her. She subconsciously glanced at the tightly closed door of the president's office. Fortunately, AI Ke didn't see it just now, otherwise, it would be really miserable. Are you the only one in the tea room? AI Ke asked casually. Shan Li blinked. What? I'm asking you, were you the only one in the tea room just now? Yes, it was only me. Why are you panicking? AI Ke leaned in and looked at Shan Li as if she had done something wrong. What kind of wrong thing could I do? Shan Li smiled awkwardly. I didn't do anything. AI Ke raised his eyebrows. Really didn't do anything? Of course not. Shan Li pushed AI Ke. Have you finished the data? Yeah, no. AI Ke said, I have to hand it in later. After speaking, AI Ke lowered his head to organize the data. Shan Li's ears finally calmed down and her heart slowly let go, but before she could let go, she heard someone say, was Mr. Fu just in the tea room? Shan Li's heart suddenly lifted again and she pricked up her ears to listen to what they were saying. What did Mr. Fu do in the tea room? Who knows? Another person interrupted. Of course, he went to the tea room to drink water, otherwise what else could he do? There are many things to do in the tea room. The man laughed and said, you can do anything exciting. Everyone looked at him with a look of, are you sick? Our Mr. Fu is not close to women. You wouldn't know if he was close. Shan Li was panicked by what they said and took out her mobile phone and secretly sent a WeChat message to Fu Zhuang. Before leaving the tea room, Shan Li and Fu Zhuang added each other on WeChat. It was Fu Zhuang who took the initiative to ask for it, saying that the previous one was a work number and this one was his personal number. Adding WeChat would make it easier to contact. Shan Li didn't like to add the company's WeChat and she refused, saying that there was no need to add WeChat, and she could call if she has something to do. Fu Zhuang, do you want to receive my call at any time? If you want, you don't have to add WeChat. Anytime. The scope of this anytime is too large. After hesitating for a moment, Shan Li decided to add Fu Zhuang's WeChat. 然后 She scanned him. After adding successfully, Shan Li said, don't contact when you have nothing to do. Fu Zhuang looked normal, not unhappy. What she said was what it was, okay. Who knew that not long after Shan Li finished speaking, she broke the rules first. Shan Li, don't go to the tea room anymore. The owner of the phone quickly replied. What? Shan Li, the tea room is your restricted area from now on. Shanli, don't get close. Okay, I won't get close. Shanli stared at the screen of the phone, always feeling that Fu Zhuang's number had been stolen. Shanli, are you really Fu Zhuang? Do you want me to send a selfie to prove it? The next second, a selfie was sent over. Shanli's hand trembled and the phone almost fell to the ground. She held the phone firmly and covered the screen with one hand for fear of being seen by others. Seeing that Eiko was busy working and no one else was chatting, she slowly let go of her hand, and what appeared in front of her was a photo of a man sitting upright in an office chair. The photo was taken casually, with no particular attention paid to the angle, but such a photo was not inferior to those of celebrities. Shanli had to admit that Fu Zhuang's appearance was really amazing. Of course, she thought of the baby in her belly. It would be nice if the baby looked like Fu Zhuang, and it would definitely charm many girls. See, it's me. Shanli quietly pressed the save button and then replied, I'll remind you again, you have to go to the tea room if you don't go next time. Okay, I won't go. Shanli ignored Fu Zhuang afterwards. She first stared at Fu Zhuang's photo for 3 minutes and then changed his note. 那个 Mr. Fu. Not suitable. Fu Zhuang. Not suitable. The father of the child. Even more inappropriate. Landlord. Yes, the landlord. She changed Fu Zhuang's WeChat note to landlord. Shanli thought that even if someone saw it, they wouldn't suspect anything. All is well. When it was time to get off work, Shanli and Zhou AI made an appointment to have dinner together. She put down her pen when she saw the time was up, put the things in her bag, and patted Ike on the shoulder. Are you done? Ike said, No, I am almost there. Shanli, do you want me to help you? No, you can get off work now. Ike pointed to the folder and said, There are not many left, and it will be finished in a while. Okay, then I will leave first. Shanli said goodbye to the others, picked up her bag and walked towards the elevator. While walking, she sent a WeChat message to Zhou AI, asking her if she got off work. Zhou AI replied immediately, I got off work, I am about to go out, how about you? Shanli, I got off work too, see you at the cinema later. Zhou AI, okay, see you at the cinema. A movie was released today. Zhou AI bought the ticket a few days ago and waited to watch it today. Shanli put away her phone and strolled forward. 然后 even though she was pregnant, her walking pace didn't change at all. She had to thank the little guy in her belly for caring about her and not causing her any discomfort. Occasionally, Shanli would wonder if the pregnancy test stick was fake, otherwise other people would be in great pain when they were pregnant. But she was fine. But looking at the test results, she had to admit that she was pregnant, and the reason she wasn't uncomfortable was because the baby was so well behaved. When she thought of the baby, Shanli smiled unconsciously, and her hand subconsciously touched her belly, carefully feeling the presence of the baby. Are you uncomfortable? The sudden voice interrupted Shanli's meditation. Shanli looked sideways, met Sunlei's eyes, and shook her head, No. Really? Sunlei said, If you feel uncomfortable, tell me, I'll go to the hospital with you. 那个 afraid that Shanli would misunderstand, he explained, I don't have any other intentions, I'm just concerned as a colleague. Shanli smiled and said, I'm fine, really. The elevator door opened, Sunlei walked in first, followed by Shanli. Before the elevator door closed, an arm blocked it, and the elevator door slowly opened, and then Fu Zhuang walked in. Sunlei took the initiative to greet Mr. Fu Zhuang's eyes slid over Sunlei and Shanli, and he responded very lightly. Then he stood on the side of Shanli, separating Shanli from Sunlei. Then, before the elevator door closed, when Jiang walked in. After taking a look at Fu Zhuang, he automatically stood beside Fu Zhuang, directly squeezing Sunlei into the corner. In the huge elevator room, 4 people stood side by side. Shanli and Fu Zhuang's arms were vaguely touching. Fu Zhuang and Wen Jiang were half an arm's length apart, and Wen Jiang and Sun Lei were very close. 那个 Sun Lei was pressed tightly against the elevator wall. Shanli was attracted by the clear breath of Fu Zhuang and felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She subconsciously raised her foot and stepped forward. As soon as she moved, Fu Zhuang quietly held her hand. Shanli was shocked. Her eyes almost popped out, and she said silently, "Don't you see Sun Lei is still here?" Let go. Fu Zhuang's eyes fell on the front, staring at the elevator door, and he didn't look at Shanli at all, so he didn't see Shanli raise her eyebrows and frown from time to time. He did notice that her hand was twisting, but he didn't let go. He didn't let go on purpose. Shanli didn't pull her hand out, and her heart became more panicked. She coughed twice in a row. Sun Lei leaned over and asked, "Shanli, are you okay?" I have some grass coral lozenges to moisten your throat. Do you want to take some?" As he said that, he really took out the grass coral lozenges from his pocket and gave it to Shanli. One east and one west, separated by two people, Shanli couldn't reach it at all. Even if she could reach it, she wouldn't be in the mood to eat it. Fu Zhuang's grip on her hand increased again. She frowned and thought, why is he so crazy? Sun Lei, no need, my throat is fine. Shanli glanced over and met Sun Lei's eyes. Thank you. After she finished speaking, her little finger was pinched. It didn't hurt, and it even felt a little itchy. She had a hunch that Fu Zhuang did it on purpose. 那个, how come he is becoming more and more unpredictable? Also, they were in the elevator. 那个, wasn't he really afraid of being seen by his colleagues? Shanli twitched again but still couldn't pull it out. She was a little angry and couldn't say anything. She simply moved her foot. While others were not paying attention, she stepped on Fu Zhuang's shoes. She stepped hard, thinking, let you do whatever you want. Her little strength couldn't cause any trouble at all. Fu Zhuang didn't care at all. Perhaps his purpose was to make Shanli not pay attention to Sun Lei. As long as she didn't pay attention to Sun Lei, he didn't mind what she did to him. 然后? If she wanted to step on him, let her do it. Fu Zhuang's lips twitched lightly and his expression seemed to be somewhat relieved. Shanli snorted in her heart. She was happy to be stepped on. She must be very sick. When the two of them were competing in the dark, Sun Lei spoke again. Shanli, you should eat something. Shanli's attention shifted to Sun Lei again. She leaned forward and said, thank you. I really don't need it. But I heard something was wrong in your voice. Sun Lei said that the winter in the North City is too cold and it is easy to get respiratory diseases. It is also good to prevent them. Please take the medicine first and take it when you need it. Sun Lei was too enthusiastic. Shanli couldn't refuse his kindness. She opened her lips and was about to say, okay. The next second, when Jiang spoke first, don't say it. My throat is not feeling well. Why don't you give me this medicine? He snatched the medicine and asked Shanli again, Secretary Shen, is it okay? Shanli smiled and said, Sun Lei's stuff. Sun Lei has no problem, of course I have no problem. Sun Lei laughed awkwardly, of course it's okay if Special Assistant Wen wants to take it. Wen Jiang said indifferently, thank you. Then, in front of everyone, he opened the medicine box and ate 3 tablets in one breath. After holding them in his mouth, he did not forget to thank Sun Lei. Sure enough, his throat felt better. Thank you. Sun Lei. Shanli was still staring at Sun Lei. After a moment, her palm was scratched. She came back to her senses. Her eyes fell on Fu Zhuang's face, raised her eyebrows, and said silently, what? Fu Zhuang turned his head and looked at her. Secretary Shen, you made a mistake in the data of a document. Work overtime tonight to correct it. Shanli knew that Fu Zhuang was making things difficult for her, but she couldn't refute in front of Sun Lei. So she asked softly, Mr. Fu, can't we do it tomorrow? Fu Zhuang said in a cold voice, no, it has to be done tonight. Shanli pulled her hand out with force, frowned and said, okay, I'll do it. Fu Zhuang, the file is in my car, come with me to the car to get it. Shanli opened her eyes wide and once again felt that he was so shameless, gritted her teeth and said, okay, I know. The elevator ran to the second floor below. The elevator door opened. Fu Zhuang walked out first, followed by Shanli, then Wan Xiang, and finally Sun Lei. Sun Lei took out his phone and sent a message to Shanli asking, do you need my help? Shanli replied, no, you go home first. As soon as she finished replying, she looked up and found that Fu Zhuang, who was walking, had stopped at some point and was looking down at her. Of course, he also saw the message sent by Sun Lei. Fu Zhuang frowned slightly and then relaxed. Shanli had a lot of opinions about Fu Zhuang's behavior of abusing his power for personal gain, so she didn't think about explaining anything and waved to Sun Lei. Sun Lei also waved his hand, and when he withdrew his eyes and met Fu Zhuang's, he shrank his neck and said, goodbye, Mr. Fu. Fu Zhuang didn't say anything and continued to walk forward. Sun Lei didn't dare to stay, started the car and left quickly. After Shanli caught up, she found that Wan Xiang had left at some point. There was only her and Fu Zhuang in the parking lot. No one else was talking and there was no need to worry. Shanli asked, you don't really want me to work overtime, do you? Fu Zhuang stopped and turned to look at her. The underground parking lot was brightly lit, and the light and shadow fell on his face, outlining his clear and elegant eyebrows. His ink-like eyes seemed to be hanging in the sky. The dazzling luster just flowed out like that, with a little imperceptible strangeness. Shanli heard him say, I don't want to wait anymore. You move to my place tonight. Chapter 20. Tonight, move to his place. Shanli was shocked by Fu Zhuang's words, and her heart beat heavily. The cold wind messed up her hair, blocking her eyes, and her long, fine, uncurled eyelashes trembled again and again. She didn't care about the hair in front of her eyes, raised her eyebrows and asked, what did you say? It shouldn't be what she heard. Yes, she must have heard it wrong. I said. Fu Zhuang raised his foot and stepped in. The light under the hood gathered on him, outlining his tall figure, and even the reflection on the ground revealed an indescribable sense of winding. Like a stretched landscape painting. The sound of tinkling spring water could still be heard faintly. He stared into Shanli's eyes and said as he approached, I don't want to wait any longer, move to my place tonight. The deep and pleasant voice spread around like pleasant notes and blew into Shanli's ears with the sound of the wind playing the most charming music in her ears. For a moment, she lost her mind and she felt a little strange when she looked at the man in front of her. She didn't know what the feeling was exactly, but it was very strange. When she wanted to touch him, the feeling disappeared, and what was left was surprise. Wait, Shanli pursed her lips. You want me to move in tonight? Yes, tonight. Fu Zhuang said firmly. This, isn't it too urgent? Shanli hesitated and said, who would move in the middle of the night? Besides, didn't we agree to move tomorrow? One night is not a big deal. But Fu Zhuang's voice was a little anxious. After he finished speaking, he realized that Shanli was looking at him suspiciously, and he suppressed his thoughts. I have to go on a business trip tomorrow, and I may not be back until the day after tomorrow. It is not convenient for you to move by yourself. Oh, you are on a business trip, that's okay, I will move after you come back. Shanli said indifferently, anyway, it doesn't matter if you move for a day or two, it will be fine sooner or later. Her indifferent look made him frown. Fu Zhuang walked in front of Shan Li, and the wind blew up their hems, making a clapping sound when they crossed, and Fu Zhuang's voice also had a bit of hoarseness. But I want you to move over earlier. After he finished speaking, he stared at Shan Li without blinking, as if he would not look away if she didn't nod. It was the first time that Shan Li was stared at like this, and she always felt like being burned by his eyes. At first, she could still say something calmly, but later she felt uncomfortable when he looked at her and she couldn't speak. It really doesn't matter, I can do it myself. You should be busy with yours. If it really doesn't work, I will ask a friend for help. By the way, it's the Zhou AI girl, she's my best friend. We have the best relationship, she can. Shan Li swallowed her saliva and whispered, don't look at me like that. It's like you want to eat her. Lily, Fu Zhuang suddenly called her name. This is too foul. Shan Li's legs immediately weakened. Fortunately, there was a pillar next to her to prevent her from falling down. She held the pillar and squeaked, what are you doing? Just tonight, okay. Fu Zhuang coaxed her gently. Shan Li has always been soft and not hard. If you come hard, she will disagree 100 times, but if you come soft, she will have no tricks. Especially Fu Zhuang's coaxing voice is really hard to resist, and his eyes, can you not look at people with such affectionate eyes, it's easy to be misunderstood. 然后 Shan Li's heart was full of pretending to be calm on the surface, but I ordered pork bone soup for you, it will be delivered soon. Fu Zhuang continued to persuade her, don't you like hot pot? I just prepared the ingredients. We can have hot pot together after moving. Oh, and there's your favorite shrimp paste. Shan Li swallowed her saliva while listening. After getting pregnant, her appetite increased a lot. 然后 She was actually a little hungry after listening to what Fu Zhuang said. Her hands hung down by her side, unconsciously pulling at the hem of her clothes, hesitating and not knowing what to do. In the end, reason overcame her appetite. She coughed lightly after thinking about it. It's still inconvenient to move at night. Why not tomorrow? As soon as she finished speaking, her cell phone rang. Someone sent her a WeChat message. It was Wen Wang. Wen Wang was a little presbyopic and didn't like typing. WeChat messages were basically voice messages. Moreover, she was impatient. If you didn't reply immediately, the call would come in the next second. Shan Li glanced at Fu Zhuang and said, sorry, wait a minute. She clicked on the new voice message and put the phone to her ear to listen. She didn't know which step was wrong. There was no sound. She moved the phone away and the sound came immediately. When Wang's words just spread out like this. Lily, the more Mom thinks about it, the more she feels that you and Xiao San are a good match. Why don't you bring him home to show us, and let's sit together and eat and drink? Maybe you will feel the same way again. Your grandma likes him very much, too. Even if you don't care about me, you have to care about your grandma, right? Aren't you the most filial? Promise me that you will take time to bring Xiao San home. Shan Li heard a long paragraph of words, and Fu Zhuang heard it at the same time. Shan Li. Fu Zhuang moved his body. The light only illuminated half of him, and the other half was immersed in the shadow, and the look in his eyes was obscure. Xiao San. San Lei. Shan Li was embarrassed and wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, but she still answered the question subconsciously. Oh, does your family know him? Ah. Your mother and your grandma like him very much. Ah. Has he met your family? Ah. Shan Li reacted belatedly and shook her head. No, I just saw the photo. Did you like him after seeing the photo? 然后 Fu Zhuang continued to ask. Oh, Shan Li answered while backing away. After a moment, her back hit the pillar behind her. She blinked and said, San Lei and I are just pretending to be a couple. We don't actually have any relationship. 然后 after explaining, Shanli paused. Wait, why should she explain? The next second, forget it, just explain. Fu Zhuang put his hands on the pillar and vaguely held Shanli in his arms. He lowered his head, revealing his slender neck. I don't know when 2 buttons of his shirt were opened and the left collarbone was reflected by chance. The light paused by vaguely spreading on the collarbone. 然后 at first glance, it looked like a delicious dish. Shanli didn't want to see it, but he was too close and she didn't know if he did it on purpose, but the angle of his body just matched her eyes. As long as she raised her eyes, she could see his delicate collarbone, which was extremely sexy. 那个 the last time Shanli saw such a scene was on TV. This time it was a live-action version. 就是 She couldn't stand it anymore. She dug her fingers into her palms and said in a squeaky voice, Mr. Fu, can you please get up first? Woo, she almost couldn't breathe. Fu Zhuang said in a calm voice. Shanli didn't understand. What? Don't call me Mr. Fu unless you are in the company. Fu Zhuang leaned a little more. Now Shanli could see everything she should and shouldn't see. He said, come on, call me Fu Zhuang. Fu. Shanli couldn't call out and shook her head. Mr. Fu, why don't you get up first? 那个 Fu Zhuang. Fu Zhuang repeated it again. Shanli understood. If she didn't call him Fu Zhuang, he was not going to let her go. She made up her mind and said with trembling eyelashes, Fu Zhuang. Fu Zhuang curled the corners of his lips with satisfaction but still didn't get up and back away. Move to my place tonight, okay? The ending tone of him rose like a hook that made people's hearts tremble. Not to mention Shanli, who had never been in love, even a love expert could not resist Fu Zhuang's subtle teasing. Shanli's cheeks were burning. 那个 If she continued like this, she would probably lose her life. Between saving her life and reason, she chose the former. Saving her life was more important. Shanli, please. Okay. Shanli was still in a daze until she stood at the door of the villa. No, why did she agree to it? They clearly agreed to move tomorrow. She must have lost her mind. Fu Zhuang came over with a suitcase and seeing that she didn't move, he reminded her softly, why didn't she leave? Shanli wanted to ask, is it too late for her to regret now? I remember that I still have something I haven't brought. So, you go back first and I'll go get it. As she said that, she turned around to leave but was stopped by Fu Zhuang. Fu Zhuang asked, what did you not bring? I'll go with you to get it. No, I can get it myself. How could Shanli let Fu Zhuang accompany her? If he accompanied her, she would have to come back. She wanted to run away. Shanli, you are not regretting it and want to run away, are you? Fu Zhuang exposed her source. Who regretted it? I didn't. Shanli straightened her back and said, I just went to get something, I didn't mean to run away. Well, let's go together. Fu Zhuang suggested, or not to take it. Shanli felt like she had fallen into a wolf's den. Why couldn't she even go home? Thinking of this, she suddenly felt wrong and said with red eyes, I just came to live with you, I didn't sell it to you, why don't you let me go home? I didn't mean that. You meant that. I'm sorry. You are so mean. Shanli raised her arm and hit Fu Zhuang's chest once, followed by a second time, so mean. Fu Zhuang didn't move either. When she had hit him enough, he asked, how is your hand? Does it hurt? Shanli. Woo, it's even worse. Shanli sniffed, I want to eat hot pot. Well, it's ready. Fu Zhuang carried the suitcase in one hand and took Shan Li's hand with the other. The stairs are high, please walk slowly. You pinched me and hurt me. Shan Li pulled her hand away. I'm sorry. Fu Zhuang said, I'll be gentler. He took Shan Li's hand and walked in. This was the first time Shan Li saw what a luxury house was. She was shocked by the decoration inside. She was stunned for a long time before she spoke. Are you the only one living here? It was before, but not in the future. Fu Zhuang smiled and glanced at her and said, in the future, there will be you and the baby. Shan Li wanted to remind him not to think too much. Their deadline was 1 month. After 1 month, she would return to her own home. But just as she was about to speak, she smelled a very fragrant smell. Was it pork bone soup? Fu Zhuang raised his lips and said, yeah. I'm hungry. Shan Li wanted to be reserved, but the baby was hungry and she was hungry too. Everything else should be put aside in front of delicious food. I want to eat. Okay, let's go eat. Fu Zhuang had just put down the suitcase when the servant came over. Fu Zhuang told them to go to the bedroom on the 2nd floor, then took Shan Li's hand and went to the bathroom. After washing his hands, he took her to the dining room. Shan Li was too hungry to care about anything else, and she didn't notice that Fu Zhuang had been holding her hand until they entered the dining room. The pork bone soup was still so delicious. After Shan Li drank half a bowl, she squinted and said, it's really delicious. Fu Zhuang said, it tastes good, drink more in the future. Shan Li remembered something and said, it's now that I feel better, it's the baby who thinks it tastes better. Fu Zhuang's eyes moved from her face to her belly, his eyes burning. Are you tired? He read some books, which said that the early stages of pregnancy are very hard and you have to take good care of them. This is one of the reasons why he insisted on asking Shan Li to move in. 然后 Fortunately, Shan Li smiled and said that the baby is very obedient. Fu Zhuang raised his eyebrows slightly and told me if it's too hard, 然后tell you what to do. Shan Li asked in confusion, can you relieve my hardship? Yes, Fu Zhuang said softly, I can give you a massage. Do you also know how to massage? Shan Li was really surprised. She thought he only knew how to work. Fu Zhuang didn't plan to tell her that he had been learning how to take care of pregnant women online recently, one of which was to press acupoints. It is said that it can relieve physical fatigue. Yes, it will. Fu Zhuang's slender fingers held the soup bowl and the corners of his lips raised slightly. You can try it later. Shan Li nodded. Okay, I'll try it when I have a chance. After drinking the pork bone soup, they ate hot pot together. Fu Zhuang took care of Shan Li the whole time. She just ate and didn't need to do anything else. It was more comfortable than eating in a hot pot restaurant. After the meal, Fu Zhuang took Shan Li on a tour and looked at every room. When he turned to the master bedroom, Shan Li was surprised. Are we going to live together? Fu Zhuang peeked at her with one hand in his pocket. Don't you want to live with me? They are not familiar with each other. It's too embarrassing to live together. I'm not used to having people around me. Shan Li casually found an excuse. I see you have a lot of rooms. How about I stay in the guest room? Shan Li. Fu Zhuang called her and stepped in the next second. Shan Li couldn't stand his sudden serious look, restrained and lustful, and that look in his eyes as if he was holding something the most annoying. She couldn't help but step back again and again, her back against the wall. The scene in the parking lot reappeared. Fu Zhuang leaned his hand against the wall. Looked down at her. It's not convenient for me to take care of you if you sleep in the guest bedroom. How about sleeping in the same bedroom with me? I'm afraid he will ask if it's okay, because every time he asks if it's okay, Shan Li will surrender without principles and say yes. It's really inconvenient, Shan Li said with trembling eyelashes. Then I can sleep on the floor. Fu Zhuang didn't wait for Shan Li to speak and said, although the floor is a little cold, I'm not afraid because I'm young. At most I'll just have a sore back, which is actually bearable. Shan Li, it's the winter season when colds are frequent in North City. I just need to cover more. Don't worry about me. Even if I really have a cold, I won't infect you. Listening to the bullshit he said, if Shan Li still insisted, it seemed that she was worse than pigs and dogs. Shan Li stretched out her hand to interrupt. Okay, stop talking, let's sleep together in the master bedroom. It's just sleeping, it's not like we haven't slept together before. Who is afraid of who? But let's make it clear first, we will each be on one side and you are not allowed to cross the line. This is Shan Li's bottom line. Okay, I won't cross the line. Fu Zhuang glared at her and said, you can do whatever you want. Shan Li coughed lightly, don't worry, I won't cross the line. Fu Zhuang, yeah. 然后 the opinions were reached, and then Shan Li went to the bathroom to take a shower, and Fu Zhuang went to the study to deal with work. Shan Li was halfway through taking a shower when Zhou Ai called in. My goodness, what's going on with you? Why did you suddenly move in with Fu Zhuang? Shan Li sighed lightly. It was not clear in a few words. I will tell you in detail when we meet tomorrow. Okay, let's meet and talk tomorrow night. Zhou Ai asked casually, are you free to meet me tomorrow? You won't stand me up again, will you? No, Shan Li laughed. Tonight is a special situation. I will definitely not stand you up tomorrow. 那个, wait, don't you have to accompany Fu Zhuang tomorrow night? No, he is on a business trip tomorrow and will not be back until the day after tomorrow. Okay, it's settled. Let's have dinner together tomorrow night. By the way, you have to explain it to me clearly. Okay, see you tomorrow night. After hanging up the phone, Shan Li just put down the phone when there was a knock on the door. She could vaguely see a shadow. Shan Li raised her eyebrows and asked, what? Fu Zhuang leaned against the door and said, is there anything I can help you with? What did he ask? She was taking a shower. 那个, what did she want him to help her with? Could he help her wash? Some indescribable images emerged in Shan Li's mind. The next second, she was choked by her saliva and coughed. No. Fu Zhuang knew that she had misunderstood and explained, I want to ask, do you want me to wait for you at the door? No need to wait. She couldn't wash with peace of mind if he was waiting for her. You go and do your thing. I can do it myself. You really can. Fu Zhuang was still worried and reminded her that the floor was slippery and she should be careful when walking. Shan Li had never known him to be so nagging and said loudly, okay, I got it. I'm next door, call me if you need anything. Okay. Seeing Fu Zhuang leave, Shan Li finally let go of her worries. After washing for a while, she stood up and got out of the bathtub. Just as she stood firm, her cell phone beeped and Sung Lei sent her a WeChat message. 然后, it's Mr. Fu not making things difficult for you. A few seconds later, WeChat came in again. Sung Lei, you and Mr. Fu. Shan Li wiped off the water droplets on her body, put on her clothes, 然后 put on her bathrobe, tied her belt, and picked up her phone to reply. Shan Li, no. This was in response to the first reply, and then she replied to the second one. Shan Li, I have nothing to do with Mr. Fu. Don't make random guesses, 那个 Mr. Fu will be angry if he knows. The boss' anger is a big deal, and Sung Lei understood immediately. Okay, I won't make random guesses. Sung Lei, I heard that a new Sichuan restaurant has opened near the company. Let's go there for lunch tomorrow. Shan Li didn't notice anything different about him, thinking it was just an invitation from an ordinary colleague, just the two of us. Sung Lei, you can also invite other colleagues, it depends on who you want to invite. Shan Li, at AI 课, she likes Sichuan cuisine the most. Sunlei, okay, I'll listen to you, Shanley said as she walked out of the bathroom. She was so busy sending WeChat that she didn't notice that there was a person sitting on the sofa in the living room. She found AI Ke's WeChat. AI Ke, let's go to eat Sichuan cuisine at noon tomorrow. Do you want to go? By the way, Sunlei will treat you. Just as the voice fell, a voice came from the coffee table. Shanley looked sideways and saw Fu Zhuang pull the remote control heavily on it. The cup next to it was shaken by the vibration. Shanley swallowed her saliva. You didn't take a shower? No, Fu Zhuang said in a calm voice. Shanley saw that his expression was a little bad, not knowing whether it was because of work or something else. In order to ease the atmosphere, she casually asked, "What TV series are you watching?" "Criminal investigation film," Fu Zhuang said in a calm voice. "Dismemberment case." Shanley doesn't dare to watch such a bloody movie. Okay, you watch it, I'll go back to the room first. After walking 2 steps, her phone rang again. Ike sent a voice message. "Why does Sunlei always ask you out recently? Is he interested in you?" Shanley is very casual when she is at home, and she doesn't deliberately put the phone to her ear to listen. Just now, she thought she was careless at home, so she just opened it and listened. At the same time she heard it, Fu Zhuang also heard it. Shanley smiled awkwardly at Fu Zhuang's gaze, that Ike drank too much and talked nonsense. Fu Zhuang's eyes darkened and he hummed lightly. Shanley looked at him. What's the matter? Is he angry again? Oh, he really likes to get angry. Ike saw that she didn't reply, and sent 2 more messages in a row. This time Shanley didn't dare to listen directly, so she leaned close to her ear to listen. "Ike, Sunlei looks very honest. If you really like him, you can try to get along with him." "Ike, I support you." Shanley. Support was support. When she looked up, Fu Zhuang was standing in front of her. Shanley blinked. "What are you doing?" "I'm sleepy, let's go to bed." Fu Zhuang took Shanley's hand and walked towards the bedroom. Shanley looked at the time on her phone and thought, "Brother, it's only 9 o'clock. Are you going to bed so early?" Then they lay on the bed, one on each side, with the quilt piled in the middle. It was the first time that Shanley lay on the same bed with a man while awake. She felt a little uncomfortable. Her body was straight and she dared not move. Fu Zhuang looked up at the chandelier above his head and did not move. Suddenly, his phone vibrated and someone sent him a WeChat message. It was Lian Chen. "Why did I hear that you took your secretary home?" Is it true? You are so fast." "Brother, let me remind you that she is pregnant now. You should be careful and don't do it too much. The action should be gentle. You really don't eat meat, but once you eat meat, you are like a rocket. It's gone in seconds." "Oh, wrong, man can't say no." "Okay, I won't disturb your world of two. I wish you a pleasant night." Finally, it was Shanley who broke the silence. She tends to talk a lot when she is nervous, but she just talks nonsense. "What time are you leaving tomorrow? Do you need to prepare anything in advance?" You don't have to worry about me at home. I'll come back when I'm done." "It's okay if I can't come back the day after tomorrow, really. You don't have to worry about me." "You don't want me to come back?" Fu Zhuang asked out of the blue. "What?" Shanley paused and looked at him sideways. No, did she just say that she didn't want him to come back? No. How could he misinterpret other people's kindness? Shanley, Fu Zhuang turned sideways and locked his eyes with Shanley, trying to see something from her eyes, but unfortunately her eyes were clear and there was no emotion. Inexplicably, he felt a sense of frustration in his heart. "What's wrong?" Shanley asked. Fu Zhuang took out a card from the pillow and gave it to you. Shanley blinked. "What is this?" Frustrated as it was, she still had to take care of him. Fu Zhuang said, living expenses, you can buy the things the baby needs. Shanli took the card, looked at it suspiciously, and asked casually, how much is your living expenses? 10,000 or 20,000. Raising a child is actually not easy. 这个 Sometimes 10,000 or 20,000 is not enough. Shanli thought about it. 然后 She has her own savings and does not need to use Fu Zhuang's money. Besides, she has not thought about what to do in the future, so it is not appropriate to use his money. Unlimited credit limit. Fu Zhuang said indifferently, you can swipe it at will. None. Unlimited credit limit. Shanli's eyelashes trembled wildly. Is it really unlimited credit limit? Fu Zhuang, yes. Shanli's heart was in turmoil. As expected, he is a rich man. He can give a card with unlimited credit limit. Fu Zhuang remembers something and reminded, the password is your birthday. Oh, Shanli responded softly. After a moment, she realized belatedly. Her birthday? How did he know when her birthday was? You know my birthday? I know. When did you know? I don't remember, but I know anyway. Shanli is not a person who loves money, but it feels good to be hit by money. No wonder everyone likes pie in the sky. It turns out that is so beautiful without any effort. As she played with the card, she thought of Fu Zhuang's business trip again. By the way, when are you leaving tomorrow? Not going. Fu Zhuang said in a low voice. Not going. Shanli asked in surprise, why? Fu Zhuang, I'll accompany you to eat Sichuan cuisine tomorrow. With a click, the card in Shanli's hand fell and hit her in the face. She heard Fu Zhuang say again, call Echo. Oh, if you want to invite Sun Lei, you can also call Sun Lei.